One, two, one, two. 1 2 1 2. One, two, one, two. 1 2 1 2. Yeah, I wonder if there's a way to turn up the microphone. Like, there gotta be a way. One, two, one, two. 1 2 1 2. Way to turn up the microphone. Gotta be a way. Let's find out. Let's find out. Okay. Damn. There we go. Let's see if this works. Control center. What the hell, man? What is that? What is that? Okay, click control center, the menu bar. Let's see if this works. Dock the menu bar. Got it. That ain't work. That ain't work. I'm trying to turn the mic up on his laptop when I go live. I don't know how to do it. Okay, maybe this works. Oh, man. What's up with these goofy motherfuckers? What is that? What is that? All right, let's see if this works. Okay, maybe this works. 1 2 1 2. These goofy motherfuckers. What is that? What is that? All right, let's see if this. Maybe this works. 1 2 1 2. Okay, I'm a little louder. Let's see if I get louder. Let's see if I can be louder. What is that? All right, 1 2 1 2. 1 2 1 2. Okay, I'm a little louder. Yeah, no, I know it's bad because I got the background playing. I muted the background now. At the back, you hear the echo because I gotta hear myself. But I just now muted the background, so it's gonna sound a little better. I just want to know how to turn up my audio. So I think my audio should be louder now. I turned it up. Yeah. So I know when I believe me, if you go live on YouTube through Zoom, you gotta do a sound check, and you can't hear yourself unless you let the background play. So if you ever watch the podcast, right, Kevin Samuel, whoever, when you call in, they'll tell the caller to mute the YouTube. So what happened just now, I didn't mute YouTube because I can't if I want to hear myself. I gotta hear the playback. And I heard myself a little louder, so now I know it works. So now it's muted and I know it sounds a lot better. Okay, hey Mitch, what's going on, brother? All right, okay, cool. So I only use this brother as a thumbnail. So I didn't have a thumbnail really, and people like to see images of people. So I okay, let me just pick somebody to use as a thumbnail. All right, so just now I was talking to a brother in person, and like we were just talking. And I'm just like really, yeah, it's really hard to talk to conspiracy theorists and people who just like want to believe their bullshit. Like, yo, so we were talking, and he's an expert in certain fields, and I pointed that out. I knew a later conversation it'll have to pop back up. So when he wanted to challenge science, I'm like, bro, when you say science, that's like vague and ambiguous. You're not saying much. There's three major branches in science, which is physics, chemistry, and biology. You know, because you got the Moore Science Temple. Like, science of what? So y'all got all fields? Like, dude, y'all, I know you're not good at physics. So when you claim a science, they're not going to claim physics because physics is the highest of all of them. It requires the most math, the most mathematics, and the most. It's just very very tough physics, right? So when somebody become a physicist, like they're just very brilliant at that point. Okay, and like all scientists are brilliant, but the requirement of like math just in physics just is just it's like you're definitely gonna be a math teacher or a high, you dig, just know that. So anyway, I was saying, bro, before you deny something, reject something, you need to have a foundation or a basic understanding of that field of science that you're denying. So I said, case in point, I said, if I tell a regular black ologist that the Egyptians ain't know shit about chemistry, you guys are going to complain and say they did. And then I'm going to say, okay, how is it possible to know about chemistry and you know nothing about an electron? And before you respond, don't forget, an electron is a subatomical particle. It's a subatomic particle. That means it's smaller than a goddamn atom. You need a light microscope and electron. No, actually, you need an electron microscope to see an electron. You need a special microscope to even see one. Okay? It's actually called electron microscope. That's just smaller than the virus. The virus is very, very tiny. Okay. So how, and I said, and then I painted out the picture for him where he don't got to guess or ask questions. I said, bro, there's a reason why Greek philosophers were not called scientists, although they did scientific work. They were not called scientists because although they did the observation, the testing, and all type of stuff, they never seen it. They never seen their work. I mean, that with their own eyes, they never verified it. They just, the most they could do is predict it because they was lacking the instruments. And you look at Galileo, like he was the first person to like really develop an instrument to like kind of verify his work, sort of, you know. But the Greek philosophers, they were like sciences in our minds, but they were not in the scientific world because they never witnessed their own work. They just, the far as they got was the prediction. Okay. We today can perform a scientific experiment and see the outcome. That's a science. That's a scientist. That's science. So as I'm explaining this shit in plain English, he goes on to say the Egyptians knew about electricity. So I'm like, dude, even if they discover electricity, that does not make them a goddamn chemist or anything like that. I say because you have to know exactly why everything does what it does. That's what a chemist would be able to explain, a biologist or a physicist. They can explain the ins and outs of everything they're dealing with. Okay, or at least the most popular theory or hypothesis on their experiment, right, or what they're studying. I'm like, dude, and you can't. The dude told me on the pyramids there's a light bulb, and based off that they was working with electricity. I said, dude, first of all, stop. I said, we got people who actually read and write in the internet. And I mentioned Wujawa. I said, we could do, if you want to come on the show, we could invite Wujawa and ask him, is that a goddamn light bulb? You dig? Like, what did the Egyptians say it was? So, like, we can't do the looker shit. And, like, he just could not grasp it. So I don't know if it's cognitive dissonance. I don't know if it's confirmation bias. Like, I don't know where he's at with it. But it's just weird to me. Like, you're just missing what I'm saying. I don't know if it's on purpose, deliberate, or you just can't get it. I said, to understand chemistry, you have to know what a goddamn electron is and all its properties and what it's done, the outer shell electron, all that stuff, man. The energy levels, you gotta know that. That's what chemistry is based upon. The electron and the outer shell, the outer level. So the outer shell. So when you get past in chemistry, when you get past the measurements, liters, all that shit, right? Gallons, and you get past the mole and other stuff, you're gonna get past. Okay? You go and the boiling point. After all that, it's all about the electron from then on out. Okay? Covalent bonds, ionic bonds, that's all electrons. Pretty much. As I explained that, he was hell-bent on just responding and he missed everything I said. And this is the average Negro, man. You waste your time explaining, setting the parameters, the requirements. They ignore all of it and still say, nah, bro, they had light bulbs. I'm like, dude, if they even had light bulbs, can they explain why this shit is able to light up? And if they could, where is it in the writing? If you can't find it, then you can't call them scientists, or damn, you can't call them chemists. Is that hard to understand? Jolanda, peace, sis. Country high five, peace. Stu, peace. Let me throw the link in there. I know it's late because I'm talking to his ass all goddamn day. So, you know, I came in late. I was gonna go 6 o'clock, by the way. But because he hit me up, I said, all right, let me chop it up with him. And I was there from like 7 to now, like 10:30, like whatever. Like 3.5 hours. And we're talking about this goofiness, man. Like, dude, like I laid out what chemistry is and he ignored all of it and still said Egyptians light bulb. Dude, if they even did that, my man, my boy, are they able to explain exactly why everything is happening? He couldn't do it. This goofiness that's in our community, man, it's goofy. But of course, it's a lack of education. And this is why I'm high on education, man. Oh yeah, monkeypox.
Hello?
Yeah, it's 2P. So Mitch said monkeypox. So let me explain monkeypox from what I researched. Not research, but what I read. According to the data, monkeypox stems from male on male sexual relations. Okay.
No, that's untrue. That's
Okay.
untrue. That's untrue.
Can you wait? Before you say that, I can right now. Wait, let me share my screen.
No, according to the data,
Uh-huh.
Monkeypox, the highest prevalence of monkeypox, the highest prevalence is where it occurring is with MSN, men who have sex with men.
I just said that.
But it can be spread to women.
No. It's still. You just said you disagree with me, and you said exactly what I just said.
The highest prevalence. You never said the highest prevalence. You said the source of monkeypox.
No,
It's
no, no.
different than what I said.
I said it stems from what we know.
You can't say stems from.
Wait,
You
hold
can't say
on.
prevalence.
Hold on.
Highest occurrence.
Hold on.
Not-
Look. The cases we have in New York. It's in New York. The cases we have are for male men who are having sex with other male men. So the case. So in other words, the only cases we have that the major, almost all the cases we have are men are homosexuals, right?
Yeah, worldwide. I know that, but we cannot say it that way because then we're addressing it as an absolute. And that is not
No.
absolute.
Because it could spread. Well, shit, AIDS can spread. Everything can spread, but that doesn't mean it doesn't have a source. But anyway, go ahead, brother. Go ahead and finish, and I will respond.
This is what I'm saying to you. I agree with you because I brought this up. And I don't know if it was this channel or another channel a month ago. That monkeypox is a homosexual disease. But then I corrected myself afterwards and said that the highest prevalence of monkeypox is in the homosexual community. That don't necessarily make it a homosexual disease, right? Because women can catch it also. So I have to be very peculiar in how I describe it. Yeah, but we cannot say it's because it's only males we find now. It's a homosexual disease.
Stu Peace, can you see my screen?
Yeah, I see it. I know what you're talking. I read that. That's it.
All right. And brother, so when you so we got a chat here as my witness. All I said was what I read. Remember, I said I did not research it. I said I corrected myself. I said I didn't put research. I said I didn't put much research into it. This is what I read. I said I read that primarily that it stems from male sexual activities, right? And right now, I put a double box. Monkeypox primarily transmitted through sexual activity, says New
But you see the word they use? They use primarily.
Right.
They don't use only.
Right. No. Okay. Hey, Stu Peas, listen, brother. I come from the community where we only deal with science, and science don't deal with absolutes. You're talking to the wrong guy. Right. Science, they don't do absolutes. They always give it way out.
But the original statement you made was an absolute statement.
No, I did not, because I said primarily, basically. I can play it backwards.
I know. All right, go ahead. Move on. Look, move on. Yeah.
Yeah. Like I said, I don't make absolute statements because science don't do it. And that's why I said from what I read, because I remember I backtracked. I said I researched. I said, no, I didn't research. I said from what I read, I didn't care to like really delve into this too deep. Don't care. But they do have a vaccine for it. And what I read was interesting because I put it in the unbiased research. This is days ago. I put an actual article in the unbiased research that was saying the most of the cases they have, the most cases they had with this monkeypox, the most people were infected were gay men.
Yeah, because listen, it is not very virulent. What I mean by virulent is that you can be exposed to it. Somebody have it and you don't catch it. All right? It's like it takes prolonged exposure, and the amount of virus particles that must exist is not like the flu. Right? These people are doing all kind of nastiness with each other. So that's why they're exposed to so much virus load. But I never know that men still having unprotected sex with other men, regardless of the fact that AIDS is so prevalent.
Yeah, so if you look at the bubonic plague, right, it's the same shit. The rats were pretty much passing the plague around.
No, the rats were responsible for the bubonic plague.
Okay, who was?
It was a flea that was on the rats.
Okay, hey, Stu Peas, you're cutting in too early, my brother. So now the bubonic plague is something I know like the back of my hand. Okay. So you didn't let me finish it, but they were Okay, Stu Peas, you're cutting early. The rats were responsible for the bubonic plague, the spread of it. It was the rats in people's homes. It was the fleas hopping off the. So now let me ask you this: why were the fleas infected?
The fleas are the primary carrier of the plague.
Why they chose the fleas?
Why? Who chose the flea?
The actual bacteria that hopped on the damn flea to be because it was a bacteria. It wasn't a virus. The bubonic plague. The bubonic plague was not a viral
The
attack.
name of the flea was Xenopestis or something like that.
Yeah,
Xenopestis
right,
was the name of the flea.
right,
All of this is off the top of my head.
right,
All right, because it's something that I research.
right. So what I'm saying is twice you cut in too early. Rats were the vessel carrying the fleas around. So when the rats died, the fleas hopped on somebody else, the closest person, because really it was a rat thing. But when the thing about parasites, they need a living organism and to survive and pass on and replicate. So when the rats died, the humans who walked past the rats, the fleas hopped on them next. But the main host was rats. The humans was an unintended host.
The host wasn't rats. Decide what the word host means.
What I'm saying is that
rats.
What I'm saying is the host to pass the plague around were rats. It wasn't fleas. Right.
The host was the fleas. The rats was a means of transport.
That's what I just said.
No, you didn't say that. You said the host were the rats.
No, I said the host to pass around the plague were the rats.
But that's not true.
It is.
No. If the fleas passed around
no, they didn't. Fleas are not mobile. They don't travel. It's the rats that go from. Okay, when people travel in ships, when they traveled in ships, they brought the rats with them. The rats came. It was a big outbreak in Japan. Okay, matter of fact, it was a Japanese scientist working with the European scientists to actually put a stop to this. But it was the rat. It was people traveling, right? Trades and everything, and it was the rats that was going with them, with the fleas on top of the rats. So, because the fleas can't travel, the fleas they're not as mobile as rats. That's all I'm saying.
But even if you say the fleas, you cannot say the rats were the host. The word host is a very scientific word. Host is a very scientific word. It has a specific meaning, and the rats were not the host. If you're going to use the terminology host, the rats were the host. The fleas were the host. Right? Not the rats.
Wow. I'm just reading the chat. I'm just reading the chat. So Jelani said verbal gymnastics.
No, not verbal gymnastics.
No. Yeah, she didn't say who. It could be me she's talking about. So we don't know who. We don't know.
Host is a very specific term.
So nah. And that comment might have came before that statement. So blessings. Revolutionary Me hopped in 504 says, "Don't be out there kissing everybody, family. Monkeypox vaccine." Yeah, I thought about the vaccine too. Don't want to take it because I realize how it can transmit. Definitely body fluids. Kind of almost like less similar, but not all the way like COVID-19. But body fluids, you gotta wash your hands, things like that. Sexual intercourse, So fleas got it from the blood. Me says, Julanda says AIDS was wild homosexual behavior where it concentrated, but they blamed it on the so-called black subculture. Yeah, they blamed on Haitians also. A. Mitch says AIDS. I'm 49. As a young man growing up, the report was only gays caught AIDS. That's not true. Anyone can catch AIDS. Facts. That's what Stu Peter's saying. And I never heard that AIDS is a black disease ever. And no. A. Mitch, the propaganda for AIDS when it first happened, they blame it on homosexuals and they blame it on Haitians. Believe it or not, Haitians they called it HHH. It was Haitians, homosexuals, and it was something another H out there. But yeah, but they really blamed it on the three H's. It was homosexuals, something else, and Haitians for AIDS. Yeah, but you're right as far as the term host. The host is not the rat, it's the flea.
Mhm.
You're correct on that. Yeah, so I used the wrong expression to explain or express what I was trying to, pass around. Yeah, the age thing is interesting. That's an interesting thing to look up.
And then afterwards, the thing about the bubonic plague, it was a what do you call those diseases that animals spread again? They
Zoonotic.
take from people to
Zoonotic.
animals.
Zoonotic.
No man, no man. Remember a specific name for disease from animal to people or people to animal.
It's not oh, I thought it was
Huh?
zoonotic.
Yeah.
It's not zoonotic?
Zoonotic. It was a zoonotic disease.
Zoonotic, right. I know I was
And,
close.
right. And what happens is that after people get infected, they no longer need the flea to transmit it from one person to the next. Because not everybody who got bubonic, it's not only 50 million people who died from bubonic plague got it from fleas. They got it from each other.
Wait, so are you saying the humans was the host next?
Humans were able to transmit it. The flea was the host. And then humans became infected and were able to transmit it from one person to the other. But the flea is always the host. Humans were not natural carriers of the disease, but they got infected through body fluids. Remember at that time, Europeans never used to bathe.
Say what?
Europeans never used to bathe.
Oh, wait. Now, this is the part I'm challenging. I'm gonna say nobody bathed at that time.
But because the disease was in Europe, it affected Europe more than it
Now,
affected
look, now there's a misnomer on that right there, that part of history. So
we have European history, we have Chinese history. Because
right.
it came from the east.
Right.
Near East and the Far East.
So let me add this there. When people say Europeans didn't bathe, I think they're mixing up the bubonic plague history. Europeans did not wash up because they felt like during the plague, by the way. So they was actually washing up before the plague. They did not wash up during the plague because they felt like the steam will open up their pores. It was some pseudoscience being passed around in Europe. So they felt like if they bathed in anything hot, it'll open up their pores and make them vulnerable to the disease, which I said like my last live is slightly true. When you do bathe and things like that, it does open up your pores and it make you a small percentage vulnerable to things like that.
That is not true either.
Okay.
That is not true either.
Well, you know me, I'm just gonna source up.
All right, that is not true either.
Okay.
One of the main deterrents for disease causation, what people tell you all the time to do is when exposed to anything, is simple like hand washing. You know what? And hand washing, you wash your hand a million times for the day. Because when you wash your hand, what you actually do is removing contaminants from your hand that can get into open orifices, whether it want to be your eye, your mouth, your nose, or broken skin. So washing of hand and bathing to remove germs off you. Europeans had scabies. They had all manner of diseases under the clothes because they never used to bathe. So imagine you don't used to bathe. Imagine the sweat under your arm, the level of bacteria under your arm, and you're not bathing. You don't bathe for a month with all of that bacteria under your arm. If you get a scratch under your arm from that bacteria going infected, you're going to have boils and bumps and pustules. If they show you pictures of early Europeans, I talk in the ones after the fall of Rome, the Dark Age European, not the Roman European. That you look at most of them, they didn't have after 40, most of them didn't have teeth.
Well, shit, the Egyptians didn't have none of that shit either. Niggas died at 20 years old.
Who?
The Egyptians, they were dying at a very, very early age, 20 years old. They didn't have teeth either.
Listen, a cavity can kill you. You know that, right? You know a cavity can kill you.
Yeah, I learned that from the movie with the guy from Forrest Gump when he was in the island by himself. He's trying to pull his damn tooth out. Yeah.
Yeah, because a cavity can kill you. A cavity can give you a heart attack because it allows bacteria to go directly into the bloodstream and infect your heart. A cavity can give you sepsis.
So, Stu-P, before you go too far, because you challenged me, right? Can you watch my screen?
Tell me about open your pores. To clean and open your pores.
Wait, are you watching? Are you looking at my screen?
Let me look at it. Let me look at your screen.
Yeah.
Because I never go public in school for third. Although I don't do it anymore.
Right, because I'm later right now. I read a whole book on the bubonic plague during the
pandemic. Yeah, but what you say is what you said to me. I don't detest. I don't object to the fact that the main.
No, wait. Hold on. Wait, because you said they didn't bathe and I challenged you. Now look. Yeah, wait. Hold on. 1 second. Hold on. So it says, why was bathing and exercise not advised? So not advised means that they were doing it at one point, and then they said don't do it no more. So they actually were bathing, and it says why was it not? Why was bathing and exercise not advised during the Black Plague? It says in the judgment of many of the 14th century's best minds, that was the cause of the Black Death. Some cities took public health measures, mainly quarantines. People were advised to avoid poor opening activities. So unbiased sports was right. And the poor opening activities was bathing and exercise and sex. So as to prevent the miasma from penetrating the skin. So I was actually correct when I said they were not bathing for a reason.
I was not contesting that they advised people to do that. I was contesting that could have prevented the disease.
No.
That's what I was contesting.
Wait, hold on.
That's what I was contesting.
Wait, hold on.
I'm not contesting whether or not the medical advice was wrong.
No, I got you. So I'm just trying to get down to the nitty gritty. So what I said was when you open your pores, right? I said there's a slight truth to that you are more pre-exposed to germs and disease. That's what I said. So now
that's not true.
I got you. So what I had to first do is prove the first part was correct, which I just did. That they were bathing. Okay, so they were bathing. Yeah. They were definitely bathing.
I agree with you on that.
Okay, cool.
Let me say it clearly. What I do not agree with.
Now I'm gonna prove the second part.
Let me tell you before you prove it. What I do not agree on that. Exercise and bathing do not open your pores any more than not exercising and not bathing. Your pores do not open more from exercising. Your pores do not open more from bathing. And what we call it pores now. People call those sweat glands that you have on your skin pores. Exercise don't open your sweat glands any bigger. If you're referring to your pores as your sweat glands, that is found all over your skin. Exercise do not manipulate the size of your sweat glands. Bathing do not manipulate the size of your sweat glands. So if you're calling your pores your sweat gland, I am telling you that your sweat glands are not affected by exercise or bathing. That is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And that you will have to prove to me any doctor who tell you that exercise open your pores. That is an old wife tale. That is old wife tale. The size of your sweat glands are not affected by exercise or bathing. If you're saying that when you're dirty, they clog up, that is not true either. And you say the film unless you're going to do what Arnold Schwarzenegger did and dip in mud in the Predator and put a coat in the mud over your skin. But if those pores were closed, most people would die of discomfort. You can discomfort is a scientific term. You can look up discomfort.
Yeah, I don't believe that somebody say pores are closed. Like just like we got nostrils, right? And you could pinch a nostril, it's still open. It's just closed. It's less open than it was prior to the pinching.
No. Because you physically have to manipulate your nostril to pinch it so you start breathing. But your pores don't operate like that. You cannot pinch your pores closed.
No. I'm not saying, again, you're cutting in, you're not listening. I was quiet. I heard your position. You're not hearing mine.
All right, let me hear yours.
I'm not saying they said their pores were ever closed. They're saying that they opened them, that like bathing or steam opens your pores more than what they naturally are open to.
And I'm saying that was an old wife tale they have, because bathing and steam do not open your pores. Your pores cannot physically open. Your pores don't operate like that. It's sweat glands. It's the opening of the sweat glands. They don't operate like that.
Okay. So now here's a question. Does your pores open with hot water? All right, so let's look at this. So yeah, so it looked like you're right about that. Let me share my screen on that. This is unbiased research. We look at everything, whether it agrees with me or not. So most people think using steam or hot water to wash your face helps because it opens your pores, but in reality, that's just a myth. Pores are nothing more than tiny openings in your skin. They don't have muscles, and that means they can't open or close. Okay, so you're right about that. But okay, cool. Right about that. But still, in the days of Buffon and Blake, they believed that. Like that was their science at the time, and that's my overall point was that's why they did not bathe. They believed that. They believed their pores can open, and they could be more vulnerable to the disease. So prior to that, they were bathing, because I hear black folks say all the time, white folks weren't bathing. And the guy Fair Notice said the same stuff. They were not bathing. I'm like, dude, they were bathing. You know, so yeah, so you're right on the pores opening part of it. Yeah, so now everybody know. You dig? That's a point of dialogue. You know, that's something I know for sure now. I won't argue against that ever again. And you know, that you grow from there.
To the young man who says he gets a better shave with steam, what the steam does is actually moisturize the skin and make it more pliable. Make it more pliable. Pliable means plastic, foldable, bendable. So the razor is able to go into all the crevices and corner properly. It has nothing to do with your pores being open.
Yeah. I just read that. So whoever's still arguing that is wrong. Your pores. The article said your pores don't open or close. And look, so I was watching I should have played it, but I was watching a comedian. I never heard of him, but he's pretty popular. I was watching a white comedian named Bill Burr, right? And he jokes. You know, they say he got clean racial humor, right?
Yeah, he's married to a black woman.
Yeah, so I'll watch some of this stuff. It was interesting. It wasn't really racist, but one part caught my interest because he said some black girl he was with was putting on lotion, and he was like, "What's that? What's that for?" So you don't know? This is for lotion. You get ashy, but she's trying to explain to him. But he said, "Yeah, well, white folks must have missed that seminar." You know, he's jokingly saying like, "We don't use lotion." So then she was like, explain to him why lotion was needed. He's like, "No, I guarantee you, Well, she said something about white folks use lotion too. He said, "Look, I can guarantee we don't." So I'm glad he said that because I'm not white, but I am lighter than the average black guy, right?
Yeah.
And not saying I can't get ashy. I can't say I'm not saying I don't get ashy. I have I have little, areas, ankles, once in a blue moon or elbows. But I'm telling you, Stuppies in the chat. When I heard that, I was laughing because I never use lotion.
Yeah, but let me tell you what.
I don't even buy it. I'm hardly ever ashy.
Let me tell you something now, where you're wrong now with all of that. Is that some people's skin, and I go back to the poor argument, some people's skin are more moist. They generate more moisture throughout the day than other people. Some people retain water and moisture more than other people. The persons who retain water more are those persons whose skin will appear drier. As a result, the darker your complexion, the more ashy it will occur. Or some people will be driving in the car, and like me, they will have the AC on and it's pointed at the elbow. And you realize that the elbow over time becomes very dry because the air conditioner is blowing out the moisture out of your skin, causing it to get dry. Some people live in climates where the humidity don't allow, because the higher the humidity in some places, it's harder it is to sweat, to remove that moisture off your skin. And as a result of that, it can cause your skin to appear drier. So, because of your complexion, your skin won't appear to be as dry as me, who's darker than you. But if you have dry skin or you suffer from skin that get dry easily, you get ashy. But the other thing we need to talk about, if white people couldn't get ashy, why did they invent lotion? To sell to black people? The lotion companies, who they invented it for? Why did they invent skin moisturizers?
Okay.
To sell to black people?
All right, so that's a question for the chat. I'm gonna do a poll. I'm gonna do a poll. Yeah, because I know when I talk to certain people and like black people, and when I say I don't use lotion, they laugh at me and tease me and be like, "You don't use lotion?" I'm like, "For what I need it for?" I don't own any lotion. I don't think I ever bought lotion.
Let me ask Zane Montego a question. Zane Montego, who own all the money? Is a black person manufacturing all the money? Is a black company?
That's a good question.
Let's look up all of the body lotions. Type in body lotions. And let's see who. Let's see. BODY. Aveeno. Body Care Limited. Body lotion brand. If we start looking at body lotion brand, Ultra Beauty, CVS, sell a whole line. All of those lotions is for black people. You remember?
Say that again?
All of those lotions.
Yeah.
It's for black people?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't even know what the intended purposes were for.
It's to moisturize dry skin. And because our dry skin appears physically easier than white people dry skin.
Well, could they be solving a medical problem? So like maybe lotion for white people were so maybe ashy skin for white folks was a medical problem.
No.
They were solving that.
White people live in cool climate. They get with TV. Who live in winter climates. The skin get very dry. And the thing about it, when their skin gets extremely dry, instead of get ashy, guess what it do?
What?
It breaks. So they are more prone to skin tear because the skin not pliable. It becomes dry and stiff. and break
Okay,
and
so
rinse.
let's use myself as a point of reference.
Mhm.
I never buy lotion and I never put shit on. Like I'm talking about maybe I'm telling you, maybe 1, 2, 3 times a year I might use lotion because I'm like
Yeah,
ash
because,
elbows.
your red bone ass when they get old, the skin will become very dry and brittle. And you're going to be one of those persons. You ever realize yet that a lot of times you see old white people, they have band-aids all over them.
Yeah.
All these are a series of band-aid. You say, where these people get all of these cut from?
Right.
Where they get all of these cuts from? Why they always cut themselves? It's because their skin become brittle and dry, and then it becomes easy to break. Mm. So, so that is it. And then even when they go out in the sun, they burn easy, the skin get damaged. And when the skin burn and get damaged, you need to moisturize the skin to get it back.
I'm gonna look up lotion. That's interesting. I'm saying I never use it, and actually, I hate how it feels on my hands, man. It feels so disgusting.
Everybody eats all lotion. Every man eats all lotion for you. But when it comes to the lotion is skin, remember, think about it this way. The skin is leather, you know. Leather like a leather shoes. No, let's say you have, as a man, you have a pair of black shoes that you always polish. You have a pair of black shoes that you never polish. You see that pair of black shoes that you keep with moisturized and polished, anytime you feel the leather, it is soft, it is pliable, the shoes feel good, the leather feel good, comforting. That shoes that you don't polish, it dries out after a while. The leather becomes hard and stiff. And then over time, that shoes when you wear it will develop seams and cracks. But that is it. Because your skin is leather. A lot of people don't realize that your skin is actually leather. Leather is the skin of animals.
So I'm more on Google. So people also ask, what is lotion used for? It said a lotion is topically preparation applied to the skin with bare hands or cotton wool, with the intent to moisturize and or treat the skin.
Right.
It says most body lotions are meant to simply keep the skin soft,
right,
smooth, and healthy, but they can also have anti-aging properties and contain fragrances. So now I didn't see the word ashy here.
They're not going to word ashy because ashy is dry skin and moist is wet skin. So then if they said lotion is to keep the skin soft and moist, it's to prevent ashiness. But the skin is leather. And lotion moisturize that leather and keep that leather nice and supple and soft. That's why most old people, most old black people have beautiful skin up into their old age because they use lotion. The black don't crack because it's supple and moist.
Yeah, because the comedian, he was like, they say black don't crack. He said, shit. He said every black person I know putting on, and that's when the lotion thing came into play. He said, man, they all putting on lotion. Talking about their skin don't crack. He said that shit crack like hell. They put on lotion.
Because the lotion helps your skin has all, as I brought to the shoes analogy.
Right. I mean, but the joke was black don't crack. And he's like, well, what the hell? He's saying, well, what the hell you use lotion for?
Because it's nice and smooth and supple from lotion. They take care of the leather. That is the skin. Right?
Yeah, so I guess they gotta be a poll out there, like fair skinned people to like ask them why do they use lotion.
Because even when babies young, even when you have babies, you buy baby oil, Johnson and Johnson baby oil, and you pour that oil in the water that you rinse the baby off with. And when the baby come out the water, the baby have this sheen around the skin. And the baby skin remain nice and soft and supple. Mm. It's true, not all lotions are created equally. Nobody's saying that some lotions are bullshit, but some are better. There's nothing wrong with coconut oil. Coconut oil is a good moisturizer, natural. Only that some people don't like how it smells.
That's crazy.
A lot of people in the islands back in the day used to use coconut oil before they were introduced to all of these American lotions. And it was cheaper.
Yeah, so let me share my screen again. So we can rest one notion tonight. All right. So here, make a large so I can read along with me. Okay. So it says one treatment for the plague involved bathing in vinegar and rose water or urine, right? What
And that was garbage also.
I don't know what the hell this is, but
Most of the stuff what they used to do for the plague was garbage.
so it says, contrary to the stereotype, medieval Europeans did take baths. The rich bathed in private tubs while everyone else dunked in streams or visited public baths.
All regularly. Those MF, if white people nowadays don't bathe every day and they have access to inside plumbing, if white people nowadays, and then they put a one in the chat. Put a one in the chat if you believe that white people bathe every day.
Wait. And also, okay, put a 2 in chat if you believe Africans did, because I'm saying neither one did. So for what I've read,
I'm talking in modern day society, in America today.
Okay.
All right, let's put it this way. Put a 1 in the chat if you believe that white people bathe more than black people. Or put a 2 if you believe that black people bathe more than white people in 2020 America. Nobody not answer the question.
So the chat is focused on the weather and these are heat advisories. So they said, so they are. Let me read some. So they're stuck on the lotion things. Let me read some things.
Look here.
It says, Chris Cross said, when I do use lotion, I use it on my body, never my face. Zane says it's like me being the 30% of humans that are not lactose intolerant. I'm a mutant.
Look. This is the other thing too. Look at it this way. These people don't even know how to bathe. Most white people don't bathe with a washcloth.
You watching those commercials?
No, it's true. Most white people don't bathe with a washcloth. You throw a little.
Wait a minute. No. I'm gonna throw a vision back at you then. Okay, so if they don't bathe with washcloths, like you said about the lotion, then why they invent lotion? So why they invent washcloths and why do they invent sponges?
They invent washcloth and sponges. Washcloth is to wipe the hands. Washcloth is to wash the hands. Back in the day, they used to use it washing their hands.
No, I'm saying in modern society when they produce when they put washcloth productions and also the sponges in the
No, there
background.
are sponges and loofah. But let's be truthful. Anybody near bathe with a sponge? A sponge is the biggest waste of time thing to bathe with. You bathe with a washcloth, you scrub your skin clean.
Yeah, I don't like I do all three. Sometimes I use it depends. Like if I come from the gym, and I just want a quick little, shower, I'll do sometimes I might just do soap, like how you saying white folks do it. I might just do soap. And then sometimes the thing about the washcloth, like my problem with the washcloth is that the soap is hard to get out of there.
Right.
So that's why I go with the sponge sometimes.
All right. That's why when you want a serious shower, when you want a serious get out to the bathroom, Netflix and chill with this girl coming over. If you're going to Netflix and chill, you're going to use a washcloth. Because you need to get everything clean. Right? If you're Netflixing and chilling, you're going to use a washcloth. That should get you all the critics and corner.
So some people say they use loofahs, whatever that is.
Yeah.
What's that? The sponge?
Revolutionary MI. She's a male or a female?
So speaking to the watcher, I only got sunburns when I was like young, like in my early teens, like really early 13. I got sunburns, but I never like outside. Like when I got to like the adulthood, I never got a sunburn again. It was over. But yeah, I used to get on my nose. I used to get a bad one on my nose.
No. When you use a washcloth, it's your job. When you finish showering, a lot of people use the same cloth while they're rinsing off to give that body that last rub. So and then you rub it under the water, squeeze it out a couple of times, run it under the water, squeeze it out to get all that excess soap. So that it's clean when you leave it. Right? But even when after you finish soaping up and you're rinsing off under the shower, and you still have that same washcloth, rubbing your chest, your back, your neck for that extra shine, that extra sparkling clean. It exfoliates the skin. You come out the bathroom feeling exuberant and bright. Huh?
So,
if you're walking in the rain, it don't smell like wet dog.
So look, Supi, the results are in. Out of 9 people, 5 use lotion, 4 doesn't.
Yeah, because 4 don't understand that the reason why black don't crack is because the leather is moisturized. So even though you hate touching the lotion, start using it. If you want to be 60 and look 30, get yourself a bottle of lotion.
Now look, I don't know about that because I don't use no lotion, and when people see me and they guess my age, first of all, nobody ever guess my age, and when I tell my age, nobody ever believes me. Like they like, hell no, you ain't that age. Like I had people as low as now they could be capping, I don't know. I had people as low as like late 20s. I heard it all. Late 20s, mid 30s, early 30s, late 30s. But nobody, like very few, some people did guess my age, but very few people would come close to the 40s.
Oh, you're blessed, but trust me. You're blessed, but it's not everybody's blessed. You're blessed. I won't deny that you may be blessed. You can't deny that you're blessed.
The chat is real funny. Yeah, so loofah is a type of sponge. So some people use loofahs. Some people like washcloths.
Yeah, but don't use loofahs. Loofahs is a waste of time. We use loofah because it causes the liquid soap to last a little bit longer, especially when you made with liquid soap. You kind of squeeze a little tip in the loofah and it get very soggy. So you're saving soap. So that's why a lot of people use loofahs because you save a lot of soap when you use
Yeah,
loofah.
yeah.
Eh? But you need a lot of soap. You need to come out of that bathroom smelling like smelling fresh.
You know what? But anytime I wanted to be like extra
Smelling
clean,
like Outcast. You know Outcast song?
yeah,
So you want to come out of the bathroom.
yeah. So speaking on that, anytime I want to be like extra clean, I'll take a bath first. I'll bathe in soap, and then I'll drain the water. Then I'll take a shower. Like same everything.
Well, you don't really need a bath. You need a good washcloth.
Nah, if you got dirt in your fingernails and toenails, and yeah, you might need a bath.
No. Get a brush. Get a brush in your bathroom. Like get a brush, a nail brush. And when you're showering, you put some soap on that nail brush and you brush out your nails. Eh? And you're surprised. Get a stone too. A stone. And you can sit at the edge of the bath like once a week and you rub the sole of your foot, the edge of your foot. Because there's nothing a woman don't like more than when you put your crusty foot on them. So you buy a stone to rub that off. You sit on the edge of the top and you rub the sole of your foot. That is if you can't afford to go get a manicure or a pedicure. Because no woman wants a crusty foot, man. You feel like a crusty foot on the skin. Like razor blade.
So Pure Black says bathe in the shower is where it's at. So yeah, I know it wasn't crazy.
I'm not sitting in my dirty water. I will shower then bathe. But you bathe, that means that you're coming off the road, sweaty, dirty, and you sit in that dirty water.
Well,
if you shower then bathe, I understand. But if you bathe and shower.
Yeah, but that's the logic when you wash dishes, though. You soak the dishes, then you shower them.
No, it's so poor. You bathe first to get rid of all of that crustiness off you.
Now, I'm saying, okay, so let me ask you this. When you wash dishes, do you shower them first and then soak them, or do you soak them and then shower them?
Those are dishes. I'm not sitting in my dirty
water. No, but we're talking about sanitizing, though. Sanitary protocols.
Think about it this way. Think about it this way. Let's say you got up this morning and you shit and you wipe your ass. You think your ass perfectly clean now? So you're going to sit down in the bath water with your dirty ass and you dig that you piss for 100 times that day. No. What is for the ladies, revolutionary? The brush or the stone?
Say that again?
No, she said it is for the ladies.
Oh.
Bruh. This is for the ladies.
Yeah. But so going back, so do you agree when I talked to my little crazy friend that disagree with science? Do you agree that in order to claim you were a chemist, you would have to know about electrons?
No, we cannot call them chemists. Back in the days, you had some people who studied plants and studied.
No. That's not studying. That's called experimenting. They're not studying. It's studying and understanding why things are the way they are.
All right, they were experimenting.
Right.
And like they learn how to make dyes.
Right.
Because dye making is a chemical process.
Right.
I wouldn't call them a chemist, but they were making dyes. They were making perfumes.
Right. So no chemistry. Right. Got it.
Right? I wouldn't call them chemists. They had a name.
Well, nobody would, because you got to understand the boiling point, right? The boiling point. You got to understand that. You got to understand how much heat it takes, like specifically, to melt something. That's chemistry. If you don't know those things, you are a little kid playing with crayons, and you're experimenting things, and you like the outcome, and you keep going with it.
All right.
Also, that's called serendipity in science.
Let's use this experiment.
Yeah.
The Egyptians knew Pythagoras theorem.
They did what?
The new Pythagoras theorem.
Okay.
Pythagoras theorem: a squared plus b squared equal to c squared. Right. The new Pythagoras theorem.
Okay. What the fuck they got to do with chemistry?
No. What I'm saying is that the science has to progress to a certain level. If he's describing what they did as chemistry, I cannot deny it in its fullest. It was basic chemistry.
No. I can't. Stupies again. Like my friend, I need you to actually practice basic chemistry, and you'll know it. First of all, basic chemistry starts off with the periodic table. Okay, with all the atoms. That's basic.
No. That's not with all the atoms, because let's be honest. Until the 1950s, that's why a lot of the, if we bring up the periodic table now, some of the heavier metals have the name of Berkeley University and all of that, because a lot of these elements weren't discovered until the 1960s.
Wait. Stop. Wait. No. Stop. Because I want you to do that, because I'm somebody who actually know the basics. Why did it take the 1960s to find these particular elements?
Because they had the collider.
No. The collider, that's physics. That got nothing to do with chemistry. That's physics.
The collider, of course, the collider.
No, they're not. You made that up, bro.
Okay,
and I'm going to help you out. Because there's about 4 to 6. I've got the actual number of certain elements that's on the chart that was incomplete, because it took humans to reproduce, to replicate those things, and they could only last for a couple of seconds. So they could never put those in like a museum, something like that. They last for 15 seconds, maybe a minute, and then they're gone. Okay, and so that's when you see the Berkeley thing. It got nothing to do with the Hadron Collider, nothing to do with that. Okay, now some elements were discovered after the Big Bang, space expansion, and other elements came here through meteorites on the Earth physically. Okay, it came through meteorites. So this is how people learn later, but what you're talking about are human beings' intervention replicates. Now, don't forget, all of this was already predicted. So we're talking about formulas, stupids. We're talking people who understood exactly what they were saying, and they predicted that this element should be somewhere on Earth.
Okay, all right. If you said that, let's go back. In 1806.
Okay.
In 1806.
Right.
The periodic table comprised of.
You gotta make a big mistake here.
20 elements. In 1806.
Got it.
The known elements were hydrogen,
lithium.
No, they didn't know lithium. They didn't know lithium.
Wait. Are you saying 1806 they know about lithium?
No, they didn't know lithium in 1806.
Hold on. I mean, you know what I'm gonna do. Hold on. Okay, go ahead. You can finish.
Okay. You can bring it up. Start in 1806 periodic table.
Okay, go ahead.
Are you saying that they were practicing chemistry? They were not practicing chemistry? the people in 1806 who only knew the
Yes,
first 20
yes,
elements,
yes,
they were practicing chemistry,
yes.
and they
Stupies,
only
Stupies, what you're
mm,
not understanding is when did classical chemistry end?
what define classical chemistry.
Exactly. So
Define no, you asked me a question and I asked you to
right,
define
right, right, right.
classical chemistry.
So you have a classical chemistry and you have a modern chemistry. Okay.
Mm.
All right. So hold on.
You still have not defined classical
I
chemistry.
got it right because what I don't want to do is make a mistake on the live. So I'm just gonna get it correctly. Okay, but I do know classical chemistry and modern chemistry, and I know when one ended, the other one started. Okay, because modern chemistry ain't started like 1906, something like that. All right, classical chemistry. Watch this. Okay, so let me share my screen.
Mm-hmm.
Let me ask the question a little better.
Mm.
This is the argument I had with Unc a long time ago.
Because all right, let's see this while they're looking up.
Yeah, go ahead.
The ancient Egyptian knew. We know that they knew bronze.
No, they did not know bronze because to know bronze, you would need to know what makes up. Say, okay, Stupi.
Let's go back. They knew gold.
No, okay,
They
Stupi.
didn't know gold. The ancient Egyptian didn't know gold.
Stupi, just hold on for a second. Can you
No.
Wait, I got. Wait.
Okay,
Stupi, look. A 6-year-old kid could hold up a rock, and they know they got a rock in their hand, but they could not explain what made up the rock, what properties made the rock. The same thing with Egyptians. They could hold up a gold bar, a thing of iron, and they couldn't tell you what made up they couldn't tell you what elements comprised of the iron bar. They knew nothing about ionic bonds, all those type of
they may not know about bonding.
no. Okay, hey, Stupies, but again, wait. It's Stupies.
You talk and then me talk.
Wait. I get it. But let me just this is for the audience now, because I don't want to be confused. All right, this is for the audience. Audience, this is beyond Stupies.
Mm.
Okay. Real simple. Science is to know. That means there is no question. So at the very least, they got a theory or a hypothesis, and they ain't got the actual facts. Outside of that, science, physics, biology, and chemistry. When you say you know chemistry, because we all could boil water, and that's actually practice chemistry, by the way. You boil water, you make a hot dog, or oodles and noodles, spaghetti. That's chemistry. But you don't know the boiling point. You don't know the temperature and you don't know when the water distills. You don't know much about anything other than this gets hot and this cooks. That's not.
I will tell.
That's not. Wait, look. Let me just end with this. Let me just end with this. That's not science. Science is to know everything you're talking about. You could explain every detail of what you're working with. That's science. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. In 1806, if anybody in your disbelief, in 1806, the periodic table, the known number of elements that people know about, and what they would call elements, were limited to 20. 20 elements they knew about in 1806 in the periodic table.
This link is for Chef. Let me throw a link for Chef. He's sitting no bronze. All right, cool. Prove it.
No. This is what I'm saying to you.
Uh-huh.
If they were practicing chemistry in 1806 and known only 20 elements, I will say to you that the Egyptian, I will put this on the table, that the Egyptian knew. They knew silver, that's an element. They knew gold, that's an element too. They knew iron, that's an element.
You're making a big mistake here. I'm waiting for Chef to hop in before I explain this one. Go ahead.
They knew silver, right?
They did not know this shit.
Then they had jewelry that was made of gold. They
Got
had
it.
jewelry that was made of silver. They had stuff that was made of iron, right? So they knew these elements. They could distinguish them from each other.
Duh, you know a rock from a damn mud cake, but you couldn't explain the properties.
They knew what they could use to make weapons.
Yeah, but that's
They
that's
knew
that's
they
yeah,
understand melting point. They
that's
knew how
considered.
to
I got you. No. They did not. No. They did not understand the melting point. They didn't know what degrees. None of that shit. What they did was they used observation, and that's why that's categorized in the category of technology, not science.
they use observation, right? Observation. They had to understand that the amount of energy that requires, the amount of heat that's required.
Oh, they knew
boil
nothing about
water.
thermodynamics. They knew nothing about energy.
Of course,
Nothing.
they knew that the amount of heat that was required to boil water.
No,
is
they just used it.
significantly less
No,
than the
hell,
amount of heat that's required to make metal.
nah.
They were melting metal. They were.
Of course they were. Just like we can make hot dogs. They don't even understand the damn boiling points.
Of course, they had to.
No,
They had
okay, and that's what I mean by basic understanding, basic course of chemistry. You understand what I mean on boiling point. But Chef, go ahead, Chef. Let me hear what you got.
Oh, what's up? Yeah, I would say that they knew what bronze was.
All right, we'll see.
Because bronze is an alloy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is not a basic metal that you can just extract out of rocks or the earth. You have to you have to melt different metals together to get that.
Tin and copper.
Yeah, I think so.
Certain levels and certain proportions.
That's all technology.
Exact proportion.
But now let them finish. That's all technology. But go ahead and finish.
Yeah, but actually to make it is a certain amount of each pot that has to go into it. You just can't get tin and copper and you get bronze. It has to be measured out properly to get, you know what I mean?
Right. We can measure and make macaroni and cheese. That don't mean we know the composition of cheese and the macaroni.
No, they know the composition of the metal though. That's the now. Do they have the periodic table?
No. But let's start right there.
I totally agree with you on that.
All right, let's start right there. Because I heard Stu Peace use the word element. I'm telling you, you messed up big time. Stu Peace, you said they knew the element of gold, right?
They knew gold. They might not have called it an element, but they knew that this thing was gold.
Wait. Hold on.
That was tin. So I gave you 5 elements.
I got you. But my brother, gold just don't appear right out of nowhere. Something comes together and it makes gold. All right, or an element of gold. Right. Hold on. I mean, I gave you the floor to explain the element. You didn't do it, so now I'm trying to explain. You cutting me in. So I give you the floor again. You use the word element. What does element means in chemistry?
Okay. What happened is that when the universe was forming, when the sun formed, because every element is formed in the sun.
Wait.
What?
No. You're making a big mistake saying element, bro. Say atoms, okay?
Atoms.
Set yourself up. But I'm going to ask you the difference between the element and the atom, and you're going to struggle right there. You're going to struggle. And that's what I'm trying to tell you guys.
An atom. Let me go back to basic chemistry. Though.
Yeah, because you're going to struggle with element and atom, I guarantee you.
Listen. No element exists on its own. When we call something an atom, like I said, this is a hydrogen atom. It's hydrogen in its pure form. No element exists in atom form. Like you'll never find hydrogen by itself. Right? You'll find hydrogen because it has to bond with something. Because hydrogen have a valency of 1.
Covalent bonds, ionic bonds. I got you. Go ahead.
So you're still not explaining what an element
at all.
But when we explain to people that this is an atom, this is an hydrogen atom, this is what hydrogen look like in its pure form. We use the term atom, right? We use elements.
Explaining the atom. Go ahead.
Right?
But we're trying to figure out what an element is.
Right. An element, no. is how we distinguish different materials that make up the universe. So the universe comprises, as we know it now, the periodic table is 155 elements, 155 different substances, different elements that make up the universe. So we have elements is a broader term. You never often say
no, it's not. No, it's not. It's not
okay,
a broad
all right,
term.
go ahead. Tell me something wrong.
Okay, so right now, watch this. You have the atom of gold, right? And then what an element is a bunch of the same type atoms together. They come together and they form a pure solid bar of gold. An element, the element is the same atom type because you got atoms that can mix, right? So it's like water, atoms that mix. So an element of iron, element of whatever sodium, it's the same atom, huh?
Water is not an atom.
What I don't get
Water is a compound.
Okay, so
Atom of water.
okay, hold on. So now, okay, so a compound could be a mixture of the same atom, the atom type, or different atom type.
Right.
Right. Got you. Now look, an element is always the same atom type.
Then that's what I said.
No.
Okay.
No, you no, actually you went around the world with it.
Yeah, y'all both didn't explain it right, but go ahead.
We didn't explain it right. Let me go back. No, because it's listen, Sheffrin, I'm old, you know. You might not think I'm old, but I'm old with 50. I did 30 years ago. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's my 30-year-old memory of going back for elements, atoms, and basic chemistry.
You ain't do too bad. You just went a little too far.
All different kind of things. How this combined with that. Right? But as I say that, the Egyptians, if in 1806, they were practicing chemistry and they only knew 20 elements. If the Egyptians know 6,
no. It's two P's. Look, what you're missing is this. The Europeans predicted all of the elements. They only found 20. They only could prove 20. That's what you keep missing that. They predicted damn near all of them way before that. Because science, there's a prediction thing you got to do. You got to predict. They predicted all the elements, but they couldn't find them. They waited. So the periodic chart was incomplete all the way until like the 50s. Like chemistry was incomplete to about that time. And that person was called the father of chemistry because he put it all together. But what you're missing is that all the elements were predicted. They just had to find them now. So the race was to find them.
Are you saying that in 1806? This is what I'm asking because we're dealing with 1806. That's what I'm saying.
But that's the date you gave. I didn't give you the date.
Are you saying that in 1806 they predicted a periodic table?
They predicted elements. I'm sorry, atoms. They predicted atoms that's supposed to be here on Earth or somewhere in the galaxy. They predicted these are the atoms that's going to make your periodic table.
No, are you saying to me that in 1806 they predicted the existence of these?
Well, you keep saying 1806. I never gave a date.
I am referring to because I asked you if in 1806 they were practicing chemistry.
I don't know about that date, 1806. I don't know about the date 1806.
No, I'm using the periodic table from 1806.
Huh? Well, it was never complete until 1950.
I'm using the periodic table from 1806, which only had 20 elements. And I'm asking you that. I asked you the question, in 1806, were they practicing chemistry? And you said they were practicing.
Yeah, they were practicing. Yeah.
Right? So based on the fact that they only knew 20 elements, they were able to practice based on
so wait, hold on.
I am putting it to you.
Wait,
it's knew at least 10.
So I'm trying to hold you to something, okay?
Right.
So are you saying that in 1806, before I do my research, I'm gonna make sure when I'm researching. Yeah. Are you saying by 1806, all they knew
was 20 elements?
Okay, got it. Okay.
Right. So if you said they were practicing chemistry with 1806, only knowing 20 elements, I have to give the Egyptians chemistry also because they knew at least 8.
Wait. Okay, now look. Okay, I gotta cut you off because let's go to benefit out before I research this shit. Let's say benefit out, you're right. There's still no comparison because those 20 elements, they know everything about them. Okay,
that's a lie.
Wait, hold on. Wait. Okay,
they did
wait,
not
hold
know
on.
the mass of an electron. They
No,
could not
wait,
know
wait,
the
wait.
makeup of an
It's
electron.
two piece. You're cherry picking, my boy. You're talking about atoms. Now you're talking about subatomic particles. Of course, they know what got the electron. Or
No,
we're sticking
you
with.
said everything.
No, wait, no. I didn't say everything. We're dealing with, dude. They couldn't. They didn't predict. I think electrons were late in the 60s of shit. 1950, 1960. Atoms was 1900, 1920. That's atoms. Subatomic particle came way later. Okay, way later. So we're talking about. So now, if you're dealing with the chart, you said the chart. There are no subatomic particles on the chart. They're dealing with atoms. So let's stick with atoms. Not see. So you can't pull that here. Can't pull that.
Okay, go ahead.
So the atoms they spoke about, they knew about them. All right. They spoke about them and they called one hydrogen, lithium. They called them by their names. They knew what they was about. They knew the electron, the atomic mass of the ones they known about. Right. So I'm gonna research it later because right now I don't have my books are in storage. I don't have that with me, but maybe I might find something in my hard drive. Hopefully.
All right.
But,
and I'm going to tell you this, that in 1806, they knew nothing about atoms. And this is why I'm going to say it to you.
I got it.
An atom comprises of a proton, a neutron, and electrons.
Got it.
And if they did not know what an electron is, they could not know what a proton is or a neutron is.
But did they know what the
Especially
atom was?
a neutron. See? They knew that this was an element of gold. They did not know that gold comprises of many atoms of gold that makes the bar appear. Right?
No.
They
knew that the metal was they knew how to distinguish the metals from each other, but they didn't know the chemical makeup of these things. They didn't know that. Like we can't even play like they did, right? Like I said, the Greeks were the first ones to predict the elements, right? And they had a theory of the or the smallest thing that couldn't be broken down anymore. So that's where we get element from. Now maybe the Egyptians had something like that, but we don't know. We don't have a record of that. So we got to be honest.
Okay.
But did the Egyptians know the difference between gold and iron?
Yes, they did.
Okay.
Did they know the difference between gold and silver?
Yes, they did.
Did they know how to make
a 7-year-old kid? Okay.
Did they know how to make bronze? No. Did they know how to make bronze?
Yes, they did.
No, and he said something like a 7-year-old kid. The average person will be walking in a field and step over iron thinking it's a stone. So that requires some recognition. A 7-year-old don't know the difference between iron.
But a 7-year-old could boil water and understand the boiling point. Understand this? Okay, the water's boiling right now.
So they could too.
Right.
They could too.
Okay.
They may not have a thermometer.
I got you.
Right.
But when it comes to chemistry, looking at water, the observation part that's out, seeing it melt, that's out. What makes it chemistry is to explain what exact temperature melts it. That's the melting point.
Well, they had to know. All right. Well,
actual temperature.
Yeah, I would have to believe it because these ancient civilizations they fucked with all of the metals, right? So each metal melt at a different temperature. Right. So they had to reach these temperatures in order to actually fuck with these metals.
No, I got you, but you're missing what I'm saying though.
Go ahead.
I'm saying, could they tell you what degrees it took to melt this? So that means that
yeah. I'm sure whatever their measurement for temperature was, that they had a way of calculating it. Yo, come on, yo.
Wait. Hold on. So you're telling me, okay, then produce it then. Produce that for me.
No, I mean why do I have to produce it? Hold on, stupid. Hold on,
Because
stupid.
it should be documented somewhere that
No,
that they knew
but
something.
it's demonstratable, right? They could repeat that's a part of science, right?
No,
They
right.
knew how to hold on. They knew how to
not
repeat.
chemistry.
No, but they knew how to repeat the process.
Okay.
Yeah.
I could boil water every time and get the shit to boil, but I don't know the melting point. I don't know. I'm
No,
sorry.
they was a little bit smarter than what you.
Okay.
Wait, hold on.
Now you making them out to be motherfucking.
No. So
Like that's crazy.
let me do a small. Okay, when it comes to science, it's like everything else, like police work, right? If if you get pulled over and they get a citation, you get a citation. In court, if it's not on a citation, it did not exist. All right, so they can't hold you to whatever's not on the citation. Okay, so in science, if it's not documented, it didn't exist, and that's
hold on. You know we had this conversation many times. Though.
I know, and I was the man. Matter of fact, I was the guy while we had this conversation. Because when I started studying chemistry, I realized there's no Egypt. So I said, "Hey guys," what was it? Egyptian influence? I mean, like what knowledge they have about chemistry? And again, before we go to melting and things like that, it's impossible to know chemistry and not know electron, because chemistry is based on the electron.
But I ask you this question. I ask you a simple question.
Right.
I asked you if in 1806 they were practicing.
Wait. Okay. It's stupid. Wait. Hold on. Wait. Okay. Hey, Chef, you see what he's doing? He threw out a date out there. I don't know. I don't like he said 30 years, dude. I don't know the exact date. Okay.
No.
Wait. Okay. So hold on. Wait. Okay. I got you. You're trying to stick me to a date that you brought up. Okay.
When did you start practicing?
Wait. I got it. Let me just go here. So, Chef, the reason why, which is normal, I do know that modern chemistry starts in 18 something. So when he says 1806, to me, it's like, oh, that sounds about right, 1800. So now I just pulled it up. Modern science period is the latter part of 1800s. It's going into it's 19th century basically. It's 1890. That's when they know about electrons, subatomic particles. So when he threw out a date, trying to hold me to a date, to me that's like childish.
All right, good then.
Because my overall point was wait. I'm trying to get some clarity here because we're just yelling at each other. Wait, dude, we're just trying to learn something tonight. Forget about winning an argument.
No, trying to win the argument.
Right, we're trying to learn something. So, okay, go ahead.
Okay, because all right. What I'm
to make the point off me though, but I can't make it off him with the element shit though. All right,
you can't make it off me. You can't make it off. I don't have no problem.
Because science not on the back of, it's not on the back of you or me or Chef. Science is science, and it's documented. So we go off what's documented. It's not based off our memory and our education.
No, this is the question I'm going to ask you.
Okay.
So let's a chemistry, modern chemistry started in 1890. I'm going to give you that.
Okay.
That is yours. So what you're saying that before 1890, people was not practicing chemistry.
No, that's called serendipity. They winging it. They trying some shit out and it's working. They go with it. If it doesn't work, they drop it. So Velcro is not considered science because it came about by serendipity. It was a mistake. They was trying to deal with the decay and the radiation, all that type of shit. And the Velcro.
No, you're going on to this is the thought. Okay, I will agree with you if you say chemistry did not exist. What they were doing before that was alchemy or something else.
That's what they were doing. Something else.
Right? So you say chemistry was in infancy in 1890.
No. Right? But dude, wait, hey, Stu Peace. Listen, this is what I'm trying to say. You're trying to revise the book.
I'm not revising anything.
Look. Hold on, bro. Listen, okay. You got it's 12:15. You got 2 minutes. 12:17. I go.
Okay. All I'm saying to you, sir. Ready?
Yeah.
If you're establishing that the Egyptians was not practicing chemistry, therefore you're saying that chemistry did not exist while the Egyptians existed. and that's 4,000 years ago. I'm asking you, when did chemistry as we know it today start existing? You gave me a date a while ago, 1890. So prior to 1890, whatever they were practicing was not chemistry then, right? So but the Chinese using chemical compounds to produce gunpowder, that wasn't chemistry. It was alchemy, it was some mistake, right? That's what you're saying to me. If you're going to say that there's modern chemistry and classical chemistry,
Got 1 minute.
I'm going to say to you that the Egyptians were practicing classical chemistry because whether or not they may not have the proper measuring instrument or the calculator or the Celsius or the Fahrenheit or the Kelvin to measure temperature, they had their own means, right? So if we're going to say they were practicing classical chemistry, I will give them that. If you're saying that they're not practicing classical chemistry, now we have a discussion. So I want to know what's the cutoff point, and if they weren't practicing chemistry, what were they practicing? Time up.
Okay, it was practice serendipity. Okay, and serendipity is winging it. Now, back to the Greek philosophy. I know it hurts. I know it hurts. It hurts white folks did something that black folks or perceived black folks didn't do. I know it really hurts because we believe we did everything, but we didn't do science. All right, that's what we didn't do. That's the white boys. Okay, so what the white guys did, which I explained earlier, was they experimented and they gave a prediction, like they predicted the eclipse. That shit was spot on. Predicting is the last part of science. You must make a prediction, and it must come true, obviously. Okay, so although some philosophers and some chemists in classical chemistry did not see the prediction themselves, they died. Well, the modern chemists seen that shit. Same thing with evolution. The modern chemists seen it. They said, oh shit, that prediction is right. And they gave those people their credit. They look back, hindsight, and say, yeah, that shit was correct. He was accurate. Or this person was wrong. Because you got people who believe, now hold on. You got people who believe that the electrons orbited the nucleus like the planets orbited the sun. Wrong. But he got other shit right, so he still got credit for that. But he couldn't be called the father. That's going to something else. But the bottom line is this: they all made predictions, and you wait to see the prediction come true or not, and that's when you practice real science.
You want to go, Chef, or not? Can I go again?
You can go.
All right, let me go again. You use the word serendipity.
Yeah.
To explain what the Egyptians were doing, and I am saying to you, this is what I'm saying to you. We're not having a debate now. It
Right.
could not be the serendipity because all of what they were doing was constantly repeated. If serendipity is when serendipity is it wouldn't be repeated. It would be accident, and they do it that way, and they do it that way all the time. They show evolution. These persons had ink of various different colors. The production of ink is a chemical production. You don't produce ink without chemistry. Metallurgy is a chemical production. You don't produce certain kind of metals without chemistry. They might have not used the word chemistry because they didn't understand that we would break down the science in such a specific way where we have different areas of sciences, physics, chemistry, biology, right? And then even those are broken down into different aspects. In those times, most of the sciences were amalgamation. So the person who practiced physics also would practice chemistry because the sciences were most grouped together at that time. But what they were doing was chemistry because it was constantly repeated in the dye making, in the weapon making, in the manufacturers of instruments or tools. And we cannot deny that. We cannot take that away from the people.
How much more time do you need? How much more time?
We're finished.
Okay. What makes it serendipity? Because they did not know in advance what the fuck they were doing. They did not know that this mixture would produce this spot on every time. That's what makes it serendipity. When you practice real science, okay, you already know everything about your experiment as your experiment. The whole point of even dealing with it, because you knew the properties and you knew you mix this, mix that, and it should produce this. So you already have knowledge of everything you're touching. Even in science class now, in any field of science you go to, the student knows everything about what he's touching. There's no need for guessing, serendipity, waiting to see what happens. They know exactly. So then when the results don't produce that shit, they know they fucked up somewhere. Okay. So if it does produce what they thought it'll produce, then they know everything is perfect. So scientists, there's no need to guess. There's no need to, what's going to happen here? They already know, they already documented this does that, this does that, this does that, let's work. That's science. Not, let me try this, let me try that, let's see if it works. And that's what they're doing in Egypt. Wait, all right, dude, I sat down,
okay.
Right.
No, because you're repeating, but you're just trying.
Okay, right. That's called, wait, in Spanish, you're allowed to like double emphasize. Okay, in certain languages, you're allowed to
you repeat something.
Okay, well, you don't make it right. Two piece. You said the same thing 10 times earlier. Like your first.
Okay, all right. Sorry. All right, finish. Sorry.
Okay, cool. Right, and yeah, I gotta repeat as much as times possible because this is not a subject everybody gives a shit about, and some people have no idea what we're talking about. So sometimes I can talk fast, I'm a little hyper, I talk slow. So I don't care what Stupi say. All right, it's what the standard of science is. Science in any science book, okay, any science book, they tell you that Egyptians were dealing with technology, that this and that, little to no science. All right, and then they explain what science actually. This is the introduction, or in probably almost every chemistry book you open up. They explain that Egyptians were dealing with serendipity, not science. And then they explain what science actually is. And if I have my chemistry book in front of me, I could go ahead and do that for you. But for the last thing, for the sake of argument, scientists, they know what they're touching, everything about it, before they actually start the experiment. The Egyptians were not doing that. They were grabbing shit, and hoping that it produces a certain result. Because if they knew it was going to produce a red ink, how did the fuck they know that? What was the properties in this plant that they knew in advance it does that? Is it documented? Scientists document their work. Yeah, Stu.
Okay. One of the most important things a scientist learn, or you learn in school, is experimentation. Experimentation is the backbone under which science is built. Experimentation, when the first person go into the lab and they turn on that Bunsen burner and they say, we're going to grow crystals. And they have to experiment to find out under what conditions crystals will grow. Not because we have all of the elements that make up a crystal. We can pour them in a jar and spin them around and crystals will grow. We have to experiment to find out how the crystals grow. So if somebody had to experiment to find out how the crystals grow, are you saying that is serendipity? Don't answer. Right? Experiments is the basis and the backbone under which science has always developed. When man was going to the moon and they had to develop rockets, they knew what rockets were and they knew how to build them, but they had to experiment to build a rocket capable of carrying man to the moon. Is that serendipity? Don't answer. You mentioned that the Egyptians were mucking around and what they did was serendipity. But I will say to you this, that it was not serendipity. Because after the experiment and they knew how to make colors, they could reproduce it and they reproduced it 1,000 times. They know to make lead, they could reproduce it. They know to make brass and they reproduce it and they reproduce it 1,000 times. They know to refine gold. Gold, as it appears, does not come in pure form gold. It has to be refined. You have to remove the tin that is in it, and they did it. That is chemistry. And if we took that from the people, we are being disingenuous. Because experiment is the basis under which science is built. And the Egyptians were constantly experimenting. Chef, you can take the rest of my time.
Experimentation?
What you said? Right.
Yeah, Chef.
I was listening to y'all build up. Like I said, we already had these
right. So your experimentation, my brother, that's called serendipity. All right. That's what that's called. Experiment. Wait, no. You just yield the mic It's my go now. I was, you know what I mean? You can ad lib and object when I talk, no problem. But you can't take the mic. And so if I say something you disagree with, you can say I disagree or bullshit. I don't mind you ad libbing, but you can't take the mic. All right. So that's exactly what serendipity is, my brother. Experimentation. Trying to see what's going to happen, and then you learn later. Science, you already know what's going to happen. Then the experiment just proves it. Okay. Your experiment comes last in science, not first. Serendipity, the experiment comes first. Yeah, Stu Peace.
And I would beg to differ. I would beg to differ on that point. I will beg to differ on that point because if all outcomes were known,
Stu Peace, you went out. Oh my God, he's so lucky I ain't got my material with me. Stu Peace, he went straight out.
$5 billion collider. If we know the outcome.
Stu Peace, you broke up. Nobody heard you. You got started all over.
Okay, sorry. Why would you build a collider for billions of dollars if you knew the outcome? Scientists don't
Exactly.
always
They knew the
know.
outcome.
No, scientists don't always know the outcome.
No,
Brother,
they predicting the outcome.
Stu Peace, it's a prediction. See, yeah, he's missing that, Chef.
No, predict and to know is two different things.
No, they are predict. Listen, they with those colliders, and that's not the only collider. It's just the largest one, right? So
Right, because people make colliders in their basement.
yeah. So what they're doing?
That means the serendipity before. Let me finish. That means that they practice serendipity or whatever you call it before. Because when the first collider was built, many scientists said it is irresponsible to try to shatter atoms because they did not know what the outcome would be.
What?
No, they're doing particles.
Yeah. Nah, yeah, you bugging now. Yeah, a hadron collider occurs about subatomic particle.
Right. The
atom has already been split.
Right. And that's how you know. Right, that's how they know about protons, neutrons, electrons.
I know, but what I'm saying is that many scientists did not know definitely what would happen. Many scientists had theories.
Yeah, they predicted it. That's why they did it.
Yeah, but many scientists will say that.
Stupid, you're going too far. E equals MC squared was the prediction, brother. Do you know what that even means? That formula for Einstein? Yeah.
Energy. The energy.
No. Wait. Slow down. You're throwing terms out there.
The C is a constant. The C is a constant. C is a constant. And what's a constant? The speed of light.
Listen.
MC squared.
No. Stupid P. You're going too far, my brother. You're going too far. Let me ask you this, and I'm gonna ask you this question because it goes into the formula. Can matter be destroyed?
Matter is energy. Energy cannot be destroyed. It can only be changed from one.
Stupid, you're wrong. And that's what the formula was saying. Stupid, you need to listen now. You're wrong.
What?
And that's why the formula said the
formula. How am I wrong? Tell me how am I wrong?
Stupid, you're cutting me off. I can't finish. The formula was literally stating matter can be destroyed. The actual formula was literally saying matter can be destroyed. Now, what you don't know, I can tell you don't know. You don't know what destroyed means in science, do you?
What did I say?
Okay, but no. Wait. I'm trying to walk you back. When science used the word destroy, what does that mean?
No, you tell me. Because
brother, now look, when you asked me about 1809 or whatever, I didn't know. I said I didn't know. Do you know what destroy means in science? Yes or no?
I don't know how you interpret it.
No,
so
no, no,
I-
no,
I-
not me, not me, not me. In every science book, when they say destroy, and there's other words, there's other terms they use. I'm not going to tell you. But when science say the word destroy, what do they mean? They don't mean like some shit like we mean in cartoons. And it's because you won't admit it, which means you're getting emotional.
I don't know. I don't
Okay,
know.
cool. So they will only say destroy. They'll also say annihilate. These are the terms they use only in science, right? So they're going to
Okay.
say, hold on. Let me just get this out. So when they say destroy, they means annihilate. They'll say destroy, but they just mean 100% energy. That's all destroy means. Destroy means 100% energy. So that's what the formula means. Now hold on. Now my brother, in chemistry, if you ask a chemist, can matter be destroyed? They would say no, because there's no chemical experiment that could do it. But if you ask a physicist, they're gonna say yes, because the hadron colliders, they're destroying matter all the time. Once they collide those with the neutrons and protons together, that's called destroying matter. So now, the formula we just mentioned was the formula that led to the A bomb, and the A bomb was the first proof that matter could be destroyed.
All right, can I answer now? Because when you asked if matter can be destroyed, I said no,
Which is wrong.
because what happened is that destroyed and annihilate, as you put it, meaning that it ceases to exist.
No, not in science. In regular grammar, that's what it means. Not in science.
This is what I said. I said no, because it can be converted to different energy. That's what I said. Because I know that is that way it was going, but I never said nothing. Because matter, everything is we live in a closed system. Not how the big the universe is, we live in a closed system. That means that everything in the universe is a closed system. There's no outside of the universe. At one point, everything that we see was the size of a marble. At one point, if we go back in time far enough, 14 billion years, everything was the size of a marble. And within a closed universe, it cannot be destroyed. It can be converted.
You're talking about thermodynamics, right?
It still exists within the closed system. It still exists within the closed system as energy.
Yeah, but your concept of destroyed is wrong, and that's why you're wrong. Because I just explained to you. If you ask a chemist, they will say no, because their experiments they can't make 100% energy, right? So in other words, when you hear about a antimatter, right? When you hear about a Haskell, you ever heard of antimatter?
Yeah, I've heard of it.
Okay, so what happens when antimatter meets antimatter?
Not sure. I just heard of the term antimatter.
Okay, so have you ever watched Time Cop with John Van Clauden?
God damn. Nah, you know what? I don't think I have, bro.
Hey, Stu Pease, you ever watch Time Cop with Jean-Claude Van Damme?
Yeah.
Right? Do you remember the ending?
The ending is that the ending is based upon what them said, that no two same things can exist in the same place.
Right. So right. So now listen. So remember at the end that there was two bad guys, because it was the old him and the present him, right? And when Van Damme pushed the guy into himself, what happened to the guy?
We don't know if that's science.
He blew up, right?
We don't know if that's science.
He
we
blew
don't
up.
know if that is science.
Right.
But that's not science.
Wait. No. Hey, Stu Pease, relax. Stu Pease, you gotta relax, bro. You're out of control right now. We're just having a civil conversation. So now it's a movie, obviously it's a movie, but I was making a point. The point is, Haskell, that those two people were considered like antimatter. And when antimatter means antimatter, it blows up like that's a bomb that's worse than any bomb a human being could ever. Like, matter of fact, the Big Bang was based upon supposedly based upon antimatter particles colliding with antimatter particles. So that
no. That's some people said that, but not everybody said that.
Two P's, you God damn. Okay, so I'll say one last thing, you go, because you're on the road. Now, when antimatter particles meet antimatter particles, they are considered destroying each other. Are they going somewhere, Haskell? No, they be converted to 100% energy. So when something converts to 100% energy in science, that's called annihilate and that's called destroy.
All right, so hold on real quick, Stoopies, just so that we're not having it's not a semantical debate, and so I can understand. When the law of thermodynamics states that matter can neither be created nor destroyed,
right?
When they say destroyed, they're using that specific meaning of being converted to 100% energy. Is that what you're saying? As opposed to being obliterated or made to not exist anymore.
Right. Exactly.
Okay, what say you, Stoopies?
This is what I'm saying, is that all matter is energy in one form or the other. Whether you want to be potential, kinetic, or dynamic, all matter is energy. And sometimes, under certain conditions, matter might be transferred from one state of energy to the next state of energy. So matter cannot be created or destroyed. It can be transferred to a different type of energy, as in the law of thermodynamics. We're just there. That's
right.
the fundamental of physics.
Yeah, unbiased. If I may, Stoopies, I'd be inclined to agree with unbiased, because if it's understood that matter converts to different states of being or different states of energy, right? Saying that in thermodynamics that matter can't be destroyed, as just another way of saying that it's converted to something else, it would seem to be redundant. You get what I'm saying? Like it would be redundant. So like, why would they state like it can't be destroyed if they don't mean destroyed as being completely
right.
Yeah, it doesn't. So yeah,
what they basically didn't want to say is that it's like they would be repeating themselves to say energy cannot be created or destroyed. We cannot create energy out of nothing.
Right.
Energy cannot be created. That's when we say matter cannot be created or destroyed. Basically,
you just change it to energy, right? I don't think there's anything for you guys to really debate there. Like you're saying the same thing essentially.
Wait, no, we're not. So Haskell, as soon as he's done,
we can change the state of energy, but we
okay,
cannot create energy out of nothing.
Okay, nobody ever said that, right? Nobody. I asked you a simple question, and that's how you took it, though.
So if E equal mc squared, without that m in that equation, without that m, that mass in that equation don't mean shit. Because
Haskell, believe me, he's going too far. He's out of the conversation. Stoopies and Haskell. Now I got. Wait. See, hey, he won't let me just be clear. Like
I don't know if he could hear you. Can you hear him? Because he's kind of working out.
All right, my brother. Okay, this is science. All right, when antimatter collides with antimatter, it converts to 100. Listen to the percentage I'm giving you. 100% pure energy. Okay, got it. In chemistry, there's no chemical experiment that can convert matter to 100% energy. It takes nuclear energy to convert matter to 100% energy. Nuclear is much more hotter. So, and physics came later. So that statement in chemistry is true, only in chemistry, because it don't get that hot in there. The experiments don't get that hot. Nuclear energy obviously is hotter than chemical, and nuclear experiment and nuclear energy is hotter than chemical. Okay, so it takes nuclear experiments to convert matter to 100% energy, and the proof was E equals mc squared. That's literally what that means. Converting energy to 100%. I mean, converting matter to 100% energy. And with that formula, they came up with the A-bomb. The A-bomb was damn near close enough to do it. But with the Hadron Collider, that's all Hadron Colliders do. they collide particles, and they turn it to 100%, and it only happens in Hadron Collider's Haskell. Haskell and Suppies. It only happens in physics, Hadron Collider, where you can collide particles, and they go into a complete energy, 100%, nothing left over, and that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like to me you
we're saying the
guys are
same
saying
thing,
the
but guess
same
what?
thing
We're
in
saying the same
essence.
thing.
Really not though. Really not.
Let me tell you, we're saying the same thing, but him don't understand what he's saying. I'm gonna explain to you why I'm saying him don't understand what he's saying. Right? Because fundamentally, we cannot get around the law of the conservation of energy.
That's a chemistry law, my brother. That's what I'm trying to say. That's not a
no.
physics law.
It's a law. It's applicable to all situations.
No.
You cannot get around the law.
Hold on, let him go.
Making shit up.
Well, you cannot go around it. Right? And the law of conservation basically says, right? Energy cannot be created or destroyed. It can be converted from one kind of energy to another kind of energy. Right? Because all matter is energy.
And unbiased, you said that when the Hadron Colliders collide the particles, it gets converted to 100% energy.
Yeah.
And he just used the same terminology, conversion from one state to energy. Like, I don't see that. No, but I'm saying I don't see a fundamental divide in what you guys are saying.
No, don't understand what you don't understand.
When you're using chemistry, when you're using a chemical experiment in thermodynamics, that's chemistry. When you're using a chemical experiment, right? It's impossible to break down matter with 100% energy. It can't happen. So that's why let me just finish this right. God damn. That's why a statement isn't in chemistry, they're gonna say no all the time. But in physics, they have nuclear experiments now, which goes hotter than chemistry. It's the next level. This is basic science.
I'm biased.
Yeah,
I'm biased. If the qualification for being destroyed is complete obliteration, right? Then would the law fit in physics? Not conversion. I'm just saying, if you're just using the colloquial understanding of destroyed meaning cease to exist, would that law also be applicable to physics?
I'm not even sure, because that's not even on the table.
Yeah, it's not. It's a completely hypothetical question. So within the hypothetical parameters that I've set up, would the law of thermodynamics apply to physics if we're using the colloquial understanding of what the word destroyed means?
Obliterate.
Right, meaning like cease to exist, not conversion.
I'm not even sure. I can't wrap my brain around that one. I'm not even sure.
Right. So the colloquial understanding. So if I'm a layman, I don't know anything about chemistry. I don't know anything about physics. If someone were to say to me, matter or energy cannot be created or destroyed, to my mind, just hearing those English words, I take destroyed to mean cease to exist.
It cannot be obliterated. Got it.
Right. So I'm saying, working within that hypothetical framework, right? That law would be applicable in any situation. Just from you get what I'm saying?
Now, I get what you're saying, but I don't think y'all get what I'm saying. I'm saying
no. I just want to get a confirmation from you within that hypothetical scenario that I set up. Would it apply in all instances? Yes or no?
I'm going to say no, because of the different experiments.
Hold on, Stuppies. But unbiased, you've clearly said that even in the case of physics, the thing doesn't cease to exist. It just gets converted to 100% energy. Right. So I'm saying, from a layman's understanding or from a colloquial understanding of the word destroy meaning cease to exist, then that law would be applicable in physics because you're talking about conversion. You get what I'm saying? So the answer, it's a hypothetical bias. Just work with it.
I got it, but I'm saying, but that's going to just confuse the chat even more because they already the average English speaking person already believes destroyed means or annihilation means cease to exist. So
right.
All right. Can I say something now, please? 2 minutes. Put my clock. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. 2 exact minutes. Start now. Let's go back to the Big Bang.
Yeah.
In the Big Bang, all the energy that existed in something the size of a marble. All the energy, right? Everything that existed in the size of a marble. When the Big Bang occurred and the expansion occurred, those energy was converted to matter and to mass. All the stars, everything was a result of that conversion of that energy into stars. It worked both ways. It worked both ways. All of that was annihilated before the Big Bang and was in the size of a marble. Energy is what everything is. If you have a pen in your hand, that is energy. If we're going to convert all of that energy in that pen, we have different ways to convert it. We can convert it kinetic energy, where we roll it down and we can calculate the energy produced as of rolling and the mass. We can convert the energy into chemical energy by burning it. And if we put it in a nuclear fusion and we can get all of those elements to react, we can convert it to nuclear energy. The lead in it, the wood, everything. Everything exists with all the potential energy it has within from day one. Now, if we choose to convert it 100% total conversion, it cannot convert into more energy that it possesses now or less energy that it possesses now if we get the total conversion. Everything is energy. And that is what the law of conservation tells you, that energy cannot be created or destroyed. We live in a closed system, right? It can only change from one state to the other. That is why everything could be the size of a marble.
Yeah, I don't see what unbiased. I don't see anything there to dispute unbiased. I just like. Do you have any issue with that?
Okay. So, are you familiar, or anyone you familiar with quantum mechanics?
Go ahead. No, but teach.
Are you Haskell?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna share my screen. I'm trying to tell you, they're different sciences. It's different. Okay. So my screen. So this is all about matter being destroyed, and it goes into thermodynamics and everything, right? But if you keep, so it's as a physicist answers, how was the universe created if physics states that matter can either be created or destroyed? Okay, so go down.
No. You know what? Go back up unbiased. Read the whole thing.
Okay. So
yeah, because it breaks down. Right there. It breaks down the law of thermodynamics and everything. So
the first law, for you guys that don't know this stuff, that's freestyling, winging it. The first law of thermodynamics doesn't actually specify that matter can neither be destroyed nor created, or sorry, the first law of thermodynamics doesn't actually specify that matter can neither be created nor destroyed, but instead that the total amount of energy in a closed system cannot be created nor destroyed, though it can be changed from one form to another. It was after nuclear physics told us that mass and energy are essentially equivalent. This is what Einstein meant when he wrote E equals C squared, which I said. That we realized the first law of thermodynamics also applied to mass. Mass became another form of energy that had to be included in a thorough thermodynamic treatment of a system. For a very important note on the difference between matter and mass, see this website right there. Okay, so the first thing we have to do is determine what a closed system is. That's what he went into. When we look at physical situation and draw an imaginary circle around it, we're defining a system. A refrigerator, for example, can be a dynamical system. But once we specify that system is closed, it means that everything inside the system at the moment, the total amount of energy, be it potential energy, mass, can be thought of as a kind of potential energy or kinetic energy or both. But they all must stay at that same constant level. If the amount goes up or down, either the system is enclosed or we neglected to account for energy, for instance, heat coming into the system or leaving the system, right? That's like isolated something else or open. We can call the universe a closed system, but it means the total amount of energy in the universe has to remain the same from its beginning until now. You may be hesitant to believe that the total energy in the universe is constant because there appears to be so much of it, or because science seems to indicate that the universe is expanding. There are stars, planets, galaxies, globular clusters everywhere. Matter and energy seem to exist and is constantly rushing off in all directions. But for starters, the expansion of the universe doesn't have to take more energy. As the universe expands, the distances between stars or galaxies increases, and thus the gravitational energy between them decreases to compensate. And more importantly, thermodynamics doesn't state what value the total energy should have. It could be a huge but constant number. This is one of the open universe where the amount of energy in the universe exceeds a certain cutoff density website. It could be, as most physicists now believe, zero. This is called a flat universe where the matter density in the universe is equal to the cutoff density. It could be negative, even a closed universe where the amount of matter is less than the cutoff density. It could be anything, but whatever value is now, it was at the very beginning. According to physics, all the matter and energy in the universe now existed in some form at the Big Bang. Now, this is where I was going. Now, there's a slight hitch in what we've said so far, and that's quantum mechanics. Quantum mechanics states that on a very, very tiny scale and for very, very, very short lengths of time, energy can spontaneously be created and destroyed. Kind of like boiling water, where bubbles spontaneously.
No. Oh, sorry.
Hold on. Let him keep going, Soupies.
Kind of like boiling water, where bubbles spontaneously appear and burst. Energy in the form of particles can spontaneously appear from the void of space-time, exist for a tremendously short amount of time, and disappear again. On normal time and length scales, this all averages out to what thermodynamics says should be true, that no energy is created or destroyed within a closed system of the universe. But this does not mean that if there was such a tiny fluctuation at the beginning of time, it could have made the total energy of the universe at creation slightly more than zero. And thus the universe will always contain that total amount of energy. Just such a fluctuation may have been what caused the universe to begin in the first place. The scientific field of cosmology, as well as the growing field of string theory, are working to answer this ultimate and rather philosophical question: how did the universe begin? But here's the best part: we don't know exactly what happened at the moment that, of course, the universe began. We're still working on physics, or the physics of it. Maybe you'll be the first to finally figure it out. So that was it on that little small thing for my laptop.
Can I talk now?
Yeah.
Right, real quick, Stoopies. Especially that first part, everything unbiased you read right there, pretty much backed up what Stoopy said.
Did I say anything different than what the gentleman just read?
Yeah,
did I say anything different? Did I say anything different?
And this is not a Jamaican bias, unbiased. I'm not.
That's why I took it back to the beginning of the universe. That's why I took it back. Remember, I took it back to the beginning of the universe, when the universe was the size of a mob. That all matter was energy. Energy.
Right. I mean, that's common knowledge to anybody who
So therefore,
Big Bang or chemistry.
Therefore, energy cannot be created or destroyed. If it even nuclear energy, the M, and when I've said the equation, because I did this in A-level physics. That M in E equal MC squared is the most important part. Without that mass, there is no E. So without that energy, so the energy produced right? The energy produced at big E is a result of that mass.
Okay.
That mass have all of the energy.
So now it goes back to my point. In chemistry, is there, so this is the question for Stu Pease, the guy who did the A-level physics. In chemistry, is there a chemical experiment that can convert matter to full 100% energy?
What you're doing, and let me finish, what you're doing is that
what I'm doing.
Because what we have done is that we have broken apart the sciences because it makes it easier for one individual to understand.
No, yes or no, Haskell.
Specific area of science. But biology at certain level chemistry is necessary to understand biology at certain level. And physics is necessary to understand chemistry at certain level.
Right.
Right. But what we have done today is that we have broken apart the sciences into many different pieces because we now realize how broad it is that no one individual can become an expert on everything. So we have broken it. So even in physics, you have physical physics, you have engineering, you have nuclear physics, right? You have electrical physics, you break it down in different areas for people to understand it. But on a whole, what we call biology is to understand the science of chemistry as it occurs in living organisms. What we call chemistry is to understand the sciences as it occurs in the world around us, physical. Right? And what we call physics is a different thing. But all of them is the same science, is a way to understand the world as we exist. So if you use the term that chemistry cannot demonstrate that because the limitation of what we put on what we call chemistry. Afterwards, we need physics to explain it. So if you say, is there any chemical reaction? I can agree with you. I would say no, because we're going into the realm of physics now. But it's also, it's almost like it's the same science. It's just broken up into different pieces for people to understand it. You understand what I'm saying, Haskell?
No, I completely get it. I get it. I get it. And I think that's why it's so hard for us, like looking back. It was when you guys were having this ancient Egyptian conversation about the serendipity thing. You know, this idea that these people could have any intentional, like what they were doing wasn't intentional. They all just kind of stumbled up upon things because the evidence isn't there necessarily to show how they did anything. You know, right. But you could say the same thing about virtually everything in ancient Egypt.
No, you're right. But that's not, no. And this is why, like I said, like he claims he did the science thing, then he should know that even in chemistry books, they tell you that matter can't, they'll tell you that matter can be destroyed. And it's like, matter of fact, in the back of some chemistry books, they got the odd findings, right? They got odd findings. And in the odd, like again, a lot of my stuff in storage, but we had this debate already, like me, X, Unk, and then we did it with Wujawu on the live. So,
yeah, I remember that.
Right. So I was actually showing I got about 5-6 different chemistry books. Okay. They all say the same shit. Okay. So, and I was showing that. So Wujawu thing was different than, so when we debated Wujawu, that was pretty much the Egypt atom chemistry thing. That was something separate. But when it came to me, X, and Unk, that was something like on a 3-way call. And it was X taking a position that matter cannot be destroyed. And
yeah, he was agreeing with Stu Pease. I remember X was saying the same thing.
Right. So what happens is, so I showed him a chemistry book where it said it, like it explained exactly what I just said, what it meant by destroyed. Neither one of us, neither me or X really know what destroyed is, what they was talking about. Because we both, X act like he knew, he ain't fucking know. But I definitely thought it meant obliterate until I actually knew what it meant. Like, oh, that just means convert to 100% energy. Oh, so it made more sense and it strengthened my argument more. Okay, so anyway, we also had a physicist in the unbiased research, and we had him on some live. I think he got mad at somebody, and he Just ain't gonna be part of the community. 'Cause, like, he's not part of the community. But I asked about the matter thing, just for confirmation. I already knew. I was already convinced what I thought. But I asked him also, like, hey, and he said what I said. But he gave him more, he gave him his understanding, his words, which I can read a little bit later. But as far as chemistry and physics,
And physics.
physics, the atom bomb was the first proof of, like, at least what we could experiment on Earth, was the first proof of matter being destroyed almost 100% when they had the chain reaction. Because in a chain reaction, it was an explosion that exploded. It's like a whole bunch of explosions that happened, in that bomb. It wasn't just one big explosion. It's like a snowball effect. Explode, and then it was one big entire explosion, and that was very close to 100%.
Conversion. But again, Stu Pease gave his qualification for what the law of thermodynamics states as it relates to being in a hold on. Hold on, Stu Pease. As it relates to being in a closed system. You get what I'm saying, Unbiased? So that doesn't that's not in contradiction to what you're saying about nuclear energy or the Hadron Collider being able to convert something to 100% energy. It's not in conflict with the idea that all energy was the potential energy that has always been there and that always will be there. Right. That's all he's saying.
Yeah.
So you guys are literally not in any conflict.
Yeah, it's a closed system.
Right. No. This is what I'm saying too. When you look at something, it depends on who look at it. If we look at a piece of marble, if Michelangelo look at a piece of marble, he sees the statue of David. If Einstein look at a piece of marble, he sees all the potential energy it has. It depends on who looking at the marble, right? The marble is energy. It always is from it was formed by energy. It is all the energy that is in the mass that formed the marble. Right? It is what it is. Now, if you are saying that I am destroying this piece of marble, what we describe as a marble, or I'm destroying this piece of stone cease to exist as a stone, I will agree with you. But this piece of stone did not cease to exist as energy. It was just converted from being a piece of marble with all its potential energy to being all its potential energy.
Right.
So the energy that is in the marble, the energy that is in the marble, the energy that is in the marble is always will be there, is there. But if we can convert the 100% in a nuclear reactor, the energy that is in there is always
the same amount of energy.
No more, no less.
Yeah, that's all. If we
find a way, and if we find a way, we can recombine it.
Yeah. Well, that's not my argument. That's not my argument. Right. What experiment can convert it to pure energy? That's all.
No, but no experimented chemistry. That is when we move on to the next step in science,
which is physics, right? So again. Unbiased. I've been saying this now for the last 10 minutes. You guys are literally saying the same thing.
Like I think he's jumping the gun.
No, I don't jump the gun.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I think he's jumping the gun by avoiding what I initially asked and what I'm saying.
But he admitted it, Unbiased. He said that he essentially just said,
all right, let's move on.
You can't do it in chemistry. You move to the next step, which is
physics. I don't agree.
Which is what you're saying, Unbiased.
Right, I don't agree.
What are you talking about?
I agree.
Okay, so we done squeeze all the juice out of this orange.
No, let's come back to the Egyptian. Let's come back to the Egyptian practicing chemistry.
All right. So now I want Haskell. Because he said he said something. So Haskell, can you repeat what you said? And see if you can go. And then I'm gonna say my closer because I'm ready to go with that too.
Mute out real quick. Who's that playing? I hear music.
No. They're gone.
So I want Haskell to chime in on that. I want Stu Pease next. Like basically closing arguments, because let's move on for that too. So I want Haskell to go from what he heard and what he understand. Stu Pease give what he got, I get what I got, and we could just, because we're gonna keep going around in
Right.
circles.
Right, because I wanted to go in on this Egypt thing and not understanding chemistry. So closing arguments on the whole thermodynamics thing, right?
No, we're done with that. I'm talking about the Egypt shit.
Oh, okay. Well, I wanted to go into something here
Go ahead.
because first of all, I wanted to get an understanding because I remember we had this conversation about 2 years ago on Bias, right? About the whole serendipity thing and that the Egyptians kind of stumbled onto things. They didn't have any real intention.
Nah, that's not my stance, but go ahead.
Well, that's what serendipity is. All right, so you gave an example of like when you're in school and you're doing experiments,
Yeah.
you guys know exactly what it is. You know what your aim is.
All about it.
Right. So that's intention.
Right. Okay.
Right,
So
right.
good. All right.
So
okay, cool. Go ahead.
right. So in essence, the Egyptians really didn't have any intention or knew what their aim was. They just stumbled and bumbled on stuff, right?
Nah, that's not what I'm saying.
But that's what serendipity is.
Okay, that's not what I'm saying. But go ahead.
All right, then you go first.
I'm confused.
All right, step back, Aston. You go first.
Okay.
You go first, unbiased. Unbiased, you go first. You get 5 minutes.
Okay. So I'm reading from a goddamn chemistry book about serendipity, and they apply it to the Egyptians. So it's not my wordings. Okay, so I'm definitely not taking your shit. So serendipity altogether is you don't know exactly what you're doing exactly. That means all the properties of what you're handling. So if you got a bar of soap, you need to know what makes the bar of soap, what element, what atom, all that shit is science before handling soap. Okay? If you don't know that in advance, that's chalked up as serendipity. Scientists know everything that they're doing, everything about it. Okay, go ahead.
I got you now. All right. So let me say this then. Are there particles smaller than an atom?
Yeah.
All right. Have we been able to reduce matter all the way down to its tiniest form, whether it be quarks or whatever, or is it still possible smaller divisions that it could go down?
I'm not even sure.
No, it's a rhetorical question. The answer is yes. Right. So being that at this stage, 2022, there are even smaller particles that we don't know about right now, right? That we can't see or whatever the case may be. Does that mean that it don't qualify as chemistry then or whatever now?
No,
because we don't know everything.
No,
that's basically what you're saying.
No, that's not. No, that's what you're saying. I never said
you just said that. You said they didn't know everything about
the most important. Well, you don't need to know about quarks, shit like that when you're handling something. Okay,
they just got to know about the elements.
Okay. Listen. You guys, this is your personal. Okay, you and Stu Pease can't cite any book, any science book, any chemistry book that says something that counters what I'm saying. This is your argument. This is Stu Pease' argument. I don't care about that. I'm actually quoting from something that I read. This is not my pseudo argument I just made up and I'm tying the strings, some young Pharaoh shit. I'm just, hey, this makes sense. I'm not doing that. I'm actually reading from chemistry books about science and serendipity, and they mention Egypt exclusively as somebody who knew little to science, and they explain why, and they explain that they were more of math and technology. All right. So nothing I'm saying is my own mapping shit together, connecting. That's not me. That's probably what you guys are doing. But you guys, can't find a chemistry book.
Real quick, unbiased. Would you be able to find real quick the book and locate the quote again, or is it kind of?
It's in storage. I mean, but if you could go back to the whatever debate that was with me and Mujawa and Double X and I provide everything on that live.
Can I get my 2 minutes?
Listen, real quick, Stupies.
Yeah.
Conventional history, conventional science, whatever you want to term it, states that the Egyptians didn't know about the wheel until I believe it was the Persians that came and introduced the wheel to them, right? Me just having an understanding of logic, no, that's bullshit, right? Simply because of the particular artifacts that are there, namely the pyramids and the statues at the Valley of the Kings, you can't, particularly those statues, right? And the smoothness of them, the finish and the precision, you can't rise to that level of technical ability without understanding the wheel, something as simple as a wheel, right? I say that to say this. When modern science says that these Egyptians didn't know the elements or whatever, that's a presupposition. They don't know what they knew or didn't know.
Did they document it? And okay, and
if
so
they did document it,
Can I go now?
document it, would we recognize it?
I cut him off early, Stu Peas. That was my fault. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna mute, so I don't cut him
No,
off.
but it was a good question though. But
Okay. All right.
go ahead,
Two things.
Steve.
Two things. Let me address the wheel situation. The wheel was not used in the Americas by the Aztecs or the Mayans. Probably they didn't have a need for it, or they didn't visualize it using it as a method of transportation like the Persian. That does not deny the fact that these people were too advanced not to know what a wheel was. But they didn't have a need to utilize it. Probably they were utilizing other tools. Right? So when somebody said the Persian brought the wheels to the Egyptian, or the Spanish brought the wheel over to the Americans, right? We can argue that, but we cannot argue that they did not know about it. Because these persons were too advanced. The technology that went into building their structures were too advanced as not to could figure out what a wheel was. They probably did not utilize it that way. Just like, we didn't know what an iPhone was, but we were using phones. We were using phones with screens long before the iPhone. But it wasn't utilized that way. I will give the Egyptians that. But back again to chemistry with the Egyptians and serendipity, is that all sciences start with serendipity. It starts with experiment into the unknown. And when one person figures it out, after it figures out, is it not no science? If I figure out how to make a knife, the first time somebody clashed a stone against another stone to make an arrow point, and it was serendipity, they were experimenting. But afterwards, it was common knowledge that arrows are found all over the United States. And it is a science to make. Not any ordinary person can just pick up a stone and make an arrowhead. It has to be learned behavior. It went through experimentation. It's not every stone can make an arrowhead. Right? So when you said Egyptians, I would agree with you that in the beginning, they were practicing serendipity. But afterwards, like all experimentation, they figured it out. In the beginning, somebody squeezed a blueberry and the color blue came on the hand, and they said, let's try and see if I can produce dyes or paint with this. And what would it take to dry this thing out and yet still have it retain its color when we add water to it and reconstitute it? Let's figure out what it takes to introduce it to cloth. What we need to as a binding agent that this color would now stick to this cloth permanently after it is washed. That is chemistry. Dyeing is a form of chemistry because you don't just rub something.
Stu Peas, real quick to interject.
Yeah.
Unbiased is given his particular stipulation of what he considers to be chemistry, that is and that is dependent upon the
knowledge of everything.
Not necessarily because we don't know everything, but specifically what he's talking about is known the periodic table. Right?
But
now, hold on. I feel that's an unfair qualification, but that's where he's coming from with it.
All right. If we're going to use that, if I'm good, let's say, all right, let's say I agree with Unbiased. I agree with him 100%. Then I would have to say we were not practicing chemistry until the 19th century. Until the late 19th century, we were not practicing chemistry. I will agree with him, but he'll also have to agree with that. We were not practicing chemistry until late 19th century, early 20th century, because the distillation of matter in its chemical components was not as scientific as it was until the late 19th century. Would you agree with me on that, unbiased?
So I would say that I forgot. Again, like these are lies we did a long time ago. This is
No. I'm just asking you a question. Yes or no?
I know. Yeah, but you didn't answer one. Yeah, but you didn't answer none of my yes or no's, right?
No, I said no to the question that I didn't
No.
understand.
I had to pull your teeth on that one. So,
But never put your teeth on this one.
all right,
You
hold
were
on.
not practicing chemistry until the late 19th
Right.
century.
Hold on. Right. Before, but I can't just answer yes or no because
Then
without some context, because otherwise it might appear differently. You know how it is. If you ever been interrogated, when you get the yes or no's and you get that playback, you're like, oh, hell no.
Hey, what do you say?
Let me ask you. Let me ask you the other way.
So I'm biased. You had that
when
beer at
in your
11.
opinion-
You had that beer at 11 at 11 p.m. You said, right?
Right.
Right. Okay.
You hear that playback, you're like, oh, what the fuck? How the hell no?
All right, let me rephrase the question then. In your opinion, when did we start practicing modern chemistry?
All right. So modern chemistry is in like 1880, 1890, like almost like around the Darwin.
Oh no. Sorry. Let me stop. Let me take off the word. I'm taking off the word modern.
Yeah.
Because if we use modern as a justifier, we can use ancient to cover everything else. So we're taking off the justifier, the modern. So we're just going to use the word chemistry. In your opinion, when did we start practicing chemistry
When we
as
start,
Homo sapien?
got it. So when we start to observe, document, predict, and see the results.
And when was that?
So wait, hold on.
I'm not sure.
Wait. Hold on. So hold on, guys. So I'm biased. The periodic table stipulation, we're doing away with that, or
No. Okay, you might have missed some of it. Okay, because and that's why I was trying to talk. So when two P's can go, he's like baby woo, right? I try to be clear as day. So there's different arguments here. So my first argument, because we're arguing different things. My first argument is it's impossible to know chemistry without knowing what an electron is, right? It's impossible because the chemistry is based off pretty much the electron. You'll learn stuff in the beginning, but after that, it's the electron. That's it. So the bulk of chemistry is the electron. All right. So now, whether that's modern or classic or whatever it is, it's still impossible to know chemistry without knowing an electron. And this is why when you go into the 1930s or 20s or whatever, I forgot his name, but old boy is called the father of chemistry because he was able to make it all make sense. He put it all together. All right. So, and that's what fathers mean in science, the person who bring it all home, where it's like no more, it's like little questions to zero. So that was my first stance. And then secondly, outside of chemistry, so of course chemistry, the periodic chart, but I would say, so when I said experimentation, that's just science. So again, that's my argument for science, period. My argument for science, period, is if you're able to observe, document, and experiment, and the experiment is exactly what you observe. Yeah.
Just for clarity's sake.
Yeah.
For the slow pokes like me, let's go one at a time. Let's just keep it within chemistry for now.
Yeah.
Right. Specifically, what
you have to know. If you're in chemistry, you gotta know what an atom is.
The electron. The electron is one. All right, I got that.
Yeah, but the atom is definitely, because electron comes from an atom. So you gotta know what the atom is.
So you gotta know the atom. Okay.
Yeah, that's it. So you have to know the atom first.
Okay. How about the periodic table?
Well, it is the atoms.
Okay, but you can know the atom without knowing all the other the particular elements.
No, but they're all atoms. The periodic table.
Right, they're all atoms. But all right, like for example, when the Greeks, they're credited with coming up with a word or some shit.
Right.
Remember we were talking about that?
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, they
right.
Right.
they had the concept, but they didn't know
Indivisible.
about
Yeah, they said it was indivisible. Yeah,
right, but they didn't know about platinum and
right. And this is why they was
right,
called philosophers and not scientists. Right.
right. So that's my question.
Yeah.
Beyond just the concept of the atom and knowing that it's one indivisible thing, and
No, but that was actually wrong because it is divisible.
it is divisible,
Right.
right? So, but in our modern understanding, it's basically understood that the atom is the basic building block.
Yeah, when you think
Right.
of chemistry, you think the atom.
Right.
Start from there.
Right. So they had a rudimentary conception of that, even if the necessarily the indivisible thing. You get what I'm saying? Isn't true.
Yeah, gotcha.
All right. So a conception of one fundamental building block that is consistent in all matter, right? So boom, that's one qualifier. With a second qualifier include, because at one point I remember during that same live, you did stipulate, that those were one of the stipulations was that you'd have to know not only have the conception of the atom, but also the periodic table, the specific each element. Are you saying do you still have the same viewpoint on that, or
so let me explain that. You can study chemistry without the entire periodic, without all of the elements on the chart. You can still, because you're still dealing with what you have. So it could just be helium that you're doing experience with. You're still dealing with an atom, and you still know about its proton and electron properties and when it first came into being and things like that.
All right. So give a quick rundown of all the qualifiers that you would need to be there for you to say this person understands chemistry.
Yeah, you have to know about the atom. You got to know about its protons count, the atomic mass, the electrons, the atomic number, the neutrons. That's first and foremost.
Okay. Anything else?
That's first and foremost. Anything or not, because shit came later, like electrons, shit like that came later. But that's first. Like that's when chemistry begins, when the atom.
Okay, so nothing else. All right, so knowing the atom, proton, electron count.
It starts there. Yep, it starts there.
No, but I don't want to start. I want to know what is enough for someone to know or people to know for you to say that's chemistry.
It's the atom.
All right. There you go. Stu Peas, where you at?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. So Unbiased has made it clear you would have to have a
knowledge of the element.
Well, no, he's revised that a little bit. You'd have to have a very great understanding of the atom fundamentally for him to say you're doing chemistry or you understand chemistry. So there you go.
All right. Then we will have to say that chemistry is a modern science. If we're going to be based on what Unbiased is saying, we're going to say chemistry is a modern science. That chemistry did not come about truly until 1897 when JJ discovered the electron. And if he's saying that, I will agree with him totally if that is his criteria, that chemistry is a modern science, because certain sciences branched off and became modern sciences, because back in the day when Plato and Socrates were sitting down and reasoning, in their mind, they were practicing science. And out of philosophy, because philosophy is the first science. Will you agree with me on that, Askiel?
Yeah, it's like a proto-science then, if you will.
Yeah. Philosophy is a proto-science. Out of philosophy, people reasoned and stipulated, and all other sciences branched out from philosophy. That is
Yeah,
why
but philosophy is not a science.
No, that's why we said proto-science,
the protest.
unbiased.
Yeah, I get the slickness trying to attach science. I get, but this is for the chat. In the field of science, they don't consider those philosophers scientists at all.
Yo, you funny as hell. Hey, you know what's
All
funny?
right, okay.
Hold on, real quick,
let's
Stoopies. So, because one time I referred to Darwin as a natural philosopher, right? The term they used at his time was naturalist, right? And Ankh
Yeah,
took
now you might be right about that though.
right. Ankh took great exception to that. So I'd like to ask you, unbiased, do you consider
Philosopher.
do you consider Darwin to be a scientist?
I would say I would say philosopher. So basically,
Thank you. All right, go ahead, Stoopies.
Okay. All right. By definition, can anybody define the acronym PhD?
PH balance. Oh.
PhD. When somebody graduates from university and they're given a PhD, what PhD mean?
They post something, doctor.
Player hating degree.
What it used to mean in the day?
I know of some funny
I know
acronyms.
the D is doctorate, right?
And what's a P?
Post.
Is it a doctorate of philosophy in chemistry? Isn't that what the P mean?
So what the H mean?
It's just it's just pronounced PhD. It's
Oh,
called
so
PhD.
So PH is basically shorthand for philosophy.
Right.
Doctorate of
Because
philosophy in whatever
all
discipline.
sciences stem out of philosophy.
Hey, you gotta source up on that, man. We don't trust you.
Just type in PhD and the meaning.
Hey, type that in. Go ahead and do that, unbiased, because if he right, he got you, bro. You got daggered, bro.
Right? Because scientists take into consideration the root under which all science stems from, and it stems from philosophy. All science.
Yeah, there it is. A person holding a doctor of philosophy degree. Yeah.
Right? So all sciences stem from philosophy. All sciences, from Socrates sitting down. Right?
Yeah,
And
I mean, I don't even know where I argue with that. I don't even know where I argue with that. It's just you said stemming from. I mean, in that case, you could say that chemistry stems.
Don't do that, unbiased.
You could say chemistry stems from things, and like stemming is one thing. Like it helps.
No. Let's say philosophy is a trunk. Think about science as a tree.
Okay, I mean, I don't see how that's a dagger. Or okay, fine. I don't see how that's.
And all of the branches stem from philosophy.
Okay.
All right, all of the branches stem from philosophy.
Okay.
If you did basic philosophy, you don't understand that. No, let me finish.
When I repeat myself like 10 times over, I said that the Greek philosophers would separate them from scientists is that they didn't see their work.
They were scientists.
Okay.
They were scientists.
Okay, fine. It's science. Okay, Greeks. Go ahead.
Because you have something named theoretical scientists. You have scientists now that are theoretical scientists who will never see the work.
Okay. They're scientists too.
He's right though, because you just hold on, Stoopy. You just brought up the whole quantum stuff and a bunch of that.
No. Okay, dude. Show me. Look, all you gotta do is show me somewhere where the Greeks are given the philosophers called scientists. That's all. If it's that easy, okay, I got what you're saying because we're talking about
scientist wasn't used.
I know. I'm saying we're talking about. I'm saying when they look back, they do not. They consider them.
Cannot look back.
Okay, now you could do it, but guess what? You're not an authority to field science. You can look back. You don't have to look back all you want. But those who look back, they look at the works. I'm sure white folks would love to say they were scientists. I'm sure they would. because that just helped their shit out. So I'm sure they would love to say they're scientists, but their own standards, they cut them off.
Let's ask Google a question. Was Plato a scientist? A simple
damn.
question.
I don't know if you
Plato.
don't do it unbiased.
I'm a damn.
This might be a goddamn a landmine, bro.
No. You can't. No.
It's a damn tripwire, man.
No. One thing about me, I know how to hold on to my argument. Okay, so here we are. Let me click this right here.
Although he was not a scientist in the modern sense, Plato also examined the natural world and the what? What the word? PHISO. I can't remember pronounce it. Implication with that.
Philosophies.
Yeah, philosophical implication it has. Right? So back in the day, he was observing the natural world and he was looking at the implication of it. Right? No, we cannot use a modern term of scientist, but he was explaining the world as it appears around him. He was explaining forms. He was explaining.
That's what philosophers do.
He might say everything is water. That was one of the first laws. Everything is water. Everything is water. But you can't type it in. But from observation, somebody said everything is water.
Hold on, you're going too fast, unbiased.
Yeah.
I ain't even looking.
Plato was an innovator. Go down. Plato was an innovator of the written dialogue and dialectic forms in philosophy. He raised problems for what later became all the major areas of both theoretical and practical philosophy. His most famous contribution is the theory of forms, known by pure reason, in which Plato presents a solution to the problem of universals, known as Platonism. He is also the namesake of Platonic love and the Platonic solids. Philosophy. Blah, blah, blah. Well, you know what? To be fair to unbiased, the word science, it comes from a Greek word, right? Scienta or something like that, and it means to know.
And what Plato is good at? Knowledge. Plato's
right, no, but I'm saying,
knowledge
looking at the natural world and kind of like reasoning and making observations, that wouldn't necessarily mean you know. You get what I'm saying, Soupies?
Yes. So guess what? I will argue, and I know I can win that argument, that if you tell me, if Neil deGrasse Tyson come in front of me, I would cancel to Neil and say, Plato was as much a scientist as you are. And he will not disagree with me. What Neil deGrasse Tyson had over Plato is that he had more access to knowledge, while Plato was creating the fucking knowledge that he has access to.
And tools and tools also.
Tools. So he would say Plato is as much a scientist as he is. Because it's observation of the natural world, and to explain it, it's theoretical science.
Go back to the Google search, unbiased, because that's just a regular wiki. Like it doesn't really go into the question itself. Scroll down. Hold on, click right where it says, though he was not a scientist in the modern sense, Plato also examined the natural world and the philosophical implications it held. It's kind of like what Stu Pease is saying. Is Plato the father of science? No.
Socrates.
Firstly, he didn't live in what we consider the modern era. Right, so science is considered something of the modern era then, according to Google.
Right.
Who is the father of ancient science? Click that one, unbiased.
An Egyptian.
My boy Galileo, hell no. My boy Galileo.
He said my boy.
Boy Galileo.
Hey, you a fucking sellout, unbiased.
That's my boy. Yeah, now I don't do the color thing. Like if somebody's good at something, get like, for example,
man, you the fucking
Larry Bird is great. There's no cap on that.
What's the name of the put you on in the COON? Tariq gonna put you on the COON frame.
Yeah, I get it. A lot of black colleges, You know
Listen,
what? When you
you,
look
you give,
when you look at listen to these shows, you listen to these shows, you got people who claim to be revolutionaries, and they call each other informants and agents. You see?
so wait, you give Galileo the father of modern science
Yeah. Do you know why?
because he went to this, he got burned on the stake for his belief. He was
Nah, nah, because
because
he
of his
actually
conviction.
no. I mean, you just joking, or that's your real answer?
No, that's my real answer because he believes in his convictions.
Nah, he was no. He was called, from what I know, father of science because he actually, I think he invented the telescope, something like that. So he actually was able to source up his views and observations. He was actually able to prove it.
No, but before Galileo, the Arabs, while they were not using telescope made of glass, they had what word?
It was nowhere near as effective as Galileo.
No. All the stars, 90% of the stars that was with naked eye, according to Neil deGrasse Tyson, and what I read upon, have Arabic names. So Galileo's ability to use a telescope and their ability to build
Observatories.
Observatories, right.
Mhm.
They build observatories. While they might not have a telescope in it, it had certain slits and slots in it that allows them to study the night sky and track the movement and record it and name the fucking stars.
Here you go. Rationale for systematic use of experimentation in science and contribution to scientific method, physics, and observational astronomy.
And you don't think what the Arabs did was systemic or experimental or
Listen,
I think it's kind of listen.
I know about Galileo. Have y'all like really read his works? Like what he did?
No.
Yeah.
But real quick, I was gonna say, furthermore, who you choose to be the father of a science or whatever is really arbitrary because Galileo couldn't have got to the telescope point without other
without the Arabs.
Right, without the advances that were made before him, like science.
This is why I explained earlier. I explained earlier how Europeans determine the father of something.
Right, that's fine. That's what I'm saying. Right. You could pick out a person at any point in time and assign it to a particular person. So it's neither here nor there.
I don't think it's that easy. Like the person who understood the most and can bring everything together, like that's just typically that don't really have any questions after that. That's typically who we're gonna call the father.
Yeah, but there were plenty of questions after Galileo, and there are plenty of questions now.
No, in Baghdad, when Baghdad was a center of the scientific world, before the Muslim came in and burned all the books. Before the Muslim came in and said education is fuckery. Would probably be driving space cars now. Because they were setting us on a foundation of science. It was like a college or a university there. Now because one European jump up and say he discovered the telescope. Him used, and the most fucked up thing is that he used lenses from somewhere else.
Right, because the Arabs, the Moors, because that's
the Moors were using lenses.
They're the ones who
also
created the eyeglass.
The eyeglass, the lens
so
that we use.
Right, those fundamental precepts is what allows you to make a telescope and make it's in increments.
So the Arabs are using it, and the Arabs had the technology to at that time to polish glass and to magnify things.
Anybody white people.
They were looking at the stars with it. So one white man now jump up and steal an idea.
No, but I'm biased.
White people stupid.
I'm biased. I'm biased. What we're saying is this. I'm biased. What we're saying is this, right? Yeah. Saying that a person is the father of science, first off, only Europeans would be so arrogant to even come up with that sort of conception, right? Because
Wait, because we all know that how science works and how it develops, right? It doesn't happen in a vacuum. No one just springs up and it's all of a sudden they're just there, like they know everything. And no, you're building upon incremental progress that has been made over a period of time, and you make your contribution, right? And you use the tools and the knowledge that you had prior and you build on that. But when you say a person is a father of something, it gives the implication that this person innovated out of nothing.
No.
No, it's an implication though.
Right. No, yeah, of course.
And
I
it's kind of like saying Al Gore created the internet.
Yeah.
Or any one person created the internet.
I explained that earlier, that in science, it's they got different. It's weird. It's different, So Galilei pioneered the
scientific method.
No, I wouldn't say that either. Because
I know that's bullshit.
Okay, cool. Right. I get it.
So you need to research Baghdad.
But we can do that next. But let me just read this though.
Because hold on, because the scientific method simply is observation, test, and conclusion, right? In a nutshell. So you mean to tell me that with all the shit that we seen other civilizations do, and they didn't do that. They had come on, man.
We can look them up next, but
until he came along.
Look, right.
When did Galileo? When was Galileo born?
Like 15 something.
After the fall of Baghdad.
Can I read this?
All the Baghdad's okay.
Can I read this? Galileo Galilei pioneered the experimental scientific method and was the first to use a different type of telescope, a refracting telescope to make important astronomical discoveries. There you go.
Oh, so there was another telescope before that.
Yeah, right. But he had, the difference is
interesting.
Okay, cool. Inferior to his telescope was more superior. It was a refracting telescope that helped him make astronomical discoveries. Now look.
Boy, your ass love the white man.
No. The difference is, I don't love the white man. I just don't hate white people. That's different. I mean, there's no allergy. There's no bias, racism. I don't hate white folk. I give everybody credit.
Oscar, you guys just said to him that 90% of the observable stars are Arabic names.
Oh, God.
90% of the stars in the night sky have Arabic names.
I'm trying to read why they say, like, you guys don't want to, when it comes to explaining why white people are admired, are champion. I'm trying to read.
Let that man read.
Earlier it was all good at click stuff. Click that. Now I'm clicking stuff all the time. It was like, don't read it. Okay. Who was the father of modern science and why? Galilei, 1564, 1642. Is considered the father of modern science and made major contributions to the field of physics, astronomy, cosmology, mathematics, and philosophy. So it wasn't just one thing, like the Arabs. Astronomy, cosmology, mathematics, and philosophy. Now give me an Arab. Give me an Arab name. The Arab is next. Give me his name.
No.
Oh God! So the Arab only knew about what?
The stars.
The stars.
The damn Quran.
The stars.
Yo, unbiased, you funny as hell, bro.
Unbiased. If you need to find out about the golden age of Baghdad, from the 5th century.
Oh,
this one right here?
From the 5th century to the 14th century.
Wait, is this one right here?
That place.
Yeah, based on what I'm reading there, that will qualify. Because that's basically saying the same thing as Galileo.
All right, so
scientific methodology based on emphasis on experimental data and reproducibility. So,
and he was before Galileo, hundreds of years. He
right.
was in Baghdad.
Listen, I don't have a problem with them saying Galileo is the father. I don't, because look, any group of people, you're gonna pedestalize and venerate your people.
or the people, and really it ain't even they goddamn people because they're friggin' Germanic people. But
exactly. That's why they ain't got a dog in the fight. That's why they won't do that.
Well, they do got a dog in the fight because they
Nah.
created this. They created this conception called race, and within that construct, Galileo fits in that. So they're gonna big him up because he's their kinsman in the concept of race.
In science, they mention Arabs all the time in science for different.
Yeah, they mentioned, but I'm saying the person who they gonna put as the top dog is gonna be the person who they consider to be they folks.
Well, guess what?
And what I'm saying, unbiased, is nothing wrong with unbiased. That's human. Like that's what you're supposed to do.
I disagree, but guess what?
Can I say something?
And they're still running science today.
Can I say something?
So they ain't never fall off.
When the barbarians
kept going.
When the barbarians, let me say something.
Man.
Let me say something. When the barbarians,
I'm a lot of black folks did science like everybody else. Science in Africa,
bruh.
No.
Hey, Khalid rolling in his grave right now, bro.
Yeah, Khalid was a guy. Matter of fact, I'm gonna play Khalid. I'm gonna ask you, please. Why you doing that? I'm gonna find Khalid crazy ass.
Let me say something. Let me say something about these Germanic tribes.
Because they don't know Khalid.
When these Germanic tribes, these barbarians, because 70% of white people in America is of Germanic descent. When these barbarians took over Rome, they weren't civilized, but one thing with them, they learned fast and they copied until they ruled all Europe. Because at one time the German, they might not have took over them physically, but one time their descendants, all of Queen Elizabeth's children. Queen Elizabeth was a German princess. Queen Elizabeth II from England, she was a German princess. All of her children ruled most of Europe. You know that, Askin, right?
Nah, I didn't know that.
Yes, Queen Elizabeth's children ruled most of Europe.
Like the two doors and all that, right?
Yes, ruled most of Europe. All our children, our grandchildren, and they were married to the crown princes all over Europe. And they were from Germanic tribes.
They would intermarry into other nobility, right? Like Spain, I know.
Nobility. Spain, France.
Yeah, they married the English. I think the girl was Spanish, the female.
Yeah.
And the king was English.
Yeah, because they were German. They were Germanic. They married into England first. They had all the children. Those children married in all of those Germanic tribes. So when they want to sell a story and paint a picture of themselves, them is the most beautiful people. Them is the father of science. When the Arabs were there 500 years after Rome fell, when Rome fell, Europe didn't even know how to build aquifers. Europe lost how to make Roman cement. A lot of the buildings I believe that were created by giants that the Romans built. After Rome fell, Europe was in a disarray. Science went to Baghdad. Baghdad was a bosom of science during that time.
You see this title, Stu piece that he highlighted?
Wait, right.
No, you don't see the screen?
The white woman is a bitch.
Yo, this guy was. Yeah, I want you to hear him say it. This guy's a nut.
Oh my god!
All right, come on, I want you to hear him say it.
Listen.
Shit.
Now we look at this devil white woman. How they attempted to give us an image of this woman of purity and to evoke so much sympathy and empathy around the honor and the purity of this cracker woman. That's right. So I have chosen as my subject today.
Listen.
So hold on to your seatbelts. Don't be shocked. I'll clear it up as we go along. I'll clear it up as we go along, but don't let it shock you. My subject today is the white woman is a bitch.
Here's that.
I'll leave off the second part because if you leave off the second part, you'll think I'm being bold. A female two-legged dog.
All right.
We are taught
All
by
right.
the honorable.
No, pause it. Pause it. Would you disagree with him? Would you disagree with him?
Yeah.
You would disagree with him.
Yeah. And you would too.
Emmett Till.
Ah, nah,
Emmett Till.
Stoopies, no.
No.
So
No.
hey,
Hold on.
yeah, this is Tariq Nasheed right at this point.
Hold on. Let's go to
Tariq
literature.
Nasheed.
Wait, hold on. Let's go to literature. There's a beautiful book that I read while I was in high school. The name of that book is To Kill a Mockingbird. Now, I need people to get that book. Anybody here still watching at this time? You need to get that book and to read that book, To Kill a Mockingbird. To Kill a Mockingbird is about a black man in the South who was falsely accused of defiling the purity of white women or white women. We have had killings. We have had mass lynching where black men were falsely accused of defiling the purity of white women.
It wasn't over 100 lynchings, right? It wasn't over 100 because I got the book 100 lynchings, so it wasn't.
No. I'm not talking about 100 lynchings. I'm talking about mass massacre of black people in towns where it is said that black men defiled the purity of white women.
All right, wait.
It was not true.
Right, but hold on.
And nobody held them accountable. The woman didn't hold the woman accountable.
No, of course.
The youngest young man, the youngest person who died of electrocution in America.
Stupid.
Let me finish, please.
Hey, don't lecture though. Please don't lecture.
No.
I'm not
lecturing. I'm voicing my opinion.
Yeah,
the youngest person who
not too
died
long.
of electrocution in America was a young man who was falsely accused of raping a white woman. He was so small that the thing could not hold on his head. And I want you to explain to me now.
Yeah, I got that book, Parchman Farm. Matter of fact, I was part of my daily show. I was supposed to go on 6 p.m. So I was gonna read one chapter, 3 books. And what you're talking about is is in many books, but I have a book called Parchman Farming, and it's in that book. Right. The electric chair was made for a young black guy. Got it. That one, I'm gonna do Slavery by Another Name and Medical Apartheid. So I'm gonna read the first chapter of each book. But go ahead, proceed.
No, I am saying that. Was he wrong? He might have been a little bit eccentric.
What? He is extreme as hell.
But guess what? He was not wrong. Because during slavery in America, the white woman was just as culpable to the act and the mistreatment of the slave as the black slave.
So now that's stupid. You gotta allow us to interject. You can't hog the mic.
I'll finish.
You're gonna say, okay. So now some of us say, hey, the black woman she feeds her son, knowing goddamn this nigga reputation in the hood, he's a goddamn he's a serial killer. This woman, like the white woman, feeds this boy. She knows reputation. He comes home to a hot meal, no responsibilities, and knowing he goes back out, he's gonna terrorize the fucking neighborhood again, over and over and over. And she heard about this dude's reputation. So same shit. The same way a white woman could be complicit with the white man killing black folks and oppressing. Some of these black women, or some black men, knowing that their sons are the animal of the society, would still give them a place to stay, give them allowance, feed them, clothe them, and make sure they're comfortable in their terrorism. So now, are we justified to paint all black women are complicit in that? No. So with Emmett Till, a white woman did do that. Fine. But look where we're at though. Like she did in a lot of that stuff was happening in the most racist states. I'm sure it happened everywhere, but the bulk of it was happening in the most racist states where his behavior was more tolerant. The racist states tolerated this stuff more than anywhere else in America. Okay. So, but again, black folks in our communities, those same thugs that we walk past every day, whoever's still living in inner cities, we walk past the crackheads, don't hold them accountable. We walk past the drug dealers, don't hold them accountable. And they oppress us. At least white folks oppress a different race. They oppress us, and we don't hold anybody accountable. We walk past them every day the same way those white folks walk past the white culprits that harmed us. We do the same shit today.
Hey,
All right.
guys,
Hold on.
real quick, no,
Remember,
Stoopies.
Yeah.
No, I want to say something real. Can we come out of this rabbit hole? I want to go back to the science and the Egypt shit.
All right, hold on.
Hold on.
Let me play.
Hold on.
I want to play Professor Griff real fast.
Hold on. Let me rebut.
Yeah,
No.
yeah. Let him finish, and
No.
then can we get out of here after this?
All
Yeah,
right. I agree with you 100% on what you just said. But what you did, you argue whataboutism. You didn't argue the point on what we were talking.
Don't
You
need to
stick
be
to the
human.
blame.
That's what humans do.
No. But guess what? You cannot be discussing the cup and jump to the spoon. And that's what you did.
Yeah, you can.
Because you did not use the behavior of the cup to eliminate the action of the cup, or you did not justify the cup.
I did. That's what humans do.
No. What you said is that white women are not the only women who did this. What about black women who nurtures and feed predators? But that is a whataboutism argument.
Yo, okay, so my
you
sole
did not
argument.
address-
So now
you
I
did
want to
not
frame my argument.
address the
All right, so I'll frame my argument.
responsibility.
All right,
of
so
the
let me
white
frame my
woman.
argument. So let me frame my argument. But the frame of the argument is that's what humans do. Humans do not condemn their own, even when they're in the wrong. They're more likely to be complicit. And this is like world history. You're likely to be tolerant when your people do some fucked up shit. Like that's just what humans do.
We're moving on to Egypt because that would take a whole night. That's good. We're moving on.
Yeah. That's
Hold
going.
on. Wait.
It's about
One
to
more
get
thing about
ugly.
Khalid. One more thing, Khalid, because I never heard Professor Griff. I never heard Professor Griff why he split with Khalid. So I want to see if he's gonna keep it real and say Khalid was a nut. So I want to play the whole thing. I just want to play a little bit
to model yourself after. Definitely Khalid was one of those individuals that played that kind of role. And my Khalid was fearless, man. Did you see him on the Donahue show? That's why when you see quotes, it's only a half a sentence. To myself, okay, is this the fork in the road that I saw? Khalid was a master at that. But there was aspects of Khalid that I saw that I had to say to myself, okay, is this the fork in the road? In my home, I may disagree with my wife. That's not going past our bedroom. You understand what I'm saying? And I felt at that particular time, that should be the same principle that all of us should have to put in place in order to maintain relationships. I've been friends with Misan more than 10 or some odd. I will never air that out. Do you understand what I'm saying? Through Facebook, around through somebody's IG, then ending up on YouTube, to make it.
Get to the point.
And I think we need to kind of grow up in that kind of way. And that was one of the lessons. We need to kind of grow up and have a conversation with the brother. Ending up on YouTube, then making its way back around to me, ultimately around through somebody, air that out. Do you understand what I'm saying? Through Facebook, around through somebody's IG, then ending up on YouTube, then making its way back around to me, ultimately having to have a conversation with the brother. That will never happen. And I think we need to kind of grow up in that kind of way. And that was one of the lessons that tore me apart running with Khalid, the Farrakhan factor, they called it then.
Okay, it's a Farrakhan shit. All right, never mind.
All right.
I knew you was gonna do that.
I'm gonna share my screen real quick. I had wanted to
Yeah.
to show
Okay.
y'all something.
You guys, let me make you guys the moderators. You guys gonna, because I'm in a moment where I'm getting a little sleepy. So let me make you guys.
Getting sleepy, huh?
Yeah, let me make you guys-
Go half an hour more. Go ahead, Pete.
All right.
So
So
both of you guys did you can send a link, whatever, and control the show.
right. So the particular thing I'm gonna read is speaking to the idea of what the Egyptians knew, what they didn't know, et cetera, et cetera. And point I'm trying to drive home here is a lot of the things that we are taught, specifically in relation to this civilization, a lot of it is presupposition, right? based on certain conventions that these people couldn't possibly know this because this happened at this time. And I'm basically reading this to say, for the most part, a lot of these experts, right, and a lot of this consensus, again, a lot of it is presupposition. They don't really know what these people knew or didn't know, right? So, mechanical methods, Petrie's comments, right? So the following extracts are taken from chapter 8 entitled Mechanical Methods in Petrie's classic reference work, The Pyramids and Temples of Giza. For those unfamiliar with Flinders Petrie, I believe he's credited as being the first Egyptologist, so to speak. So he's a French guy, one of the first to really start excavating Egypt and, analyzing the artifacts and all of that sort of stuff. I believe he's considered the father of Egyptology, if I'm not mistaken, right? All right. So they concern some of his findings at Giza during the winters of 1880 and 1881. And I quote, "The methods employed by the Egyptians in cutting the hard stones which they so frequently worked have long remained undetermined. Various suggestions have been made, some very impractical, but no actual proofs of the tools employed or the manner of using them have been obtained. The typical method of working hard stones, such as granite, diorite, basalt, etc., was by means of bronze tools. These were set with cutting points far harder than the quartz which was operated on. The material of these cutting points is yet undetermined, but only 5 substances are possible: beryl, topaz, chrysoberyl, corundum, or sapphire, and diamond. The character of the work would certainly seem to point to diamond as being the cutting jewel, and only the considerations of its rarity in general interfere with this conclusion. Many nations are in the habit of cutting hard materials by means, mute out, Stupies. Many nations are in the habit of cutting hard materials by means of a soft substance, such as copper, wood, horn, etc., with a hard powder applied to it. The powder sticks in the basis employed, and this being scraped over the stone to be cut so it wears it away. Many persons have therefore very readily assumed, as I myself did at first, that this method must necessarily have been used by the Egyptians, and that it would suffice to produce all the examples now collected." He's referring, of course, to all of the artifacts that they had at that point. Such, however, is far from being the case. Though no doubt in alabaster and other soft stones, this method was employed. That the Egyptians were acquainted with a cutting jewel far harder than quartz, and that they used this jewel as a sharp pointed graver, is put beyond doubt by the diorite bowls with inscriptions of the 4th dynasty, of which I found fragments at Giza, as well as the scratches on polished granite of the Ptolemaic age at I guess there's something omitted there. The hieroglyphs are incised with a very free cutting point. They are not scraped or ground out, but are plowed through the diorite with rough edges to the line, as the lines are only 1/150th of an inch wide. It is evidence that the cutting point must have been much harder than quartz and tough enough not to splinter when so fine an edge was being employed, probably only 1/200th of an inch wide. Parallel lines are graved only 1/30th inch apart from center to center. We therefore have no hesitation in allowing that the graving out of lines in hard stone by jewel points was a well-known art. And when we find on the surfaces of the saw cuts in diorite grooves as deep as 1/100th of an inch, it appears far more likely that such were produced by fixed jewel points in the saw than by any fortuitous rubbing about of a loose powder. And when further, it is seen that these deep grooves are almost always regular and uniform in depth and equidistant, their production by the successive cuts of the jewel teeth of a saw appears to be beyond question, right? I'm going to skip here to this last paragraph here. At El Berche, there is a still larger example where a platform of limestone rock has been dressed down by cutting it away with tube drills about 18 inches in diameter. The circular grooves occasionally intersecting proves that it was done merely to remove the rock. The lathe appears to have been as familiar an instrument in the Fourth Dynasty as it is in the modern workshop. The diorite bowls and vases of the Old Kingdom are frequently met with and show great technical skill. One piece found at Giza, number 14, shows that the method employed was true turning and not any process of grinding, since the bowl has been knocked off of its centering, recentered imperfectly, and the old turning not quite turned out. Thus, there are two surfaces belonging to different centerings and meeting in a cusp. Such an appearance could not be produced by any grinding or rubbing process which pressed on the surface. Another detail is shown at fragment number 15. Here, the curves of the bowl are spherical and must have therefore been cut by a tool sweeping an arc from a fixed center while the bowl rotated. This center or hinging of the tool was in the axis of the lathe for the general surface of the bowl right up to the edge of it. But as a lip was wanted, the centering of the tool was shifted, but with exactly the same radius of its arc, and a fresh cut made to leave a lip to the bowl. That this was certainly not a chance result of handwork is shown not only by the exact circularity of the curves and their equality, but also by the cusp left where they meet. This has not been at all rounded off, as would certainly be the case in handwork, and it is clear proof of the rigidly mechanical method of striking the curves. Now, to conclude, for those who didn't necessarily understand all of the technical stuff being explained there, and I'm certainly not pretending like I do, what Petrie was communicating here, and this was the late 19th century, right? 1880. This is not even what we consider the modern era. He's saying that the methods that are explained to use that are given by conventional science today. The consensus today is that it's, simple copper tools, because this would have been around the Stone Age, Fourth Dynasty. I don't know. Somebody will help me out on that, or the Bronze Age, right? The presupposition is that it's the Bronze Age. They couldn't have had these type of tools to be able to produce this sort of exact work. And what he's saying is, not only did they have tools, the evidence as shown by the artifacts, by the finish, the equal distance of the lines, the depth of the incisions made into diorite, which is hard, can't be cut by bronze or copper or stuff like that, shows that they had machinery. This is the conclusion that Petrie came to. Now, do they have any? Have they found any machinery? Have they? No. Petrie here is simply saying, based on, because he had expertise in that field. Just looking at the vases and stuff, you can't get that type
hold
of.
Hold on. I needed to show a lathe because he's talking about a lathe.
Right.
People need to know what a lathe looks like.
Right.
So if you can, after you bring up, put a picture of a lathe
Right.
on the screen.
Yep.
This is modern technology.
Right.
Nobody else was using a lathe. Look for a picture of a lathe. L-A-T-E. L-A-H-T. I don't know how it's spelled. But you use it in engineering to make tools. You need to put up a picture of a lathe because people need to see what.
Stupies are unbiased. You still there unbiased? You guys go ahead and do it. My phone is messing up.
Let me see if I can find one.
Yeah, the lathe is a modern tool. It's something that's used to create like bowls, finely.
No, I use a lathe. I use a lathe when 1 year I went and did engine and I didn't like it. But I use a lathe. But
Yeah, I specifically chose Petrie because he was one of the first on the scene in terms of archaeological digs, and he didn't have any kind of horse in the fight to try to big up these people, right? It's not like he's trying to make these people, like if this was Anthony Browder or something, like I think reflexively we would kind of be resistant to it because we know we have that we have that kind of blackology. We kind of want to big up, you know what I'm saying? But he's looking at it from a standpoint of expertise and
okay.
looking at the work.
Can you see my screen?
Yeah, we can see it.
This is a modern lathe. I'm not saying that they have something like this, but the principle of it that you can use this to shape almost anything cylindrical. We use it. Lathe is a fundamental tool in engineering. This is a tool maker's tool, a tool that you use to make tools. So, oh Lord, oh.
Right. So it's if Stoopies, if you think about it, right, what Petrie is saying completely runs counter to everything that you've ever heard in modern Egyptology and what's considered consensus, like completely. Like if this were Anthony Browder, let's say Anthony Browder was a mechanical engineer, right? And he was responsible for those words that I read. He'd get dismissed in this community as a loon and a quack. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Because right.
But what people don't understand is that we dismiss the knowledge and the technology of these people. We need to take into consideration that a society that exists for 2,000 years in relative peace, that could protect its borders. Imagine the advancement that was going on in there. A technology that people begin to specialize. That you had the farming, you had the farming class, those people who produce enough food to free up other people to do other things, to free up your artisans, to free up your metal workers, to free up your what you call, I wouldn't call them engineers, but in today's term we use the word engineers. These people were always moving on to free up your chemists, although we're not going to use that word. You understand what I'm saying?
No, man, absolutely. And the basic point that I'm driving home is a lot of the things that we take from certain experts, particularly in this field, Egyptology, whatever you want to call it, that they promote as incontrovertible fact or consensus or whatever. Again, a lot of it is based upon a presupposition. So for example, the fourth dynasty, I believe, would fall in the Bronze Age, right? So conventional science or conventional history holds that in the Bronze Age, no one had these certain capability, right? So the Egyptians couldn't possibly have had anything beyond this level because at this time in history, this was the apex of human capability. So that's a presupposition. So when you find evidence, right? And in this case, the evidence would be like those diorite bowls and vases and stuff. And when you look at it and you know, if a person that's an engineer, Stoopies, they could look at those artifacts and they could instantly tell, like, there's no way. You're not making this rubbing sand. It's not gonna happen. Not with the finish and the smoothness. Like some of that stuff reflects Stoopies, like literally.
But then aliens help them though?
No.
I don't know about all that.
No aliens don't help them. These are. If you even look at art, one of the things that if you look at the carvings, I know how specific the carvings are, where they're carving whatever the word is, the language into the walls of the pyramid. And look how precise those, what it took to carve those without making mistakes. It took extreme level of tool and the use of tools
All this Egypt talk, I'm gonna call ex-architect.
to even carve those carvings, right? If you look at the statues, what they were, because we don't see all of it, these people were using paper. Paper is a science. Paper production is a science, right? It's not every society produce paper. For society who produce papers are first world societies. The Chinese, the Romans, the Egyptians. Paper production. So when you say that these people weren't doing that, all of that, they were working metals. They were refining gold. They were producing bronze. I'm not saying that they didn't have superstition, because all society will have superstition.
Nah, they was all the way fucked up. They was committing mass murders. They was the first mass shooters and shit. They straight serial killers. If that pharaoh died, better haul ass. They killing everybody moving.
He said there's the first school shooter. He said they had school shooters in Egypt, in ancient Egypt.
And they was the first pyramid schemers.
That's funny as hell.
No,
I'm just joking.
No. I would believe that, because the resources that it took to build a pyramid, you have to be scheming. You have to be cunning in society for them to invest in a pyramid.
Yeah.
You have to be cunning.
And also a scheme isn't bad. A scam is bad, not a scheme.
Yeah, because a pyramid, the resources that it would take to build a pyramid, you have to be scheming your people. You have to be telling them some shit for them to believe it, to go along with to expending so much resources in building a pyramid.
Hey, but you know, like those the Giza pyramids, right?
Mm.
You know, again, science, not science, but Egyptology and his, you know, historians have convinced us that it's just a vanity project. You know, and to me, that just doesn't make any sense.
No, that don't make any sense.
That
It wouldn't be a
doesn't-
vanity project.
So what kind of project you say?
a
vanity
project.
Okay.
So
Now look,
basically,
would this? Let me ask this question. Would this information, would it change for you? Like, would it be so dear if it is to you, if they were not in your mind
okay.
like with all this, with you know, they're like straight Middle Eastern, Mediterranean, something else that's clearly not.
would it as would I
like,
be
would this information be like a disinterest, or you still be not you? This is for the chat also. Like, would y'all still be interested in?
I'm gonna be candid. I'm gonna be very candid. No, it wouldn't have as much. You know, it wouldn't be as profound. Well, not profound, but I wouldn't be as fond of it then, or you know. So yeah, absolutely. The fact that
What about Stu?
Yeah.
No, the Egyptians are Mediterranean. They were West Africans. The Egyptian is a Mediterranean.
Yeah, I'm not even arrogant. No. Hold on. I'm not trying to, because you know that's the whole. You know, you go to Sudokus for that. I'm not even arguing that. I'm just saying, like, just make believe. What if hypothetically, like Haskell got it. Stu P, if it was like in your heart where you were convinced, like not, you know, people trying to convince you. If you convinced yourself, if there's enough data to prove that these people look nothing like Africans as we know, like they look like my man Gaddafi, somebody over there.
Mm-hmm.
Like, would the information still be, you know, something that you'll seek out and want to learn? And
no, I learned about Egypt because I wanted. They did look like Gaddafi to me. Because if you use a skin map, they would look like Gaddafi. They didn't look like me. Ask them, I think they look like him, but they didn't look like me.
But what I'm saying is,
but unbiased. His
okay,
answer is no. It wouldn't make it. Their race wouldn't make a difference in
cool.
how interested in the
Now
information.
I got to follow up. Now I'm going to challenge them on that. So, have you really read in depth the Greek philosophers and like their contribution and like the great things they've done? 2 piece.
Yes, I am a
in great
sponge of
detail?
knowledge. I am a sponge of knowledge.
No. No. Look
I have
what I mean.
read.
Look what I mean. Like, right, I got you. But let me just add some clarity. So the same way you're able to recall all these marvelous things of the Egyptians, right? Are you able to like recall like the glorious and marvelous things in Greece and Rome and things like that?
Yeah. The only
Okay,
country
Yeah,
so
don't
I
do you
believe I
get?
believe
is
Stupes.
the Chinese. Eh?
I believe Stupes.
The
Stupes
only
is
co-
not a blackologist. He's not like me. I'm kind of
I'm
a
not a
blackologist.
blackologist. I'm not a
Nah, hell,
blackologist.
stupid, the black man. Stop it.
Nah,
No,
you
no,
got
no, no.
Stupes fucked up.
No, I'm not a blackologist. I know what we did and I know what they did.
I don't know about that, man.
No, I'm not a blackologist.
We
Hold on,
who?
hold on.
We who?
We the
We say
West
we who?
Africans. We the West Africans.
And are you saying Egyptians are West African?
No, they're not.
No, man. I'm biased not listening, man. He just trying to make you a blackologist so bad.
No,
No.
bro. No, I'm not.
I told you. I told you that
I'm
the
not.
Egyptians are Mediterranean people.
Yeah, that
They're
should
the
Right,
end
no,
that
only
no, no
right there,
problem, no
I'm
problem.
biased.
Yeah,
That should,
no, bro. I'm
yeah.
not. Listen, bro. I'm not trying to debate with the brother. I'm not. I wasn't clear on like my question being answered. I wasn't clear because he never said like you interpreted for him, but he never really, gave me the like how you made it plain. Like so, I didn't know. So I'm thinking that maybe he's still on some more other shit. But no, it's okay now.
Right.
No, I
Yeah,
am West African.
he
I am thousands of miles away from Egypt.
right. So
My
Stupes is
people didn't know that Egypt existed.
Stupes is
prior
in
to.
alignment with Chef and Corey and those guys.
My people never know about Egypt. My people never care about Egypt.
Right.
All right, so look, how come the only time like really that I can recall that Greeks are mentioned at all, like in a way that's they're admired, is I think when I bring them up.
I can answer that
like
one.
If we so diverse, with information and great marvelous things, how come we only know about?
I can answer that one. So if the juxtaposition is Egypt versus Greece and Rome, and why one is favored over the other, no, that's not the
you go there.
juxtaposition.
But I was just saying in general because we'll talk about West Africa, right? And there's no comparison. We even might talk about other parts of Africa in the Islamic world. Because you mentioned some Islamic people in science. I'm saying like in our conversation on a regular basis.
Why we don't ever big up the white folks?
In any now, I mean, you could say it like that. I mean, but look, to me, when you don't do it, to me, you're no different than white people. Like you're the opposite of them. They want to make everything white. And they want to omit Black history. We do the same shit.
Let me answer you. The white people are celebrated every day. Greece and Rome is celebrated every day because Greece and Rome won.
But we don't know about. But we don't know in our communities. We don't know about this stuff though, bro. I didn't know about none of this shit. I read it.
Let me finish.
Recently.
Let me finish.
Like 2 years ago.
Greece and Rome won. America is basically the new Rome. The politics is Roman politics. The culture is Roman culture.
But that's not my question. I'm talking about if you pull the average Black person to the side and you ask him about any of these names we just mentioned, like Galileo,
don't ask him that. Ask him, do you love America? If you
no. Look, I love America. Wait. Why wouldn't he love?
That means you
No. Wait. See. Wait. So that's the blackology now. Why, if he lives here and he's actually American, it's the only flag he ever known, and he's employed and fed and business and work, why in school? Why would he not love America? Like every American loves America.
My thing to you, this is what I'm saying to you, and I need to make
we won't live anywhere else.
No.
Right here.
No, you're not hearing what I'm saying. You're not hearing what I'm saying. I'm saying to you that what we call America today is basically the modern version of Greece and Rome. That is what it
But
is.
that wasn't really my question. But that wasn't really my question though.
Hey,
So
but
I'm gonna
No,
ask
no, no.
Haskell.
what
Yeah.
Unbiased is looking for is for the, because you're saying basically that the black people who he wants them to be cognizant of the splendor and greatness of Rome.
Right.
It isn't enough for him that we practice their culture essentially
Right.
by unknowingly. He needs to know that
Yeah,
the person
that's unconscious. Yeah.
right.
Oh,
He want
the
them,
mind.
he
Oh,
want them
I'm-
to consciously big up Galileo and Pluto and all of that stuff. That's what he's saying.
No. But this is what I'm saying. While they may not be the C word that you just mentioned, of them actually being Roman and Greek citizens. Because if you live in America and you're actually a Roman or a Greek citizen, I'm intermixing the two. Because Greece became Rome. No, you might laugh. You might laugh after.
Nah, he's right. Let me hold
You
on real
might
quick.
laugh.
I'm gonna give him a quick example, right? And it's crazy because I actually learned this from listening to Professor Black Truth, right? On the, I forgot which government building it is. I don't know if it's Congress or I think it's the Capitol building. At the top of the building, they have the Roman fasces at the top of the building, and the fasces was a implement of war.
Yeah, but who knows that though? They just see a
Hold on.
goddamn scope. That's all they see. It's sculpture. That's all they see.
Right. So the Roman fasces,
Right.
of course, Lincoln in that chair that he sits in,
It's Zeus. in
right?
Mount
That's
Olympus.
Zeus, right?
So wait, so the
they
average black person
often-
knows that?
No, they don't. But the average person in general don't know that. Not just black people.
Right. All right.
The average American
right.
don't know
Okay.
shit, bro.
Okay,
Like,
dude.
they don't care about that stuff.
Look, you are right, but you're pinpointing something. I don't know who knows that. I'm just saying the names I mentioned, like that contribute to science or philosophy, like these are not household names.
Yo, I want to tell you, the average black don't know about no goddamn Ramesses and none of that shit either. Just so you know.
But they know about King Tut. They know King Tut.
They don't know,
They
no.
do. Nah, they do. Nah. Stoopies. They
Yeah,
know about
they know King Tut.
bro. They know about King Tut, bro. King Tut would basically be like Tupac.
Right.
Like that.
Okay.
That nigga's a superstar, a household name. Stupid.
Right. But what's
He wants Plato and them niggas to be a household name in the black community, like niggas like Tut. And you know, it ain't gonna happen. Unbiased. Sorry to tell you, bro.
Why not?
All right, let me say this. Unbiased.
Cause they not hot as him, bro.
Let me explain to you. Not because you might not know the name, but guess what? It is subliminally forced into the mind of every American.
Nah, but I'm not even dealing with. I'm not dealing with that though.
Please,
the subliminal ain't good enough, bro. He just told you that. He want
let me finish, please. When you walk and you look at the architecture, when you look at your Capitol buildings, when you look at the architecture, when you look at your buildings of power, you're looking at Roman buildings.
Stupid, you're saying the same thing though. You're saying the same stuff. We got that part already. He wants the shine, bro. He want Galileo to go triple platinum.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like King Tut, he done went diamond 10 times platinum. He want them Greek niggas to have platinum, multi-platinum records in the black community.
Well, guess what? The Greek figures are the record companies. King Tut is the number one artist. So while King Tut is dancing on stage and providing a distraction, the Greek figures are collecting the money.
That's
so we
right.
can go on we can dance to King Tut. But the record companies record companies.
Yeah, I mean, like, to me, you know, and this doesn't represent all black American, all black people, but it's just a shame how we be so upset for the tactics that white folks use and implement it against black people and people of color over the world. and then we go right behind them and do the same shit, just on the flip side. You know, the Egyptians are white, no, they're black. This is what Santa's white, no, he's black. Like we just go behind, and all the tactics, they omit black history and they promote white people, did everything. We come right behind it. Nope. Wait, hold on.
No.
So we come right behind them and we teach black, you know, we fill the void with black history, no problem. But then we keep going and going and going. We never show you their contributions. So it's like, wait, they didn't do shit. And then, so now it's easier for some black revolutionary group, Nation of Islam, somebody say, white folks ain't do shit. Then you really believe that? Like, yeah, I guess so. Because when I learned, black folks did everything. So like, we become like the same people, same mindset. Like, how do you feel about us? The average black person feel about them today. Like, they ain't do shit. And same shit. They ain't worth a damn.
No, but you have to take this into consideration.
And that's blackology.
It's not blackology.
Yeah, no.
You have to take this into consideration. When somebody enters into an arena with nothing, right? They need to identify themselves with something. And granted, who was there to help us to identify ourselves chose splendor and glamour. And the most glamorous thing they could find on the continent where we were perceived to come from was the Egyptians. So they were celebrated and said, Africa is a black land, and everything on everybody in Africa and everything in Africa should be black. But it doesn't mean that we were wrong. As we get older and wiser.
Yeah, that's wrong. That's the same shit. It's the same fairy tale.
Yeah.
When do we just teach accurate information? Like for example, I keep hearing, not you guys, then you guys, you know, I don't really want to pin this on you. But I heard black people justify Elijah Muhammad doctrine. Yeah, it was a time where black folks felt like shit, so we had to. No, you don't come back with another lie. So black folks are told they ain't shit, you know, they the bottom of the world, they're animals, basically. You don't come back and white folks is great. You don't come back and say the reverse. No, actually, white folks are the animals walking on the caves and hillsides of Europe and 4 legs. And actually, you were the kings and queens. You just come back with the truth. No, that's false. You never was like that in that state. You was always human, upright, blah, blah, blah. You know, and you served your purpose in your country and did great things. And white folks, they were not who they say they were. They're normal motherfuckers that contributed here and there, but nothing else. You know, like you don't compare fairy tales with fairy tales.
But how did the Romans describe the Germans?
I have no idea.
How did the Romans describe the Germans?
As absolute savages, brutes.
Okay, so what's your point there? Because if that's your point, then white folks are right. They're correct then. But if you're saying that's what people do, then why complain about racism, scientific racism?
No. This is what I'm saying to you. If the Romans describe the Germans as brutes, and if we flip it and look at it and say, what's the majority of white folks in America, Haskell? Black Jews? Germans, am I wrong?
Yeah. Right. Mm-hmm.
Germans. So if the Romans would tell you who the white people who mostly rule Americans are, what do you expect? If the most civilized people,
that's definitely black out there.
They tell you who them people is. When the Romans and the Greek they describe the Germans, them tell you who them was. Devourers and destroyers.
Okay, hold on, unbiased. This is what will determine if it's truly blackology or not. Stoopies.
Yes.
I will grant you that at that time in history, those Germanic tribes, that's what they were, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are you of the opinion that is intrinsically who they are versus them being that way as a matter of nurture?
And I will tell you that this is not blackology.
Interesting.
I will tell you that.
I need an answer.
I'm going to use 2 examples. I'm going to use.
Hold on. You see, Supi stopped me when I tried to do that earlier at high school. He stopped me and said, "No, give me yes or no." You see what I'm saying? And now he gets to explain no yes or no.
And I'm going to use World War II. And based upon those 2 incidents in the world, I would say it is their nature.
Okay, so what about? Okay, now I got some information. You know, I studied World War One, and matter of fact, when I studied World War One, I focused more on Germany and
I'm
Japan.
biased.
So
I was gonna say that
yeah,
because I was leaning on it being a nurture thing, being the environment that they were coming from. You know, it was a very desolate type of environment, and it that's how they developed. They had to be that way, and guess what? It led to a tremendous amount of success because they whooped everybody's ass. Right?
Constantly.
Right. They conquered the world, and not only did they conquer the world, they were able to glean all the knowledge and everything. So they're not just savages because they're as technically and scientifically astute, and you know, from what they learned from the Romans and the Indians and everybody, and they're running shit and doing a great job. Matter of fact, as far as technologically and otherwise. However, Stu Pease just
I'm
threw.
getting rid of my quarters. I got 1,000 quarters.
Stu Pease just threw a curveball because he brought up World War I and II, and essentially what he's saying, for all the progress, all the advances, and all of that, these people didn't think anything to drop a nuclear bomb on a nation twice. So even in 2022, because I was gonna say they've come a long way. Like they're not as brutal as they used to be. But
wait,
then
so who are you speaking? Wait, so you speaking about the Americans?
Would be the Germanic, the Germanic tribes and their descendants.
The descendants.
Because those are the ones who are primarily.
Okay, I got you. I got kind of lost, and maybe somebody in the chat did possibly. So I just want to make sure. So you're talking about the Americans, right? The Americans.
No, but the Americans aren't the only
Germans in America.
Of Germans. They're not. They're not the only Germanic descended people.
What they're the majority.
So what percentage? What percentage of Americans at that time were German?
70%.
Okay, come on, you playing some magic. That's America. God damn, America right now is made up of 57% white folks, and we call it a white country. So
and at that time,
30%.
At that time, it was made up of about 80% white folks.
Right, even more.
Okay, then what was then why? So right. So why would you argue when I just say we talking about the Germans and America? Yeah, we talking about. So when I say America, you're talking about the descendants or whatever. And but the bottom line, you're talking about Americans. The bulk of Americans at that time. You're basically saying you said 80%. That's America.
Right. When I was saying that there are other Germanic people, I was talking in the world. But in this example, particularly with
I was kind of lost, and this is why I asked that question, because at first, like, I'm kind of like Dave German, right? And I'm thinking like, you're talking about Germany, but then you said, and I'm thinking, but the whole time I thought you were talking about Germany. I swear to God. Until you said drop 2 nuclear bombs, I said, oh, that's America.
Listen, even if you go prior to America, we could talk about the British Empire. Again, you're talking about Germanic descended people. Right. And the British, how much of the world they control at one point, Stu Pease? Like
the sun never.
But why is that wrong though?
No, it's not a matter.
No, okay.
It's not. Listen,
right.
I'm biased. It's not a matter of wrong or right. Remember what Stu Pease.
If y'all land this damn plane, bruh.
Hold on.
If y'all land that plane, so I can know where y'all going.
All right. So what the point Stu Pease made was that, because I asked him a question and he answered it plainly. He's of the opinion that intrinsically they are predisposed to unbelievable, unmatched brutality and savagery. Right?
Okay.
And what I'm saying is, I'm
now watch this about black folks. When I give you the same, I'm giving. Go ahead.
Black folks,
I'm hard pressed to disagree with him, because every nation, of course, has committed atrocities and has done brutal things. Every nation,
but
right?
Not on the scale.
But not on the. When you talk about the scale,
man, what they say, injustice. What they say? What's the quote? Maybe like injustice somewhere,
like
justice
injustice anywhere is. But
Yeah,
there's levels, man. Come on now.
levels to that shit.
You can't compare feeding children to
That's blackology,
alligators.
though.
Feeding children to alligators. No, I'm serious. Like feeding children to alligators, brother. Right? You're not gonna find in Africa, and this doesn't make. I'm not even pointing this out to say that we're necessarily better or no. I'm just saying certain levels that they are willing to go to, and they've been willing to go to historically. Other groups weren't willing to go to those levels, bro. And that's a big part of the reason why they kicked everybody ass. You get what I'm saying, unbiased?
Yeah.
Yes, savages.
And I'm
The
saying,
Romans told you who they were.
Yeah, like
Romans
and when I,
told you who they
like
were.
look, all right, put it this way. All right. Perfect example, right? In Jamaica, you know, there's a gang called the Klansmen, right?
Mhm.
Really?
Huh?
You
In
got the
Jamaica,
KKK out there?
huh? Well, yeah, it's called a Klansman gang, right? But you have people in the gang who have like 30 murders to their name, right?
Easy.
But most of those guys, the way how they kill, they'll see some unarmed person, run up to him, shoot him up, and that's it, right? No, they had a guy named Sci-Fi.
Wait. So they don't rob them? They don't rob them or take anything from them?
I'm sure they commit robberies too, but what they're particularly noted for is their violence and their willingness to kill with
Okay, I got you.
with any kind of restraint, right?
Right.
Now,
Any means necessary, yeah.
right. Everybody in the gang is a murderer, right? You can't be in the gang without being a murderer, right? No. I might be mixing up things. I believe Sci-Fi was in Klansman. Correct me if I'm wrong, Stoopies.
I don't remember the name.
Sci-Fi was a guy. He was called Sci-Fi, science fiction, because of the manner in which he would kill people. And one story was a guy he was chasing, right? He had a gun. The guy didn't have a gun. He's chasing the guy. And the guy was trying to jump a barbed wire fence, right? He caught up to the guy. I forgot what transgression the guy committed, whether it be he was cooperating with the police or whatever transgression the guy committed, right? No. Sci-Fi was with other gang members, right? These gang members was just gonna shoot the guy. Sci-Fi proceeds to grab the guy as he's trying to jump this barbed wire fence and start to drag him up and down along the fence the same way you would drag like a piece of carpet over the ground. And he basically just keep dragging the guy back and forth until he disintegrated. Right? Now, do you know that murderers in the gang were vomiting? You understand that?
Really?
These are killers. The point I'm making is there's levels, brother. There's levels. You know how we will say no women, no kids? The Germanic tribes, they was probably the first ones in history to say, man, fuck that. All the motherfuckers could get it.
Everybody died.
That's what we saying, bro.
And it is a nature. It is a nature.
Okay. All right. Wait. So now let me build a case. You know, we're both attorneys. All right. So that's their nature, be brutal. All right. So one, extreme, right wing, whatever, can make the case that black folks are gullible as fuck naturally. Like they're easily to be deceived, they're easy to be tricked, and they're so easy to contain and dominate over. And they can go from hundreds of years ago in Africa all the way now. So we had a live talking about crack cocaine and how it gets to the communities. And they basically just put it in the community and we just smoke it all up. Okay, so and look at all the let's say if it's true what people say about all the devices that they are responsible for, media and guns and all this shit. And then they would say, hey, well, nobody put a gun to your head and say smoke crack or shoot this guy or join a gang. We might have put it in your community, but you guys are really, inclined to this shit in mass numbers. Where so much so that you guys can't rebound today. And then you look at segregation and now integration, and nobody's in our communities but us, and we still can't galvanize. So one extremist can say, based on that, you got some gullible motherfuckers. Actually,
Who is so gullible? White folks? Haskell, you there?
no.
Yeah, I'm here.
No, one can make the argument that black people are gullible and we keep falling for the same trick. We're just easily conquered, and it's just too tempting to not conquer us. We're just for the taking, like a mule or a donkey or a horse.
One of the things that you're doing is that.
I'm doing.
All right, no, in the explanation is that.
Yeah.
Black folks have always been put in let me use the word. If you want to have a better word, I'm going to use the word cage.
Shit.
Because
Wait, what?
a cage, CAGE, cage. Because even in Africa, the land was conquered. South Africa was conquered. Rhodesia was conquered. Botswana was a protectorate of Queen Victoria. And people were always put in cages, meaning that they're put in position where they're easily manipulated. That's what a cage is. When you have a dog, a pet dog, no matter how big your house is, he's still in a cage because you're manipulating his situation. The African American in America has always been in a cage. He's always been in a situation that he can be manipulated. Even when he had his own towns and villages, he was never in full control of any place. He could be asked to move. Highways could be placed in his community. His community could be easily manipulated. So when we're saying that we're gullible, a dog can only eat what you feed him, and I'm not calling black people a dog. I should say a pet can only eat what you feed him. He's not making his own food. So it's not a matter of these people being easily manipulated. It's these people in a position where, what else can I do? What can I do? But if you want to argue differently, let me hear your point.
Hey, real quick, guys.
One last thing, and then Haskell. One last thing, Haskell, I've got to add in because so I want to add this last part in because I forgot that he pinpointed the Germanic race out of all Europeans. So I'm gonna say that they don't feel like that about all black people, just the West Africans. All right, go ahead, Haskell.
Yeah, I wanted to say for those in the chat, I saw a little bit of confusion about when we use the term Germanic people. I see people asking if it's Germany or Prussia, or if we're talking about Germany. We're not, right? So the Germanic tribe comes from the word Germania, right? I'm reading from Wiki. Also called Magna Germania or Germania Libera, or Germanic Barbaricum, from where they get the barbarian term. To distinguish it from the Roman province of the same name, was a large historical region in North Central Europe during the Roman era, which was associated by Roman authors with the Germanic peoples. The region stretched roughly from the middle and lower Rhine, which is a river, in the west, to the Vistula in the east. It also extended as far south as the upper and middle Danube and the Pannonia and the known parts of Scandinavia in the north. Archaeologically, These peoples correspond roughly to the Roman Iron Age of those regions. While apparently dominated by Germanic peoples, Magna Germania was also inhabited by the Celts. The Latin name Germania means land of the Germani, but the etymology of the name Germani itself is uncertain. During the Gallic Wars of the 1st century BC, the Roman general Julius Caesar encountered peoples originating from beyond the Rhine. He referred to these people as Germani and their lands beyond the Rhine as Germania. In subsequent years, the Roman Emperor Augustus sought to expand across the Rhine towards the Elbe, but these efforts were hampered by the victory of Arminius at the Battle of the Teutoburg Forest in 9 AD. The prosperous Roman provinces of Germania Superior and Germania Inferior, sometimes collectively referred to as Roman Germania, were subsequently established in northeast Roman Gaul, while territories east of the Rhine remained independent of German control. From the 3rd century AD, Germanic peoples moving out of Magna Germania began encroaching upon and occupying parts of Roman Germania. And that began the fall of the Western Roman Empire in the 5th century AD. So, hope
So
get a
look,
little lesson.
now Haskell and Stu, you guys got on me about, like, you know, I didn't even argue. You said, you know, Unbiased basically want black folks to look at white folks as heroes. None of that. Yeah, what you just read just now, there's nothing heroic about that, right? But that's what I'm saying. That's the stuff we need to learn. See, what you just read just now, and what Stu P said about the Germanic people, I didn't even argue when he said he see them as a brute force. That's just who they are. I didn't even argue. I didn't even say no. I'm looking like, well, damn, you know, they are a little, you know what I mean? That's pretty much what they're known for, like, throughout their history. So I didn't even argue that. You dig? But this is the iface I'm talking about that needs to be known.
No, I'd
It's
agree.
not just like how great they are. It's not just how great they are. It's everything about them that seem to be that's like relevant. That
Yeah,
needs to be known.
absolutely.
And just
I
now,
agree.
the chat and myself didn't even know this stuff about. And the chat just asked you. The chat was confused. You see, so we don't know this stuff.
Yeah, I agree. You know, because we've been kind of groomed to be emotional people. You know, when you're in slavery, not only are you being violated and it's, you know, violent and all of that stuff, but you're in a perpetual
Cage.
you're in a perpetual infantitude. That's not a word. You're in a perpetual juvenile state. You know, all your needs are taken care of. You know, you don't have any agency. You don't really have to think. You don't, you know. So it you know, over time. Yeah, no, seriously. So, you know, we do tend to think.
I'm laughing at Zane.
We do tend to think in an emotional manner about white people. You know, oh, fuck them white people, and it prevents us from really learning
And knowing who they are.
Right. If you truly wanted to defeat these people, like how a lot of these revolutionaries and stuff claim,
you can't.
You need to know them. You need to know what is at their core, what makes them tick. That's what they did to the rest of the world. Like, they studied the African.
You cannot. The only person who can probably defeat these Germanic people are the Chinese, are the descendants of the Khans, because they were just as warlike. Those are the only people that probably can stand a chance against these people historically. Like the Khans. Right? And they proved it. These people.
We got another Uncle Ruckus in the chat. King Sosa, bring your ass up here, man.
Listen, when black people tell us we revolt against these people destroyed the Romans. One of the mighty.
Yeah, the most powerful friggin' force damn near the earth ever seen.
Man, post that link in the chat. Post that link in the chat.
It's in there. It's in there. You had just posted it a while ago.
No. I'm talking about what you just said just now.
Oh, Oh, the wiki. Just wiki Germania. That's it.
Yeah, those people
All right.
destroyed
Yeah.
the greatest fighting force in the world, named the Roman.
Wait.
You the
You said
African
wiki
don't
what?
know.
Germania. So German and then add IA at the end. Germania.
Wait, and that's gonna talk about them fighting with the Romans.
Yeah.
Yeah. You could there'll be links in the
All right.
wiki article where you can learn about how they beat the Western Rome and all of that stuff.
Yeah.
And if you want to get further, you start read up on Queen Elizabeth II and her roots. She's a German. The royal family in England is of German descent.
Or Germanic.
Or Germanic
descent.
people.
Mhm.
The Christmas tree that we celebrate every Christmas comes from Germany. It's a Germanic tradition.
Who the hell is Germanicus? Germanicus. Who's that?
Same people.
General. He's a general.
No, he's probably a Roman general who got his name.
Yeah, he was.
Wait,
how?
Well, remember,
so
it's
he
the
conquered and
Romans,
he became a general?
right? It's the Romans that gave those people the name. Unbiased. They named the area. They named the people.
Mm-hmm.
Zane is saying Germania is not Germany, right? We got it. We got.
We know that, but it was overrun by the same people. Some of the Rhine. Those people eventually overrun Germania.
Or Germany.
Yeah. They overrun that place and took it over.
Wait. Queen Elizabeth was in 1936, the second.
That's the first. Talk
one?
about the first. Yes. She's German. Although she sits on an English throne, she's German.
Oh, okay, Zane. So you're saying that Germania geographically corresponds to modern day Prussia. Is that okay? That's what he's saying.
Mm-hmm.
But in that wiki article, it gives the geographic parameters. And I think he goes far beyond Prussia. You know, my phone is messing up, so I can't, share my screen. If somebody can share their screen and pull up the map, you can see all the area that was considered Germania.
And they eventually overrun all of those places.
Yeah,
right.
I pulled up late, so I'm catching up. But I did hear the statement like Germany was the first that was like, fuck that, no women, no kids.
Yeah.
That's not true.
Nah, it's not. I was just using that as an example. No, I'm sure.
Like I said, I pulled up late, so that's why I was saying.
Yeah, I'm sure somewhere in history prior to them, somebody was willing to kill women and children.
Everybody.
But they had no problem with doing it.
Right. What I was getting across is the idea that they are willing to go to levels of depravity that will shock even the most murderous of killers. You get what I'm saying, Sosa? Like dropping 2 atomic bombs on a, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, because I think when they get to that skill level where you got that type of technology,
or it's not about the technology though. It's the willing. I'm talking about the willingness to deploy that shit on women and children.
Yeah, but I'm saying
civilians.
To be able to deploy it, though, you got to have access to that technology. Well, I'm saying if Africa had access to that technology, they'd have done the same shit.
Or all right. Even beyond the brutality aspect, right? Let's talk about like the idea of honoring like treaties. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of those old time like the Indians and the Africans, they couldn't even conceive at that time. At that time, they couldn't even conceive of breaking their word you know what I'm saying? Like these people, right? These descendants of Germanic people, that shit never meant nothing to them. Like, you get what I'm saying? They was the ones who broke certain conventions and was willing to. You get what I'm getting at, Sosa?
I mean, there's some instances of that. Yeah. I mean, I can agree to some.
No, ain't no some. They never honored man treaty ever. Ever. Like they don't give a fuck about that shit. They care about winning. Period. all that honor shit, and that's some old world shit. They revolutionized the game, bro.
I said, I ain't gonna fight you. I ain't gonna fight you. Like I said, I'm pulling up late.
The white people are some vicious people, man. It's
Nah,
in
nah. So now
nature.
you doing the whole white Iceman
But he not a
and
black
Harry
Alex
shit.
though.
I'm not doing the Iceman.
But he not a black Alex. Come on, bro.
No, I'm not a blackologist.
See, like the reason I don't like to do that, right,
Listen,
is because
all right.
in order to combat that statement, I gotta damn destroy Africa to do it. You see what I'm saying?
No,
To show
listen, let me
parallel,
tell you.
I don't want to have to do
Let
that.
me
I just
tell
want to
you.
say, don't do
Let
that.
me tell you, you cannot show parallel.
Man,
You
I can show
cannot show
plenty
parallel.
parallel.
Nobody existed as vicious as these people. History is just the rearview mirror to the future. And these people, history has always been the same.
Man, for most of the history,
I
they
can
was
go
fighting.
back.
For most
I
of the
can go back
history,
hundreds of years.
listen,
And
for
these
most of the
people
history, Europeans was fighting Europeans, Asians was fighting Asians, Africans was fighting Africans.
For most of the history,
For most of-
Germanic tribes were fighting Europeans until them control Europeans. When Germanic tribes were fighting each other.
That's what everybody.
Listen.
Nubia was fighting
World War
Egyptians. For
World
most
War
of this,
One.
yeah, you fight your neighbors, man. You fight your neighbors.
No, not on this level.
Yeah,
World
everybody
War
knows the
One.
crime is going to
All
be
right.
within.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Now you jump to World War One. Now you talk about
No.
differences
No,
of
because-
technology,
okay.
man. That's what I'm saying.
Right. Yeah,
Parallels
yeah.
are crazy. You start in the beast.
Man, I'm biased.
Now
Glad
you
for this
jump to
help.
nigga that
They
got
became
an
a
atomic
superpower.
bomb.
I'm biased.
But,
Glad
hey,
for this
Cynthia,
help,
I
boy.
have what
All
you
of a
say?
sudden, y'all talkative and shit. You got some backup now.
That's it. That is Jeff. But
Nah,
God,
I
Jeff,
mean,
busy.
yeah, I really like that. That's more, that's more what y'all talk about on, serial killers. That's not really my lane like that, stuff like that. Like, so I'm a student and I listen and I learn and I learn.
Can I say something, please? Allow me to say something. World War One, and anybody who can figure this out, how Queen Victoria became the grandmother of Europe. You need to understand who Queen Victoria is, right? But might sound weird according to this article, but during the First World War, also called the Great War, most sovereign countries involved were relatives.
Well, what?
More specifically, most sovereign countries involved in World War One were ruled by relatives. More specifically, England's, Germans, and Russian sovereigns were cousins. Because people need to understand that the Tsar in Russia, when the Tsar in Russia was killed by the Russian overthrow, he was the grandson of Queen Victoria, German descent.
I had to look that up, stupid. I ain't gonna really get into that. Like,
you want to bet
I have
me?
to look that up because now, if a certain
You want to bet
area,
me?
like if I have an empire, just listen. If I have an empire and my empire spreads,
yeah,
then I can see how I will put certain relatives in a certain position as the empire spreads. So yeah, so that's not far fetched. If the empire spreads.
Yeah, but I'm telling you that these people were all cousins of German descent. Who, if cousins are all royals and they're cousins, and these people couldn't come to an amicable treaty among them own family members.
Nigga, stupid. We can't hire a family to work the damn jobs. Nigga, you get to the most shit with your family.
No, but you're evil enough to kill millions of people. For
money and power. Come on now.
If they said the pyramid was a vanity project, World War One was a vanity war.
I don't know, stupid.
Yeah, man, you can look it up. Look it up when you have time, and then you come back and say, "Stupid, thank you for spilling that piece of knowledge on me. I didn't know." World War One was a vanity war between all of those descendants of those German barbaric people. As not me say so. I'm going to use Wajau tactics. It's not me say so. It's the Romans and the Greeks.
Because even what Putin is doing now, that's really just an ego thing. Like, it's not anything really there that is of any great value. I do know I've read something like Ukraine has there's some resource that they have.
And they're
Arable
thinking
land,
about,
just
and
arable
they
land,
were also
arable
considering
land.
being a part of the goddamn United Nations, which would give them,
That's
which
bullshit.
would
That's,
give
Yeah,
them
that's
United
smoke.
Nations,
That's smoke screen, Sosa.
that's smoke screen. That's bullshit.
nah, and them people's over there, and the motherfuckers they want their own independence, bro. Russia's trying to regain territory they've been had. So it ain't just like nigga, just like I'm just gonna fuck with the niggas just to fuck with these niggas. Like, nah.
No, that's what Putin's doing. Putin
Russia
just want, remember, at one point in time during the was it the Czech Republic? When was Ukraine a part of the Russian the USSR? Right?
Yeah.
It was
after World War One.
Right.
After World War One and World War Two.
It was a part
Prior to
of
that,
the it was a part of the fold, right? So the whole reason why Putin is doing this is just for nostalgia. That's it.
I mean, that's what that's what niggas do. Like when niggas try to get an empire, niggas try to regain territories that were once part of the supposed empire.
Yeah, that's what China's trying to do now.
What China trying to do?
With Taiwan?
Yeah,
Taiwan was always a part of China. Taiwan was always a part of China.
Nah,
Taiwan was a part of China. Taiwan was a part of China before the Red Revolution. You have old men in the parliament in Taiwan now who said them rule providence of China, but they can't set foot there. And you can't vote them out because there is no vote. Taiwan was always a part of China. It's after the Red Revolution where China became communist that Taiwan attempted to break away.
When the stupids are not, they're at odds right now. China want to
They can't be at odds. Listen, then the people of China will tell us that it's almost like Alaska will tell you that they're not a part of America. Alaska is always a part of America from the Americans bought it from the Russians. You can't tell the people that it's not their country.
I mean, I could pull a source.
Pull a source to say that Taiwan was never a part of China. Nobody can pull that.
I'm not sure.
It's too Pete.
Yeah.
The Germanic people, Germany during World War I and II was so brutal.
Yeah.
How are they able to convince Mussolini and the Japanese to like become their allies?
Because the Japanese were assholes. Because at the time the Japanese invade China and they need assistance. The Japanese were assholes. The Japanese went into China and raped thousands, tens of thousands of women. The Japanese were imperialists who believed that they were better than everybody else in the region. They were the snobs of the region. They were just as racist towards.
Wait. That came. Wait a minute. Was that before their rise to power or afterwards?
When?
Superpower. When I say power, is that before they came a superpower or afterwards? Because they became a superpower in 60, 70 years. So is that during that time or before or afterwards? When this attitude they had, this new attitude they're talking about.
Japan has always had this attitude. Japan is a class-based society that was ruled by the emperor. The emperor is a living god. Before the American broke the emperor constitution, he was seen as a living embodiment of God on earth. The emperor in Japan. Right? It's how the people view themselves. They view themselves better than everybody else in the region. They view the Chinese as being uncivilized. They went into China and they occupied China with the help of American technology. Because prior to them, Japan was a closed state for many years. I mean, they closed the country off to outsiders. And America went in and traded with them and gave them weaponry. And they learned to make the weapons. So they learned the weaponry from the Americans.
So look,
you see the source.
But I think that's kind of what, I don't know, if Sosa can speak for himself, but you just said it. Like people have these ideas by other people, and they don't have the arms to like be brute. You just said it. So America and Germany hooked up with Japan, helped them rise a superpower, and they had the means and ability to show their bruteness, right? other countries was not that fortunate. Otherwise, like we be reading about them too. We'll be reading about like so said. You had Africans, warmer Africans that one side. Like now they have the means, they have the guns, and look what they're doing with it. They kicking ass with it, each other ass with it.
Zulu was wrecking shop.
Who?
Shaka Zulu.
Let's go back to Shaka Zulu time, because people love to talk about the Great Lion. You see that song that them thief, that Disney thief, in the jungle, the mighty jungle, the lion sleep tonight? It's about Shaka Zulu, the Great Lion.
I don't know all that stupid. You always
Yeah,
got,
you
always got these stories that I'm sure. I got to go goddamn. You know what I'm saying? I
You
can't.
don't believe me?
I just said you got this shit to be obscure, stupid. I don't.
You never-
Listen, it's not that I don't believe nothing. I'm just saying I gotta look this shit up. You say something, I'll be like, that shit's
look
out
it
my.
up. When you hear the African version,
now I gotta go look
when
some
you hear the
more shit
African
up.
version,
I'm not
that
gonna
is
look up a
too
Lion
hard.
King.
So you didn't finish the Taiwan thing. Put that back up.
All right. Taiwan was always a part of China.
No, it was not.
When was it not a part
Put it
of
back
China?
up, Sosa.
Put it back up.
Yeah.
Put it back up. When was it not a part
Historical
of China?
sources suggest that the island first came under full Chinese control in the 17th century, when the Qing dynasty began to administer it. Then in 1895, they gave up the island to Japan after losing the first Sino-Japanese War. And then China took the island again in 1945 after Japan lost World War II. You know what I'm saying? So now they got that China feels like they should be in control. So I can look. China says,
when did America get independent?
here's China, right? So China points to history that says that Taiwan was originally a Chinese province.
It is.
The Taiwanese point to the same history to argue that they were never a part of the modern Chinese state that was first formed under the Revolution 1911, or the People's Republic of China that was established under Mao in 1949. You know what I'm saying? So,
In 1700, Taiwan was a part of China. The 1700s,
I just read that.
right? They lose
1600.
it when the Japanese invade, as I said
1600,
earlier.
17th century with the 1600. Yeah.
When the Japanese invade, those assholes invaded, they lose it then. And then they got it back when the Japanese lost World War II.
I just read that, stupid.
The problem is that these people don't want to be communists. If China
Yeah, but
wasn't
Sosa,
communist, they wouldn't have a
what he's
problem with
saying
it.
is, hold on, Stupies. I guess what Stupies is saying, Sosa, is that for as long as China has been a state, Taiwan was always a part of China. Is that what you're saying, Stupies?
Yes.
No, then that's what they're saying. They're saying that they were never part of that state.
No, they said the modern. If you read that bottom part, Sosa, it says they're claiming that they were never a part of the modern Chinese state, which began in 1911, are the one that began in 49.
Okay, the sources say they came under Chinese control in the 1600s.
Right, but is that
They
when
weren't a part of China.
is that when the Chinese state was formed, Stupies?
No, China existed
China existed
before
for a
that.
long time. I just
China,
want
no.
I just want the whole shit on Japan.
Hold on.
Yeah, Japan
Hold
is old.
on. You need to understand what was going on there. When the Mongols, because the Mongols, they control a large portion of China, right? After the Chinese defeat the Mongols and
The Chinese were there when the Mongols. The Chinese were there before the Mongols.
Right? The Chinese was there. So the Chinese was there before the Chinese state even established what it is now, fully. So China as it exists now fully. Taiwan is a part of them before that. Taiwan was a part of them before they fully established a state of what it is. They lost Taiwan to the Japanese.
But that source that Sosa pulled up is saying that until the 1600s, it was never fully, I guess, whatever that means.
Yeah.
It was never prior to that.
They had chanted.
China was
gained a little footing.
Either.
Because even when you look at Japan, I just watched the whole shit they got the whole shit on network on History of Japan. You know, Japan was trying to get to China after they After they went through all
Right.
the tribals war and became an empire, they were trying to go and make their way
Right, right.
into China. But I think Korea was the buffer that they had to get through to get to China. And Korea,
Was California always a part of America?
what? No,
Was Texas always a part of America?
no.
But it is
Nah,
now.
I think it was 13. It was like 13 states.
But it is now.
Yeah,
Was Alaska always a part of
Yeah.
America? But it
yeah.
is
So that's
now.
Or Puerto Rico.
China has,
yeah, so that make yeah.
Or Puerto Rico.
or Puerto Rico, right? So when if China had the place from the 16th century, it is China. If we're going to use the same rules for China, we have to give back California
Yeah,
to
they had in
Mexico,
the 16th century. They lost in 1895, gave
Right.
it up to Japan.
and they
Then
got
China
it back
took it
in
back.
1945.
Yeah,
In 1945, in less than 50 years, China took
Yeah.
it back.
it's just an island. It's not like it's a goddamn.
No, it's a large
Yeah, but still,
island. It's
still an
very
island.
big. It's China.
Taiwan.
Don't make nobody tell you nothing. It's China.
Yeah. Yeah, but anyway, the point that I'm making, Stu P, is that for most of history, niggas is fighting each other. You fight your neighbors, bro. People fight their neighbors.
Right.
Not on the scale of those Germanic tribes. Not on the scale of those
You talk
Germanic
about
tribes.
after. You talk about modern times. The Germanic tribes, nigga, was not fucking with Rome. Rome wouldn't even go down there. The Caesar them were even afraid to go over, and Britain and all that shit. They didn't even go that far. There were stories and shit. They had niggas
What?
scared to even go there. Like they were
Remember.
fighting people all in their area,
What?
bro.
Germany was Rome controlled England for wholly Britain for a lot of years.
Britain, you talking about you talking about after Caligula. That's when they finally went into Britannica. Like, you know, if you ever seen
And
if
then-
you ever
then-
seen the history of
then-
Caligula,
You-
Caligula faked
you know
like he
what,
went
you know
over.
what,
Hold
you
on,
know-
listen. If you ever learn the history of Caligula, Caligula pretended like he went over there to conquer them because his troops didn't want to go over there because all types of scary stories of niggas being savages and shit. So he faked like he went over there. He got his own men to dress up like you know what I mean, like
Are you saying that? No. Are you saying to me that the Romans did not occupy Britannica?
I said that it happened like after Nero. And not after Nero, after Caligula. It would be after Caligula's rule. That's when they finally went to Britannica. Till then, they wasn't fucking with them niggas over there. They were afraid to go over there.
And how long they stayed?
When they went over there,
Yeah.
no, I'm talking about to that point they would never go. They would try to go over there, but their story spread, and all the sort of was afraid to go over there because of like
But
you don't understand, like the same way the Romans look at Africans and call them savage, they had the same viewpoint against certain other white people, barbarians. These niggas.
But they were savages. Them in England, they were savages.
To what?
They were savages before the Romans came.
No, I'm saying the Romans, their viewpoint and how they look at them.
But they were savages. They were savages before the Romans came.
Yeah, I mean,
And after the Romans left, after the
hunter-gatherers are
Romans
savage.
left, after the Romans left, hundreds of years, they were saying that a lot of the buildings that the Romans built, they didn't understand them. These savages, they don't learn nothing from the Romans. They were savages.
That's like stupid. That's like calling hunter-gatherers savage and saying that the hunter-gatherers take over America. They ain't gonna be able to fucking run the Constitution. Like,
But
you know what I'm saying? It's like you doing the same shit white people
What
do.
savage mean?
I said that. So.
You're doing the same shit white people do. That's crazy.
What the word savage mean?
I'm using you basically you're a below class. Like if Darwin, well, now we had a whole big ass argument when Darwin says savages.
What savages mean? No, tell me what your interpretation of savages.
Barbaric, unintelligent. You know what I'm saying, like you said, they didn't have the wits and the skills to maintain Rome. They ain't built Rome to maintain Rome after the ship fell. Like they ain't even built that shit. However, they know how to run some shit they ain't built. They just knew them niggas was oppressing them and they wanted to get the niggas off their back, bro. Like Romans was terrorizing niggas, bro. It's not like they fuck with Rome for no reason.
Listen, the British were savages before the Romans went there, and they went back to savage after the Romans.
Savages.
All right, stupid. Yeah, okay.
No,
So
no,
the Romans weren't savages. They just spread the empire, just slaughtering everybody, but they ain't savages.
Right.
Niggas that niggas that
that's
crushed the
country.
empire, they the savages. They the real savages.
Listen. Before Rome fell in 532 or whichever year it fell, when the plague come, when cholera come, those things were placed under control rather easily. The cities were clean. They never have a rat infestation problem.
No. Rome was the inner city of Rome was not clean. There were many outbreaks. There were many endemics and fucking diseases.
Yeah, but they were easily.
This shit was
a
filthy.
country with that population at that time, those things were placed under control.
No,
Relatively
that's a
easy.
misconception about Rome. Let me find something on that. That's a misconception about Rome.
I'm not saying that they didn't have outbreak of diseases, but they were easily controlled.
No, they was not. They didn't have no type of social services.
Who tell us that Rome never have social services?
Let me find it. I'm gonna find an article for you.
Now, Haskell, you see, we're having a discussion about.
No.
And nobody's admiring, nobody's cooning, and this is what I was talking about. That's all I was saying. Now, you guys make fun of me, but this is all I was saying.
The Romans built aqueducts to provide water to Rome. They were walking with pails and pans on their head. They had bread to feed the masses that they want to tear down the place and burn down Rome. Rome had social services. Julius Caesar went on many campaigns and filled the coffers with the ransom of captured generals. That was Mark Antony's speech in Julius Caesar. Julius Caesar was ambitious. If he was so, thrice he was offered the crown and thrice he died. But yet still, they said Caesar was ambitious. When Caesar went on many campaigns and brought back generals that ransom filled the coffers of Rome.
Yeah, I ain't saying Rome.
You did love him. But yet they said Caesar was ambitious. You need to read Julius Caesar. You ever read Julius Caesar and Peter Van Joos?
Nope.
You need to read it. Yet they said Caesar was ambitious. Yeah. If he was ambitious, I would have said so.
Oh yeah, Haskell. I found some videos on this stuff.
On what, Germania?
Yeah, everything I told me. I said, you know what? Why? I'm gonna read it too, but I said, you know what? Let me go ahead and
vicious barbarian.
Let me cheat also.
People are vicious barbarian.
Let me get a crash course.
And the Jews in England were cannibals. Those savages. Don't tell me about that cannibal in England. Dance round rock. And
hey, but to be fair, Stoopies, I mean, a lot of our people is, engaging in that same type of behavior.
West Africans were not cannibals. Cannibalism is not West African.
I'm saying
cannibalism is common, bro.
Central Africa.
Yeah, cannibalism is a common, Stevie. Like they wouldn't make it.
Where? In West Africa?
It wouldn't make
Central Africa. The Congo.
Nigga,
who told you that cannibalism was in the Congo?
Nigga, talk about General Button. Nigga, we know that cannibalism we did a whole show on Queen of Zinc.
Listen. General Butt Naked, that guy who was eating the people of heart during the war. And to get them strength.
Look,
that is not cannibalism. You don't hunt people for food. It's during wartime.
You see,
that's not cannibalism. He wasn't cutting up people like killing.
This is the house.
He was ripping them heart
This is wrong. This is wrong. Right? And read it. As in the farm, the home was the center of daily life in the cities. And for this reason, the first goal of a person who came to the city was to determine the place to live. Since the city of Rome was the capital, land prices were quite high, and many people did not pay attention to where they would live when they first arrived in the city. They settled in a house of dilapidated apartment called the Insula. The vast majority of Roman citizens lived in these ruins, and not all of them were poor people. In 150 BC, there were 46,000 insulated houses in the city of Rome. Many of these dilapidated dwellings were inhabited by large numbers of people, often resulting in catastrophic situations such as fire, flood, or collapse. The road leading to the houses were also very narrow and broken, so it was very difficult to escape or bring help in case of disaster. Right after the Great Fire, Emperor Nero widened the roads leading to these places and added balconies, making it easy to respond to emergencies. You see what I'm saying? So this is
Isn't that a
Nero.
social project?
Now we're at Nero.
Isn't that a social project?
Sosa. Yeah, those would qualify as social services.
Isn't that social project?
So you walked over a tripwire.
No, but I'm saying I ain't saying that they did. No, I'm saying they were. I didn't say they didn't have. I mean, yeah. So what correction on? They didn't have any. Like, because I've already read the article, but I'm trying to show you like this shit is not what you think it is. And some of those bathhouses,
they were got at your source, Sosa.
Well, no. Well, the point was to show that the inner city living in Rome was not some plush, stupid white marble bathhouses, nigga just living, eating grapes and shit. Like that's not what it was.
Negro, which city you live? Explain to me. Which city you live? Which city you live? Tell me which city you live in, Sosa, please.
I live in
which
Atlanta.
city you live in? Huh? You live in Atlanta. All right, you live in Atlanta. Describe the inner city in Atlanta for me. Is it any different than Rome?
Okay. Oh, so now you listen. So
no. Describe the inner city of Atlanta for me. And
depends on where you are. Depends on where you are.
What you just
Midtown
read.
is Midtown. Atlanta is
different.
No, he said the inner city. Midtown wouldn't qualify as the inner city.
We're talking about we're talking about Rome, the capital of Rome, bro.
All right, where you want? Which city in America you want?
First, nigga, Buckhead is killing Rome. Like, stop that shit. Like,
you want to see? You want to see New York?
The Bronx.
Those buildings collapsed.
Bro, the Bronx, and forget the Bronx now. It's fucked up now. The Bronx in the 70s, oh my God. In the 80s, Jesus.
Where there was fires every day, where the city was burning, where Bronx was burning. Describe the inner city in any metropolitan city center around the world. So what you're saying to me is that that's a non-argument.
Nah, bro. We're saying that even not. We're talking about rich people living in poorest condition.
No, they said they were. They said some of the people were not poor. Doesn't mean they were rich. But
what people that are not poor living in poorest condition. Like,
but here's the big takeaway I had from that, Sosa, is that not only did the nation have the resources and the means to alleviate the situation,
but when the opportunity arises,
their citizens meant enough to them for them to actually fix that. You know what I'm saying? So that was a big takeaway for me.
Could they do it, or did they? It was. I mean, how they live was a byproduct of the shit that popped up.
It is a byproduct of what?
It was a byproduct of how it popped up because they live in these close quarters. It led to all these different issues and diseases and shit like that.
Right,
so,
the government went ahead and rectified that.
Yeah, this is back. This is now Nero. That's Nero that did that.
Doesn't matter who did it.
Yeah, but I'm saying, I mean, it eventually came, but I'm saying, like, I can go a little further than that. I was just showing just the beginning of it, so you can see, like,
I mean, listen,
like Nero. Nero. Let me find out what Nero is. Nero is like AD time.
Yo, before I came to America, Sosa, I literally thought America was lined with gold, and you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like literally. You know, but when I came here, I realized, it's a lot better than where I'm from, but shit, it ain't easy.
Yeah, Nero is 50 AD. So prior
that's 500 years before AD. They fell. That's 500 years before they fell. Sosa, that's a, you know what I mean? Come on.
No, I can keep going.
Go,
That
go,
ain't
go for your
that
friend.
ain't
saying
that
that's a
that
good
isn't
amount
just
of
bringing the
time, though.
golden streak, but I'm just saying.
Yo.
Stupid. Mute out, stupid.
Yeah, no, madam. No, listen to me. Listen to this man. This man I gonna describe a metropolitan city where a lot of people come to. Hundreds of thousands of people going to come to a metropolitan city for seek of a better life. Dick Wellington said, London streets are paved with gold. But at the time when he reached a poem, London people were shitting and throwing their shit into the street. Right? At the time when that poem was right, London streets are paved with gold.
Right, that's
People-
true. And those are modern times.
Right?
Very
People were
modern.
shitting in buckets and throwing it through the window in London.
You know what
Right?
came before them stupid? Shit.
Eh? What?
You know what came before them? Shit, I'm trying to get it real, bro. Like, so you don't think it was something that it wasn't.
No, it's a city. All cities is bullshit. Poor people live like fuckery. 10 cities in California. 10 cities in California.
In the richest nation on the planet.
The richest nation on the planet. So you're going to tell me about
Yeah, he
people
makes a
living
good
in-
point. He makes a good point, Sosa. You gotta admit.
I'm not comparing 2022 California to Rome. He made his statement that Rome, he had us envisioning Rome with niggas eating grapes off women's feet.
Nah,
And pouring wine down women's breasts and drinking grape nectar and shit like that.
Listen.
I'm just saying it wasn't all like that, bro.
Of course, in I can't argue with it. I can't argue the point that in California, girls walking around with $20,000 Birkin bag and dudes living in 10 cities.
Yeah, because of the infant mortality rate was so high, it knocked the average life expectancy to closer to 30.
30, of course.
You can live to be 60 or 70 if you made it to 18, but you got to make it to 18. Once you make it to 18, you're good. You should be good enough to go strong, but you got to make it.
Yeah, because you had stabbings and killings and you had
Malaria.
people fighting.
Look, outbreaks of plagues were annual. Malaria was endemic. Seasonal flooding of the tide would periodically inundate the lower lying regions of Rome, and the stagnant water was a paradise for malaria mosquitoes. You know what I'm saying? The thermal water of the public baths was emptied rarely, right? See, the thermal water of the public baths were emptied rarely and only by hand, creating a breeding ground for bacteria. You know what I mean?
And I can mention Flint, Michigan.
Now you go.
Yeah, I mean, listen, come on, Sosa. If we're comparing modern society to
How we compare modern?
I'm saying if that's a comparison, then I mean, no, of course. I mean, even the most opulent Roman, the generals and the nobility and all that. Shit, that shit wouldn't compare to our friggin' 3-bedroom, you know what I'm saying, AC'd out. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm not saying it should. I'm just saying the picture is a lot different. Like, in other words, it's not like that. It's not like that in
it was a
goddamn Teotihuacan.
It was a city with all of the bullshit that you expect in a city. Right? It was a city with all of the bullshit that you expect in a city. That some places decent people don't go down. In Atlanta, I can guarantee to you, I can bet you $1,000 that there's certain roads that you don't walk on.
Yeah. I mean, I just think that a lot of people don't. Because I read about it, and a lot of people just don't. Like, I just brought it up because a lot of people don't really know.
Yeah, I know.
When you see the movies, they paint a different image of what it really what life in Rome was really like. You know what I mean? So when you see the movies, it's like, damn, these niggas is motherfucking plush, naked hoes, just bathing and just beautiful.
They're showing the royalty and the nobility.
Right. But when you look at the citizens,
they're showing uptown.
Yeah, they show the elite.
If you want to go down to Bunkhead to party, You can go down to Bunkhead to party.
Nah, nigga, not Buckhead. You got to be one of the elites, nigga. Talking about
Right?
you goddamn
So-
Mark Anthony or somebody.
so when you tell me that, it can't, it's the same thing.
Yeah, crazy.
It's the same thing as a modern city with all the bullshit of a modern city. Right? So when you take into consideration, yes, you're going to have poor people. Somebody have to clean the toilet. Somebody have to work in the houses where they live. Every large city always have a large poor population. You think in Egypt, you know, have a large poor population?
Yeah, somebody got to do the actual labor, the hard labor.
Yeah.
Somebody got to do it.
Somebody have to do the labor in all cities.
Man, wasn't y'all pseudo killers? Wasn't y'all supposed to go live tonight, Sosa?
Yeah. Unc was supposed to come with us down. He been talking shit all week about his goddamn. Yeah, I'm finna kill y'all niggas on the eat shit Friday, nigga. And then ain't nothing happening. Because I think he's been testing his arguments slowly during the week. And I think he's becoming a little short, so he realized like I don't think he's ready. I don't think he's ready for prime time.
What him saying? The Egyptians were black? Him still on that?
Huh?
Him still on the Egyptians were black?
No, what he uses is indigenous African. He dances around that black thing.
Yeah, he's trying to. He really what his ultimate goal was to prove that Nubia birthed Egypt. That's his ultimate goal. So then he could say the niggas, you know, the niggas did it. You know? Go ahead, Umba.
Yeah, I don't mind. I don't mind Unc changing his position because Unc actually stole my reason for that. Cause I remember Unc tried to hold me on something, and I changed my position. He's like, nah, you said this first. I said, shit, science don't correct itself. You dig? So I'm going with that. With the science correct itself. So that's why. So I don't mind anybody, modifying their position so it can be stronger. You know, you're allowed to do that because we're not religious. You dig? Like you're not gonna stand on something that's that. So like I do know I was on a three-way with like I don't know what his position now, but I do know like without going too far deep in this because people want to hear it on the pseudo killers, but I remember reading Indigenous with an X and Unc, and I'm sorry Unc, but I don't know if you understood what they meant by Indigenous then. I don't know about now, but when we read Indigenous then, Unc was getting confused with that. He was automatically thinking like in the black people or like Native American shit like that. And I don't think he was actually digesting properly what the word.
Nah, but he done conceded.
Context.
He done conceded. Lower Egypt.
Yeah. We beat them niggas off all.
Now look.
So
I'm telling you,
they done drove them back to.
I'm telling you, we had some long. We had some long survey calls. Me,
Corey and Chef is inch by inch. Y'all done drove them out of Cairo. You know what I'm saying?
We were coming to Empire.
So, but this is what I'm saying. Like, so I think Unc tried to test that shit out on us. So he would call me up and me X Men three-way before he could bring the Sosa. So we was already. I don't know the time frame, of course, but I do know he tried it with us. I'm gonna say around May. Around May, I know for a fact. I know who was with me. I was in Target around May, maybe late May, right? Where he was trying, maybe early June. So I know it was around there somewhere. He was trying that Nubian thing, and he really didn't understand that the Nubians in Southern, which is really Northern, like what was doing with the DNA, and like their DNA was not anywhere near the Nubians that's in the real South. It was a totally different people. And I think Unc was struggling with that.
No, but you know, one of the things you need to consideration is the relative distance. Although you have the Nile River, right? If we look at let's look at where
right, but I don't want to make it too much that because people really want to go there for that. You dig? So the thing I like about my channel and all the channels that we're all different. We got, so if you want to, like, Garfield got his shit.
We know.
Taylor got his shit.
We know.
I don't want to be a carbon copy, you dig?
We're not done.
Yeah.
No, we're not copying.
I'm biased. The only reason Rob brought it up is kind of like we're like towards the tail end of the show. This is, you know what I'm saying? We kind of just shooting the shit.
Yeah, we're not shooting the shit. We're not taking over that. But the distance between Nubia and Egypt, Upper Egypt, or where the pyramids are, or even where the mouth of the Nile is, it's vast. It is easier to reach Rome from the mouth of the Nile than to reach Nubia. When Mark Antony had to run away from Rome after the death of Julius Caesar, he went to Egypt and it was rather easy. And the ships went to Egypt after him, and he was defeated in Egypt.
They get there quick.
And he got there quick. It's quicker, it's easier to travel that way. It's easier to travel by boat than by foot. And although you have the Nile was a treacherous river. Well, let me shut up my mouth because Stupies have too much story. That's also with everything Stupies have a story for.
But I'm biased. We was talking about Egypt earlier, you know, about their
Yeah, Corey said drop the link. Yeah, we got plenty of ammo. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, ain't nothing you can say to show that's going to
drop the link for my dog Corey.
That's
my homie.
Corey.
Shit. Yeah, like I said, we done beat them all the way back. We got to where they.
So where them niggas at right now? They in Abydos, right?
Yeah, they niggas down. They way down there, goddamn. Like,
dude, you in Abydos? You got them all the way back to Abydos? You're not playing at all.
Niggas way down there, goddamn.
Hey, that's a battle of attrition. Every ounce, every meter you guys take a gallon of blood.
Yo, I don't like how just gave up Cairo like that, bro. Fuck that.
So all right, so let me just before y'all about to take it away. So before I take it away, let me just say, so you know, I changed the title because you know we talk about different things. So I changed the title, but tomorrow, because just for the watcher and people who tuning in yesterday's show, what we were talking about, you know, before it goes straight to which I want to talk about. Let me just finish up with tomorrow, what to expect. So tomorrow we're going to deal with the illegal searches, because I know we were talking about the dogs like sniffing the car, and I was like, yeah, that got to be unconstitutional, right? So tomorrow I did some research on the dog sniff, and y'all not gonna like the findings. All right, so that's all I'm gonna say. But yeah, y'all can take it away.
Peace. Hey, I'm biased. I've been watching, and that's why I came on, because I like what you've been doing. I love what you've been doing with that, right? And you know, I used to be out here, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, right. I'm just gonna say it. Like, you know, I was 14 living in my daddy's basement. I had $40,000 in a shoebox, right? Couldn't even spend the shit, right? But I can remember, like, see, the police in my neighborhood. See, the thing about my city is it's a medium-sized city. It's not a big city, and it's not like a small town or nothing, right? There's probably like 200,000 people here, I believe, 250 or something like that. I don't know if you even call that a medium city. Do you call that a medium city? Like 250,000 people?
I'm not sure. Yeah. What you guys think? I'm not sure.
You can't call it a small town, but I don't know if you could call it a medium city. Cause I know Miami is what, like like few million.
Yeah, like Chicago got 6 million. Really? That's a big city. You know what I'm saying?
Really?
Like that's
damn.
Yeah, that's a big city. That's a big city.
I know that.
So we got, like, I guess you can call it, we're a small city. I'll say that. I'll say we're a small city, right? The thing is, it's like we got a sister city. So it's like, you never know, like South Bend is like two
Gary,
cities,
right? You from Gary?
No,
right?
No, I'm not from Gary. I'm from South Bend.
Okay.
But our sister city, I'm about 30, 45 minutes away from Gary. But we got a sister city, it's called Mishawaka, so that's another 100. It's probably, you know what I'll say, it wouldn't surprise me if it was like almost 500,000 people here, but I still don't consider that a big city, whatever. But that ain't even the point. My point is, like, around here, when you come up, like when you raised on the side of town, you start to become familiarized with the police. The police starts to know you, because you in Jersey, ain't you, Unbiased? It's no way that you can really, it's so many people out there, it probably ain't no way you could probably really, like, the police could like see you and know who you is automatically, like the whole shift. Like,
definitely like Newark, and Newark, that's not happening in Newark.
Yeah. So, like,
it's too many people, and we all look alike.
Yeah. And so we knew the detectives, we knew the regular, we knew every officer and what their job was, what their rank was, and all of that. You know what I mean? And we used to know, like, what was gonna go down when who pulled up, right? It was this one police officer named Buford. He used to fuck with everybody, but a nigga ended up shooting, nigga ended up killing his ass. And you know, he shouldn't have been doing it anyway, because it was another nigga named DeGeeter. It was another police officer named DeGeeter, and he was on that same bullshit that Buford was. Nigga ended up blowing his head off. But I wanted to say, because you talked about the dogs sniffing the car, right? This is what when they would pull me over, right? They would pull me over, right? And they know my activity, but I never, you know, I was one of the ones who never had shit on me. You know, I never drove guns. At the most, I might have a bag of weed on me, and they're not even looking for that. They won't even throw it away. You know, they won't even touch your bag of weed. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, they would be like, and we go through the same routine every time. Unbiased. I'll be like, yo, if y'all pull me over, give me my ticket, and I'm gonna go on about my merry way. You know what I'm saying? They're like, well, can we search your car? No, you can't search my car. Well, you in a drug neighborhood, and mind you, I could be anywhere. It don't matter where I'm at. They just know me. So they're like, yo, you in a drug neighborhood. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna call a dog out. Now, you could just let me search it, right? And I just look over your car, right? But what I'm gonna, if you say no, I'm gonna call a dog out, and I'm gonna let him go around the outside of your car. And I used to tell him, well, go get the fucking dog. And the dog go crazy. The dog get to my car, right? And the dog go crazy because he smelled drugs, right? But there's no drugs in there. Right. It's been drugs in there. Right. So the dog's going crazy. He thinking, and every time they think the same thing. Oh, you know, this, that, that. But the thing is, that kind of shit is gonna cost your city some millions of dollars eventually. Now, they're gonna get away with it for a while, right? But somebody smart like me is gonna sue they motherfucking asses, right? Right. And the taxpayers, the taxpayers is gonna end up paying for that. You see what I'm saying? So I like what you've been doing, Unbiased, and people need to start getting more involved, because you know what? Your tax dollars is paying for AR-15s, bulletproof vests, these robot dogs. They got these robot dogs that go and search for drugs at the dope house.
That shit is crazy.
I don't know how many millions of dollars that thing probably costs. And then you got to train the guy to use the motherfucker and all that shit, right? So tell the local sheriff, right? If you don't start spending money on some other shit, on training these officers and having someone with social abilities, like what do you call them people that fool with mental people and shit like that? Some type of counselor has to assist the officer.
Social worker,
right? Yeah, social worker, counselor, those types of things need to be present with an officer. Also, nobody with a gun, I'm gonna repeat, no one with a gun should ever make a traffic stop. See, that's what's going on in my city. Motherfuckers is fed up. because we got our city is a small city, right? But is ran like Chicago, like everything, like it's on the same pace with Chicago, as far as like murders, how fast the city is, the revenue rate, and all. Like it's a small city, but it's moving at fast pace. You know what I mean? And what we recognizing with the residents is recognizing is it's a problem when you have someone with a gun doing a traffic stop. It don't even make sense. And when I thought about it, because we got this place. They have on Fridays, every Friday, you can go out there and at the Moore Civic Auditorium is downtown in the city square, right? And you can go out there and you can talk about different things. It's an open mic, you know what I'm saying? Open forum, everybody can come, anybody can come, you know what I mean? And they talk about this kind of shit out there. And I listened to this
what state is this?
a few months.
Tennessee?
Huh? Say it again.
Are you from Tennessee?
Chicago or Indiana?
No, I'm from Indiana.
Okay.
Yeah. But and so yeah, I heard this about a month ago because somehow I just went down. I normally don't go to those type of things, right? But I went about a month ago and I heard this guy and this lady, they were talking about that, and that made all the sense in the world. I just wanted to bring it to your attention. When somebody says that, like, no one should be with a gun should be making a traffic stop. Like, that makes all the sense in the world now. You know what I mean? To me, I don't know if it makes sense to you. I just wanted to run that by you, unbiased, see what you thought about it since you've been doing what you've been doing lately.
Yeah. Yeah. So what would be the logic for that?
Meaning, like,
so you mean police officers shouldn't, when they stop you, they shouldn't have a gun on them?
No, there shouldn't be a police officer. You should have a traffic officer, and then you should have a police officer. The traffic officer, the only thing he's worried about, right? The only thing he should be worried about or have the authority to do anything about is the violation of traffic. There should be no need to run someone's name for warrants or search their car.
Yeah.
Right? If you're driving down the street and you made a traffic violation, you should be penalized for that traffic violation, and then that's it.
Right, I got you.
One more thing though, because this also makes sense. With all this technology, when you get in your car and you drive unbiased, you on camera an average of 15 times. Your license plates, when you driving from one place to the next place, your license plates is on camera on an average of 15 times every trip you take, right? So and y'all can look these numbers up. I wouldn't believe me if I was y'all. Y'all should just look these numbers up, right? But the Pentagon and all that, you can look into the federal papers and all that. They'll tell you all that. But my thing is, you shouldn't even have nobody pulling you over. If you roll through a stop sign or a stoplight, or you run a red light, or you were speeding, or you turned and you wasn't supposed to turn, the camera can snap a picture of your plate. Because I've done it.
Yeah, they got a lot of that now, Corey. Like probably a year ago, I got a goddamn ticket in the mail with a picture with a camera in my license plate, going through the shit with the speed and everything. Like, bing. Yeah.
I went to Florida and I didn't know how to use their toll thing.
Oh yeah, right? They got me too in Florida.
Yeah. And when by the time I got back home, my ticket was waiting on me. So why should anybody have to pull me over now? Unbiased and Sosa.
Yeah, right. And at most traffic lights, red lights, they got the camera in the red light. So if you run that red light, you on camera. They got you.
So there's only one reason why someone comes to your window with a gun, why a law enforcement officer comes to your window with a gun. It's only one reason to do that. That's to extort you. What they're doing is extortion, because they can they can put anything. That officer can say anything.
Yeah, he can walk up and say, "I smell weed."
Yeah, right.
I smell weed. Get out of the car.
Yeah, right.
Put you in handcuffs. Take you down. Now you don't have
You
to
look
have
nervous.
committed a crime.
Why are you shaking?
Yeah. Well, we just want to take you down and see who you is for real. I don't believe.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like all of those types of things cost money to you. You don't realize it. So you may say, well, shit, I went down there and they figured out, you know, I was good, all good, and they RO'd me. They sent me out on my own recognizances, right? Do they do that sometimes in Atlanta? Yeah. And you might say, you know, it was bullshit, but it ain't nothing to me. Man, that cost you. That cost you money. They could have towed your car. Not only that, you got to have somebody drive and come get you way across town from the goddamn jailhouse, right? Now you got a court day. And
miss work and shit. Yeah.
You got to miss work. All of that. It's costly, and they making the city. That's how the city makes money. And you know what you got to tell? Y'all get y'all money some other motherfucking way. Don't get it off of me. Don't come in the poor neighborhood. Don't come in the poorest, because they only do that. They don't do it. I live in the good neighborhood. They would never, ever, ever, ever come in my neighborhood because everybody over here is homeowners, right? Motherfuckers will cuss the police out. Get your bitch ass off my motherfucking property. You don't own a motherfucking thing over here. You speak and they speak properly over here. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Yeah. That's how they speak when they come over here. You know what I'm saying? Where I grew up at though, it ain't no yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. They do what the fuck they want to do. They trample all over your yard and shit and your grass and everything. They fuck over your residents as if they have the right. They're some type of authority figure over you. They're a parent to you. That's how they come in the hood and act like they a parent or some type of overseer or something like that. You know what I'm saying? And homeownership stops that, and recognizing the law stops that kind of shit. You know what I'm saying?
I see that a lot though. Like that's why the social worker idea is I know a concept they're trying to push a lot more now, because you see a lot of situations when the police arrive on the scene. He's not de-escalating the situation.
He don't know how.
Right. He's supposed to.
He don't know how to de-escalate.
He's escalating the situation. Like he's taking it up. Yeah. And you know what I'm saying? And then then all type of drama goes on and shit.
He knows how, but he doesn't care when it's black people or poor people.
No. You can't say know how, stupid, because a lot of officers are undertrained. Like they really just don't know. And the proof is, when I show that lawyer, when he cross-examined them, he asked them about their training, and they don't know their training. And don't forget, their answers is going to dictate whether his client is going to get the not guilty or guilty verdict. You dig? So a lot of these officers do not know, most of them, and he said it because he has a video showing you how to cross-examine police officers. He tell you that most of them, he say he ran to like a handful, few in his career, right? Where only a handful of them know their shit. Most of them do not know, and they look dumb, and that's like taboo, like to make an officer look dumb on a stance. You dig? On a witness stance. So so a lot of them are just really undertrained.
Yeah, because you can see a lot of time when the police, if a police approach you for a situation that he thinks something is legal, it's only until you let him know.
You got to educate them.
Yeah, it's only until you let him know, like, bro, you can't do that because I got, and then he'll be like, let me see if there's some validity to that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, he don't be knowing.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then sometimes he'll just be like, you know what? That shit sound like it makes sense. So I'm gonna just go ahead and just back off a little bit.
I'm gonna back off.
Yeah, I'm gonna back off.
A lot of them don't even know what trespassing mean, bro. They think trespassing means you got to go and you don't go, I lock you up. No, that's a written notice, right? The person that want to trespass you, they got to file a complaint right there, and then they give you the complaint if you don't leave then. But when they say you got to go, they got to give you time to leave.
Yeah, you need to.
You know why? You know why I said that they know? Because
but you can't say that though.
No, they know how. Because you are on the side of safety. if he was dealing with somebody of a different persuasion or a different class, he would not deal with them the same way as the poor black
I can show you cases where it works.
So that
be careful. I can show you video where they do the same thing with white folks, bro. Matter of fact, most of our videos are white folks.
Not to the same degree, and I almost gotta agree with Stu P. I almost gotta agree with him because, like I said, when they come in my neighborhood, it's yes sir, yes ma'am.
Because this dude can afford a lawyer. They know who can afford a lawyer. The poor black person cannot. You know why most people break out and act a certain way? Is that they know that this ticket is going to be $300. Somebody who carrying home $800 or $1,700 of pay period is going to have to pay a ticket for $300. They're going to be frustrated, and it's going to cause a reaction.
Right.
And
But hold on.
On that.
But now we're going to a different angle now, because what the argument was initially was that they don't know some of their training, and like I said, I got relatives. Listen, Corey, before I even come on the live, I'll be arguing with my brother, like trying to get him right. So they don't really. When I say they don't know, some of them do know, but some don't know, and it's some shit they just don't know. And even the lawyer would tell you, it's some things like the same lawyer was questioned about first auditors, like the shit I be watching, the Constitutionalists. And he said, yo, to be honest, that's not my lane, the lawyer. He said that's not, he said, so I had to research this shit. So you would think a lawyer knows this shit. That's not true. Like, you have to like really even lawyers, like, to be a great lawyer, you gotta do independent research. To be a good contractor, that's all you now. To like go get extra training or extra schooling and to learn this shit. Like it just don't magically appear in your head.
Yeah, you see it all the time in the videos you show. Like the first cop would be ignorant, and then it's the other cop that may know a little something. He'd be like, and he'll tell the other cop, the supervisor. Yeah, so like a lot of times that when you kind of that first cop and he's crazy, you supposed to say, hey yo, where's your supervisor? I want to talk to your supervisor. Right. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But see,
now the supervisor supposed to have those skills.
Right.
Yeah.
What I wanted to say too is, we have to start treating these motherfuckers like employees, like the mayor and the chief of police. You go down to that motherfucker and you say, yo, I need to see what the fuck y'all been doing here lately. How many arrests y'all made and where y'all been making these arrests? You think that ain't your right as a citizen to go down there and do that? You a taxpayer.
Right.
And always remind
that's part of FOIA.
Yes. Always make sure y'all remind him, yo, I put your ass in there. We voting next year. Your ass will be gone.
Right.
You keep with the bullshit. You keep coming extorting the poor community with your traffic stops and your stop and frisk and shit, all of your extortion shit. You keep doing that, your ass gonna be down in the fucking unemployment office. And you can talk to them just like
guess what, Concrete? And Concrete, guess what? And that's why I said these fake Panther movements, I'm like, yo, that's it right there. What you just said. If you want to get back, you're mad at the police officer, and you take that route.
Yeah.
Right there. You start recording, you have the right, we already did this. You have the right to record all police stops.
Yep.
Yo, those fake revolutionaries, they should be doing that. You want to put in real work, boots on the ground, you record police stops in your neighborhood. Make sure that shit legit. Make sure, and look, guess what? You can actually advise the person being stopped. No, don't take that till sobriety test. You don't have to. Matter of fact, you don't got to search your car. You have the right to talk to them. Like there's freedom of speech. Like there's no now you can't walk up on it's like 10 or 15 feet.
Yeah, you gotta give them a certain
away
distance.
From the police officer.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And you Google that in your state how far, but you have the right to sit there and educate that young dude. Yo, don't let them. No, you ain't gotta do that. Don't get my ID. No, you could do that, but that's the real boots on the ground.
Yeah, and you gotta know your rights though, because what he gonna do? He gonna try to bully you, intimidate you. Get out of here.
Right.
You better get out of here right now and lock you up. You see what I'm saying? He gonna try to, bully you.
Yeah. I got a black dude.
And then you take that video down to his boss, right? And you say, look, these are the wild fucking hooligans that you got out working for you. You want these motherfuckers to get your job going for you? Because he ain't gonna get fired. You are not gonna fire him, but I will fire your ass. You see what I'm saying? That's what you got to let them know. Yeah. They not going. The chief is not gonna fire that officer that's misbehaving. Right? He's not gonna discipline that officer that doesn't know his rights in the law and what he's supposed to be doing and how he's supposed to go about enforcing the law. He's not gonna discipline that guy. But what you got to do is you got to let that mayor know, and you got to let that sheriff know. And I can guarantee you shit will start getting done. And you know what? Had I been going down to the city center, right? Down to the Moore Civic as a young child, I would have, and they, because they wasn't talking about that kind of stuff when I was a young child, right? But if they were, right, if I was equipped with this knowledge that I have now and some of the shit that you've been doing lately, Unbiased, right? If I was equipped with that, I would have went through life a lot smoother when I have encounters with the police. You know, a lot of people would go through life a lot smoother if Ahmaud Arbery and the rest of them, you know what I'm saying? If all of those guys had that, things would have been different. You see what I'm saying? But we scared of the police. We scared to go down to the police station.
Right, the victimhood.
Hey,
I was gonna say
if you go to the police station, in the back of your mind, somebody might ride past the police station and say, "Well, why so was going into the police station? He must be snitching." See, that's why you don't go to
just
the
scared to go to the police station. Period.
Yeah.
Like a nigga just be like, "Fuck that shit. I'll just deal with the mistreatment before I have to go to." Like a nigga just be scared. Like, nah, they might find some shit. I don't even know. I don't think I did nothing, but she. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We got a criminal. We think we criminals, but the criminals is down at the fucking police station for real. You got to go in there with that mindset. Like, these motherfuckers is the criminals. They the ones extorting everybody, and they got bass boats. You ought to see the police in Chicago, right? I spent a lot of time in Chicago, right? You go out on Lake Michigan, bro. These police got yachts, baby yachts. I'm talking about baby yachts. The police officers, they live in the apartments overlooking the goddamn lake. They live in apartments overlooking Lake Michigan. You don't even want to know how much money something like that would cost in downtown Chicago. You don't even want to know. A 1-bedroom, nobody that's under the sound of my voice wouldn't be able to afford it in a million years. But we got regular police officers.
Because with overtime, the average police pulling in 250,000 a year from most cities now.
Yeah, they don't make that much money in Chicago. They probably make about 150,000 in Chicago. The average police officer, right?
Yeah,
that's in Chicago. That's like living in I don't know, some small town making 30,000, right? Mm-hmm. So, but you got these motherfuckers driving baby yachts. Just a regular detective or a regular police officer. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they got living in South Carolina around this water. You know, like when you see a nigga with them boats, that's play money.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's play money right there.
Play money, stupid money. That's when you got a baby yacht out there because you got to park it, you got to maintenance. You got to get. I mean, winters get fucked up out here. You got to get that thing wrapped. Y'all probably don't have to wrap it in Georgia, right? But out here, if you got a baby yacht, you got to pay to get it wrapped for the winter. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, really?
So, like, yeah. Shit, winters is brutal up here.
Yeah.
You ain't never experienced the winter until you had a Chicago winter, right? So, but anyway, yeah, they ride like that. They got the apartments, they got the BMWs. I mean, they wearing gold chains and shit. They got fucking what's them suits? They got them fucking. They go down.
Armani.
They got Armani suits.
Yeah, those Italian shit.
They go down. Yeah. They go down to the Armani. You know, on Michigan Street, right? They go get fitted and shit for an Armani suit. They got they got the handmade Italian shoes and shit. Like they pay $700 for one shoe to get made. You know what I'm saying? Like this is what they go out and do their detective work with. You know what I'm saying? This is what they strutting around the city doing their detective work.
The detective work.
Yeah,
Mark Furman work.
That's
what they running up in the dope man house with the Armani suits on and shit. You know what I'm saying?
The question after, you know, in Chicago, they said Chicago have a black population about 950,000. And they're saying that of the 950,000, at least 150,000 are gang members. So if you use for age and you take out the very old and the very young, you're looking at almost 30% of the other population gang member. That is relatively high. How is it in your city? Do you have a high prevalence of gang and gang
so
membership?
like I said, my city, like from here to Gary into Chicago, it all like bleeds together, right? So like all is they probably right in Chicago. Like if it's a million people, if it's a million black people in Chicago, it would not surprise me that 100,000 of them are gang members. Like I don't need, and the gang member thing, like they don't do that no more. Like we don't do gangs per se anymore, right? It's cliques, right? And it's cliques.
It's back to blocks.
Yeah, cliques, blocks, and
even GDs go at it with other GDs, but you find GDs and BDs in different groups that they got their own group, and they got GDs, BDs, and they got It's not like this.
But the question I'm asking, is that isn't because honestly, although we talk a lot and we look at it, and although we're poor, me coming from a third world country, what when I came up here, what I see black people call as poor is not poor. Because although you live in the projects, I know people live in board house with zinc roof. Anybody know what zinc is? Tin. So when the rain falling, you can't look up and you see the roof. When the rain falling, there's no insulation. You hear everything. One room, 10 by 12. You have a mother and 3 children live inside. Right? So when you argue about resources, to an immigrant, and this bring back the ADOS and all of that shit, to an immigrant, we cannot see it. We cannot see it. Explain to me now what route you take when somebody tell you that they're poor and they don't have no opportunity. When the rest of the world look at you and say, you're fucking yourself.
Yeah, I mean, see, now I couldn't speak to that because coming from a third world country, I couldn't talk about the opportunities or lack of opportunities, right? But here in America, right, somebody that's poor, you're talking poor. I mean, is the only people that I think should be necessarily poor because they got money. Money is not much to get money here in America, right? Money, you can make money off of money in America. Like you from what I be seeing, like you don't even gotta. A lot of people think that trading time for money is the only way to do it. So like you go to work, you trade your time, right? You spend your time and your effort there, and then you get paid for it at the end of the week, right? That's trading. That's called trading time for money, right? Most people grew up thinking that's the way to get paid, thinking that's the way you have to get paid. But that's not necessarily the case. But what I'm saying is, if you hungry, you better go eat. Because there's no way I'm gonna be hungry, and my kids ain't gonna be hungry. So I'm not gonna sit here and say, well, I didn't have any opportunity. Woo, I'm gonna do whatever it is. I mean, I will. Like E40 say, hope I don't go back to slang and yo. But I will though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with it. I don't have a problem. It's no shame in me surviving, right? There's no shame in surviving, right? But if I can go other means, if I know other means, right? I have a skilled trade, a talent, right? So I need to be getting paid off of that rather than getting paid off of selling dope, right? And so it wouldn't be an excuse for me to be selling dope. But maybe somebody else may have an excuse. Right. Maybe somebody may not have anything else.
I think poverty makes people make poor decisions.
Absolutely.
You're surrounded by a whole bunch of bad advice and bad examples. You know what I'm saying? We talk about that on the show. You look up to the wrong people. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I will agree to that. I will agree that poverty sometimes makes people make poor decisions. But it is hard for me to understand because what you guys describing as poverty. Let me tell you a joke. My father was a crackhead. I tell everybody this. We used to live good, middle class, before my father turned a crackhead. When my father turned a crackhead, my father was one of the original crackheads. In 1978, he started crack. Right? It got so bad that one day you come home and want to watch TV, the TV was gone. He said, "Oh, the TV needs to be fixed," but you know that fucker sold the TV, right? I remember having one pair of shoes. I don't ever speak. I spoke this inside this room already, and we have a tendency in the island that you don't wear your shoes in the house. You take off your shoes at the door and you go inside, right? But in the night before you go to your bed, you pick up your shoes, you clean it, you carry it inside. Or you can take it off and carry it inside when you're going inside and put it under the bed or put it away. I didn't put it away that night. So I left it out the night and dog drew with one foot on my shoe. Because in the Caribbean, you have dogs roaming
a bunch
around.
of damn wild dogs. It's just crazy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It's not really wild, but dogs in the Caribbean, dogs don't live in the house. People don't have the dogs.
A bunch of damn dogs just roaming around, nigga. That should be looking crazy. I've been there quite a few times. It's just crazy.
And the dog pull out.
It's like that in Mexico too.
One foot of
same way in Mexico.
Yeah, that's how Jamaica looks.
Yes. Yes. That's how it is, right? And it took me 3 hours of walking through the neighborhood in my slippers, because we wear slippers in the Caribbean, like you call it slides here. It took me 3 hours to walk because I couldn't go to school in my slippers. To walk, searching through fences and bushes until I finally found my shoes. I don't see kids here having that kind of struggle. I know kids that wear school uniform, and the best clothes they have is a school uniform. They might have 2 pants and a church shirt. I don't see kids.
I get what you're saying, but I think the worst thing, because it's like you're comparing poverty, but it's like poverty is poverty. You know what I'm saying? It's subjective to the society that you're in. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like if a Mexican come and work for $10 an hour and an African American don't want to do it, they'll say, well, the African American is lazy. But the African Americans say, nah, that job should pay 15.
But if
you work that job for 10, then you're driving the market value down or worse for that job. And I can't survive off that.
But if the African American is hungry, like just as hungry as the Mexican, and the Mexican decide that, listen, I need to eat, my kids need to eat, I need to. This is not the final destination.
No, I'm not saying that African Americans won't work the job, but see, that's the reason why that population exists and does like it, because now what? Now the workers, like, I put it this way. When I first came to Atlanta, they used to have temp service, labor ready. You know what I'm saying? You can go to the labor ready and get a temp job. You know what I'm saying? Right. But once the Mexicans show up, the people understood what shit. I could just pay the Mexicans cheaper than I could pay the niggas. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
And then now they started, you know what I'm saying, started hiring the Mexicans for the less pay. You see what I'm saying? And then illegally hiring Mexicans. You see that a lot of times. You go to China as a Mexican cooking food in the back. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's like at the same time, it's like it affects our economics.
And let me tell you, Sosa, in the construction business, that reigns so. I mean, that reigns so loud. What you said, right? Because you got now. I'm in the union, right? So it don't really affect me. But you'll have
right.
So in my town, in Gary, they built a casino, right? And the casino was first. It was going to be built by a union. They said the Indians said they was going to use all union people, right? All union tradesmen, right? But once the foundational part got done, right? Because you're not going to get Joe Blow off the street to run a crane, right? And shit like that, right? So you have to be trained. And the operators, that's called an operating engineer. Somebody who runs a crane is called a operating engineer, right? And that's his skilled trade. So you can't just get anybody to do that. So when the operating engineers is on, you got to have all union tradesmen on out there, right? Everybody out there on the ground has to be a union tradesman, right? Or a general laborer that's in the union. Right? And so that's kind of how the contract goes. But once the foundational, once I pour all of the floors and the footers and they raise, and the iron workers done all of the steel and everything, right? Now it's time to do like carpentry work, like to beautify the building, right? Put the bricks on the outside, make it pretty, right? And, So that part was supposed to be union too, right? But when the major companies, so my company usually will be a general contractor, right? And then they'll move out and then have a smaller contractor come in to handle the pretty shit, right? The lights and all of the rest of the shit, right? And when they come in, they bring in all Mexicans, right? So now in the neighborhood, you can't have these young brothers and sisters that's living in the immediate vicinity around this casino. They're not going to go out there in 90, 100-degree weather, and even in the winter, it'd be 10 degrees. One time it was fucking 40-something below here in Indiana, right? You work in that kind of weather. No one's going to do that but a Mexican. And the reason why is because Mexicans don't have time enough to make that decision. You here, you illegal, you need some money. I don't give a fuck if they paying $3 an hour. It's more than $0 an hour, right?
Right.
Black man gonna say, bro, like, you know, and then they don't even want, sometimes, check this out, unbiased, sometimes they don't even pay the fucking Mexicans at all. What the Mexican gonna do? Is he gonna sue them? Is he gonna call the police? Is he gonna call the IRS on them? Like, what can the Mexican do at this point? But take it and shut the fuck up. Mercy. And maybe if you keep working, maybe I'll pay your ass next week. But shut the fuck up. That's all you can do. That's all the Mexican can do, really, at that point. The black man has a social security number. The black man has to pay, is a taxpayer. So you have to pay him a living wage. That's why poverty, see, when and I'm not saying immigrant, most of the time, like Jamaican dudes that I know, they won't do no shit like that. They don't, because they got time and sense more than the Mexicans. Sometimes it just seems like the Mexicans are urgent. You know, I don't know why, but the Jamaican dudes that come here, they don't do that. I know a lot of good tradesmen that's Jamaican dudes or whatever, right? But you see, that's what drives the market down, and that's what helps poverty. That's they really and again, what's really happening, Unbiased and Sosa, is extortion. The companies, the corporations are extorting that immediate black community that's in the immediate vicinity of that casino, right? Because all that money was supposed to be in their pocket. That casino took 2, 3, 4, 5 years to build, and each individual that was on that job made from $50,000 to $100,000 every year. And those households around that vicinity, that immediate vicinity of that casino, should have been reaping those benefits, should have been making those 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, $100,000 a year for the 3, 4, 5 years that project was going on. You see what I'm saying? That's extortion. Yeah. We got to be up on that. And I'm not always on that, right? I haven't always been on that, right? But I listen and I learn over time. And every day, like in my business, nobody can afford me. Like I work for a company. I work for a corporation. I'm a union cement mason, right? But I have my own personal business too, right? And most of the time, a regular person can't afford me to do like a patio in their backyard or something. Yeah. The average, the lowest probably I'm going to do a patio is I'm probably going to charge you $10,000. That's probably the lowest. That's probably the lowest thing I can do, right? Normally, I don't even, I won't even do the job because I got too many jobs booked up. You know what I'm saying? To do some job that I'm going to make, maybe a couple $100 or $1,000 off of. Mind you, now when I say these jobs, I quote and bid these jobs for $10,000. That's not what I bring home, right? So just in case y'all thinking I'm balling like that, like I just passed a $40,000 check yesterday, right? But most of that I did not bring home, right?
We're glad that you're blessed and highly favored. We appreciate that a black man.
And that just speaks to the fact that and that speaks to the fact that it's like when we have certain discussions, it's like we're not hating on Mexicans, but it's like it's in direct opposition.
Y'all missed the conversation yesterday.
Yeah,
y'all missed the conversation. Yesterday's conversation was solely on Mexicans. The watcher pointed out something going on in Arizona, and
but what if a Mexican? But what if a Mexican got as good as me at what I do? The Mexican gonna do it for a third.
Wait. No, wait. Please, I want to take that. Wait, Corey. Yeah, Corey, you're taking out my mouth. So it's funny you said $10,000 because I was gonna say if you want, you said patio. I was gonna say if you want to the way the price of lumber is right now, if you want a deck like something that's like a 10 by 10, like that can be shit with labor. That could be 10 grand. You dig? If you want like a 20 by 20 or 30 by 30. Yeah. That should be 50,000 real easy. Real easy. 50,000.
It's crazy, right? Like because this 20. Never happened.
Yeah.
This never happened in history before, bias, but it's crazy. It'll cost you less money to get a concrete patio than it would for you to get a wooden patio right now. That's nuts, crazy. It's upside down. If y'all didn't know, but go ahead, though.
No, this is what
Wait, Stu. Hold on, because I'm just piggybacking in construction how easy it is. So now, what he said, what Concrete Corey said was, imagine them with that type of skill. Well, you're right, but with construction, the carpentry, we ain't got to imagine. They're doing it. So now, when you have your contractor business, like you said, you're gonna hire people that's you start up, small business, you got about 5 workers, 10 workers, like somewhere I work at. So
I got I got 6 people working for me, like, and not even, that's how small my business is, right? But go ahead.
Okay, right. And that's a small business like that, that's kind of like average, really, to be honest. About 6 people, because what you do is you subcontract, you subcontract another contractor if you need more workers. That's kind of like what people do. So anyway, what some people do with their business is that they go ahead and hire skilled illegals or legal. I don't know if they're illegal. I can't tell you, but let's just say skilled immigrants. Okay. Now here's the problem. The regular chief pay for a whole year, right? Now they could build that deck by themselves now and with their people. So what they do is they leave from you and you're back looking for new people. And now they're gonna fix that deck instead of 10 grand for 2,500 or 3,500.
Yep.
So
that's what ended up happening.
Right, and in a capitalist society, that is counterproductive, bro. So because a living wage the living wage has to be able to compete. The working wage has to be able to compete with your living wage. So you can't have people driving the market down.
Right, and it's a good thing, right? What saves me is Americans are irrational, right? Especially Americans with money, right? The people that I do concrete for, this decorative concrete that I do, right? They want to be able to tell their friends when they have their pool party and shit, right? They want to be able to tell their friends, I offer all this, I spent like 70,000 on it. You know what I'm saying? That's what they want.
Right. I'm trying to tell you.
So when you quote them a low price, they probably don't
they think
think twice about you. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So that's a good thing, but it's not always like that though. It's only like that with rich people, right? But with people like me that make the kind of money I make, I'm looking for the cheapest way out, right? See, like I may be thinking about, you know what? The Mexican said he could do the patio for goddamn $5. Why the fuck would I pay this nigga? You know what I'm saying? And here I am, a black man. I'm sitting here thinking, why the fuck would I pay this nigga 10,000? The Mexican gonna get the shit done, you know what I mean? Tomorrow. He said he can be here tomorrow. The nigga say he can't get to me for 6 months. You know what I'm saying? Like all of that kind of shit counts. But go ahead.
Yeah, but Corey's right. So For them,
no, but no. What you guys talking about is skilled labor. I am talking about a young man.
Skilled and unskilled, stupid.
I'm talking about a young man leaving school or leaving and say, all right, what's the big one? You go high school. Why can't I start at the post office? Why can't I start at McDonald's?
No, people do that, bro. Yeah, people
do
that.
Well, now the post office. Let me say this.
That's a federal job.
Because I tried that shit. But the paperwork was. I mean, goddamn. To start the app, it's like a booklet, bruh. Like probably 100 pages. You dig? So not even a third. I got third way through, and I was like, I'm done with this shit. I just bounced. It was just so much shit you get. So it's not that easy. It's a lot of patience, a lot of self-will. It's a lot to want to be in that field. It's actually a lot of the application period. That shit is long as fuck.
Yeah. I mean, in America, it's just about you have to know your worth though, and you got to know what a job should pay you. You know what I'm saying? Because like I said, we live in a capitalist society. You know what I'm saying? So like right now, you see the fight to get them to minimum wage pushed up. So why would they? You know what I'm saying? So how you got to think about what's productive in getting a wage lifted up. You know what I'm saying? So like a lot of times now, those restaurants, those Burger King, McDonald's, they paying more money now.
Damn, gang.
Because with the Uber shit and the other outlets for Black people to do, and they ain't working them jobs no more for that.
Yeah.
So now they raising the pay. So now you can go take that job out of high school, and you see more people taking them job because now the raises are being lifted up. You know what I'm saying? And then some stores, you know what I mean? Like, but it's easier for it's not. I mean,
you could
McDonald's
actually live
to do
off
it.
20.
It's not easier for McDonald's to do that. You know what I'm saying? It's easier for a Chinese spot or certain other avenues, but like a big industry like McDonald's and Burger King, it's harder. They can't do that. The legal immigrant Mexican thing.
Right.
No, they can't.
Yeah. Because they got books. They got books. They get audited. Right.
Yeah, they risking their whole shit shut down. Yeah.
Yeah, you're not gonna risk a billion served, right? The McDonald's outside that say a billion served, you risk that so you can pay a Mexican $3, right? You're not gonna do that.
Right.
Yeah, but man, it's crazy you say that, man, because I went to we got a plaza. It's got like Dairy Queen, McDonald's, like all of the fast food, right? It's near my house, right? This is the plaza that I pretty much go. I'm a fast food motherfucker, right? My wife cooked, but I eat fast food every day, right? I'm just a junk food nigga. I just like junk food.
Right.
My back, you know what I mean? But man, they got
some White Castle.
Yeah, they got signs out there saying $20 an hour, like Dairy Queen. They will pay you $20 an hour, bro. And you can choose your hours. They say the hours is flexible. You can choose them and everything.
Yeah.
It's like, bro.
Yeah, I've seen that in Atlanta.
I could raise a family. You could raise a family off $20 an hour, bro. Yeah. Tell me you can't raise a family off $20.
So the question
don't have overtime.
So the question I'm asking, so when you see a young man now looking at you and telling them bullshit, when Dairy Queen willing to pay him $20 an hour, what you say to that young man?
Oh, he lazy. We got niggas.
He bullshit. Yeah, he on some bullshit.
Yeah. We got a lot of that. We got a lot of niggas on some bullshit. Yeah, that's a fact. You know what I'm saying? Cause like I said, and what you said, Corey, like I see that in Atlanta, and you know how like you would have to wait that, like in order to get paid, you got to work a week in a hole. Nah, them niggas, they removing a week in a hole, nigga.
Yeah.
Get paid this week.
Really?
They say they give you a bonus.
You're lying.
They say they will give you a $500 bonus.
Yeah, I've seen that too. Yeah. Come work, nigga. Yeah.
I'm like, man, why couldn't this be when I was 16? Because I probably wouldn't have been out selling drugs and shooting niggas, right?
Right.
And get shot in the head and all that shit. Right?
Yeah.
I done took bullets in the head. I done been in jail. It's shit that cost me thousands of lawyers. That cost me thousands of dollars. I probably spent hundreds of thousands.
Yeah, but I think I know where Stu P's going. Like, if I think I know where he's going, like that's been my argument. There's work out here. So why are people?
There's work out here.
Going to those alternatives? Going go to illegal, the illegal
Gang
alternative, or doing
banging.
absolutely
Why you
nothing.
going in
Right.
legal?
But see, here's the thing though.
Right. Or doing nothing.
Here's the thing though.
Why?
Once you in that life, you gang banging,
Mhm.
now you can't even get that job because your ops gonna know you at Burger King. They know,
Yep.
you know what I'm saying? So once they put themselves in that cycle, you already remove yourself pretty much from the workforce.
But what about the ones that are not gang banging and they just ain't?
Yeah, you can't.
There's some lazy niggas. Yeah, we got lazy niggas. Many lazy niggas.
You can't
got a
be
lot.
out on
You got a lot.
94. You can't be out on Interstate 94 building a bridge with me, and you just got done doing a driveway. You know, a drive-by. Because niggas gonna know where you at. Oh,
Drive-by.
right there on Klein Avenue on 94. Let's go get it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Oh, look at Atlanta. Look at the water boys. Because lots of them are not boys. Lots of them are not boys. Lots of those dudes aren't boys. Right?
They men.
They're men. Out there selling water.
Yeah.
Right?
A disgrace. A disgrace.
Explain that to me.
Because
Explain that to me.
Because it's a hustle.
Yeah.
And I appreciate that you ain't selling drugs, right? But how much retirement plan is that putting up for your kids out there on the corner selling water? You see what I'm saying? Do you have health insurance? Is the water boy is selling water on the corner providing health insurance for your family? See what I'm saying? The water boy is putting himself in debt. Every hour, every second, every minute that the water boy stands on that corner, he's going further and further into debt because his kid got sick. His son played football at the park. He needs stitches, right? The car broke down because he driving back clear on downtown from the inner city to downtown every day, when he could just be driving, 10 miles to go to the factory job or whatever job it is that he could be getting. Because let me tell you, Stuppies, in America, I can't remember the numbers, but I think it's 3 million. I think it's 3 million jobs that white people and black people refuse to do. It's always work. It's always a job in America. It's always 300 million jobs that ain't being filled. It's 300 million positions that's not filled.
Yeah, but
so no.
I mean, 3 million. I said 300 million. I mean 3 million. Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
Concrete
I went
Corey.
crazy.
Okay.
Because I get the water boys money, but most of them I see out there are dead.
Concrete
kids.
Corey. No,
Go ahead.
explain to me as an immigrant. Explain that to me as an immigrant. When I see water
No,
boys
you gotta hustle. It's different for you.
Yeah, you can't compare
Because you gotta hustle to come up to that. So you get out there and you do your water, and this is what y'all do.
Yeah.
Y'all the ones who do it right, Stuppies and them, because y'all get out there and y'all hustle y'all money up, and then y'all get to another place where you can probably buy a cart and start selling something else, and then next thing you know, y'all got a damn food truck selling jerk chicken, making thousands of dollars, providing for your family. You see what I'm saying? Like, y'all do it right. The black man, he's gonna stay out on that corner from when he's 11 years old to when he's 45 years old. He's gonna be selling fucking waters. You see what I'm saying?
but listen. There's a documentary I watched in Africa. In Africa, this Chinese man came from China, and he went to Africa, and he and this black man is outside selling. He's selling clothes. The black man selling trinkets. Right. 10 years later, the store that the black man is selling in front of, guess who owns it?
The Chinese.
man. The Chinese man owned the store, and it's one of 10 stores that he owns. The black man still selling trinkets, and the Chinese man have 10 stores. And he took his son. He has a mixed son with an African lady because he wanted to stay in Africa, so he married to an African lady. He took his son, and when he saw him, he said, "Oh, you know that we used to be on the corner together." Explain that to me.
Yeah, I mean, CPs, like you can give many examples that exists, bro. That exists.
Yeah, but you see the thing about it. What I'm
I just don't like when that. I just don't like when you say it like that. I always get a little because that you make it sound like that's a narrative across the board.
No. I'm telling you, in Jamaica, the Chinese come and they come from China broke as a dog. They come from China. You know the shirt that they have. They have one shirt. And they wear that one shirt for almost 10 years straight. Exaggeration.
Yep.
Right? And one pants. And you have the pants so long that you can start count the thread in the pants. But you see, within that 10 years, he owns an entire plaza with 20 shops.
And he probably still wear that shirt. It's likely he still got that shirt on.
Yeah, but
that's the difference, though. See, he willing to sacrifice like that.
Our Jamaican people, just still on the corner, rubbing out them hand middle. You know what I mean by rubbing out them hand middle? Breaking up that weed.
Yeah.
What happened to our people? Is it a color thing?
Yeah, it's a mindset.
I always get offended when people mention weed in these conversations.
No,
it's a different mindset, though.
You have different kind of weed smokers. When you're on the people, you record. If you smoke weed, I can tell you that you probably smoke weed when you get home.
No, I smoke all day. I mean, when I wake up I get up at 4 o'clock in the morning. I get me some coffee. And by the time 5:30, I've been to have one joint down, right? I drive on the way to work. I smoke a joint. I go to work. I do whatever. I'm a supervisor at work, so I don't really do too much work at work, right? But sometimes I do because I'm the only ACI certified guy at work, right? So sometimes I do have to work, but I smoke while I work. The thing is, right? You have to be, if you skilled enough, right? They can't say nothing to you. What are they gonna? Who they gonna hire to do my job, right? When you put yourself in a position like that, then you can do that. You know what I mean? Like you can't hire anybody to do my job. Now, when if it's a long line of people, this is what I told the company owner, right? Because it's the corporation that I work for has got multiple owners, right? But I specifically work for one of them, right? And this is what I told him. I said, the day you show me a line of niggas lined up to do my job, then I'll straighten my attitude up. That's what I told him.
But the thing is that you are all in the handle. And as a handle holder,
you gotta own that handle. That's what I'm saying, though.
Yeah, you can do what you do. But the majority of people who hold in the blade, for the people who hold in the blade, cannot expect to live like you. Somebody might see you operating and say, why I can't behave like Concrete Core? Concrete Core holding the fucking handle. You holding the fucking blade. It's a different situation. So what you can do, you're an exception, you're not the rule.
No, I don't think so. I just think I go hard. You know what I'm saying? I take life by the throat.
I just say like
by the throat
you don't go hard.
I just say like
you have a skill. You have a skill that is necessary.
But listen, I'm saying this.
It gives you a lot of allowances.
I'm saying this though, like because I be feeling like even when we having this conversation, like we gotta keep. I feel like we have to always keep in perspective. We really talk, at least from Atlanta. I see it from Atlanta, whatnot, right? And then I also live in South Carolina, so I can see the difference. It's not the same. I can't put Atlanta on Charleston, South Carolina. It's a totally different dynamic going on there. But in Atlanta, we're really speaking to a small segment of the population, right? Because most niggas ain't in gangs, right? Like the grocery stores is filled with niggas, young kids. Walmart, all of them, they filled with young black kids. You know what I'm saying? Making those correct type of choices. We mostly speak to that lower small little segment of society that's that just committing crimes and you know why
that it is so in Atlanta. It is like that in certain parts of Kingston. You see, black people will follow fashion, and it's a good thing. We follow trends. If we live in a community where everybody is successful, if we live in a community with 10 black people, if 100 black people live in a community with 10 black people who are successful, the likelihood over time that 90 of those black people will become successful because we follow trends. So in Atlanta, you have a lot of successful black people. And a lot of the success came through education. So their children emulate that. That's why Atlanta is different. Because success is that people.
And politics, man.
Yeah,
We police is black. The shit like there's black people in those positions to make type of decision that keep us in the position.
And you know, Sosa, the crazy part is if you line 100 black adults up, especially black men, if you line 100 of them up, most of them are hardworking fathers. The vast majority of them are hardworking fathers. You know
that is true.
And see, we get I don't know why we get that even in Jamaica, like it's y'all the majority and y'all still get that picture painted. Like
everybody smoke weed.
Yeah,
like
everybody smoke weed, everybody
and that's not
gang
true.
banging.
Right.
You know, I don't know how did that happen though, where it's the exact opposite though. How did that happen?
Because the news shows you doesn't show you positivity. No, that's not news. The news show you the shootings. The news show you the game, and they ain't really good stories. Hey, today we want to, you know what I'm saying? There's been, you know what I mean? Like that's not what the news is about. So sometimes we see the globe or we see our surrounding based on news. You know what I mean?
All right. But when we have these conversations though, it's veered towards that narrative though.
Yeah, that's why I be saying what I say, because I be feeling that shit. I'm like, yo, keep in mind, you know what I'm saying? Because sometimes even we have certain conversations about Egypt, I'd be like, yo, keep in mind, conscious community versus the real world.
Right.
Because that Egypt shit ain't real in the real world. That shit is conscious community shit. You know what I'm saying? Like I ain't got no home, but like that shit's foreign in the real world. Like ain't none of my homeboy got no comedic name.
Yeah, right.
I never met a nigga with a comedic name before until I came online.
Yeah, this is all online.
Right.
The whole thing is all online.
It's a small group. It's a small group, but the whole to the point that listen, Egypt is a black land. Egypt is a black land.
But I can guarantee you it would be easy to pass that off in the real world. You know what I'm saying? That the Egypt black man and shit, like it'll be easy to pass that off in the black community. Because
but the problem is like you tell a young nigga that nigga be like, nigga, how that shit could help me make money?
Right.
In the real world. It's hard to teach a nigga history. Like, nigga, I got to work tomorrow. Like I ain't trying to learn no history. I gotta be work at 5.
Like, motherfucker, I just did a 12-hour shift. Shit. Been talking to me about some motherfucking Egypt, nigga. And I'm like, and I paid all the motherfucking taxes at that.
For real. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, it's definitely, needed because like, in a lot of ways, there's some of they're our backbone in a sense, because a lot of us before we got to where we got to, that's where we came from.
Right.
Until we get to the point to where that's not where we came from. Like my daughters, they ain't come from that shit. You know, so my daughter, my son. You know what I'm saying? So now we can get this generation where people nigga, we don't even know what a project looked like. Nigga. We weren't born there, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like,
right.
You know what I'm saying? But we got to get to that next level where we see a bigger percentage of us kids coming.
I'm seeing that generation.
I'm seeing it too. I
think like our kids, I think they gonna be there. You know what I'm saying? Because like at least because I got a son that's 22. My oldest is 22, right?
Not 16.
And the thought process, and then but you got. It's either they smart and good kids. It's a real drastic thing these days. Or they way out here on drugs. Like we might have did the ecstasy pill. I remember one time when one of my homies he brought some mushrooms to the hood. Like everybody went crazy. Like everybody had fun. You know what I'm saying? Like that was like the most we might have did. You know what I mean? But these niggas eating Percocet, like that shit it's either like you either a full-fledged dope head or you a good kid who on his way to a decent career. You know what I'm saying? That's how it is these days.
And the times is different, bro. Like, you know, that's why I think we're seeing it with this generation, because the times are different. Like, I remember, like, nigga, like a BMW to actually get my hands on one, fuck that, sit inside one, let alone get my hands on with some foreign shit. Now, if you got $500 in a Turo account, you can drive one of them motherfuckers tomorrow.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You can get a job, you know what I'm saying? You can get a job on your phone, you can do, you know what I'm saying? Like, because I was tripping the other day, I went inside Chipotle's. And in Chipotle, I ordered some food online. I went in there and I looked for my name in the bag and I picked it up. And I'm sitting around looking, I'm like, damn, all these niggas in here. It's just like, they don't know that I'm me when I go look at this shit and grab my shit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I always thought about that, yeah.
I'm like,
I think about
how they know? Yeah,
bro.
you just grab it.
Yeah, and even the delivery folks coming there, you don't know that just because they're looking at their phone, you don't know that's DoorDash. But I'm just saying, look how the mindset of society has changed. Because back in the day, niggas would have taken that food to that shit would have been under lock and key, nigga.
Yep.
And
it's crazy because I do that shit at Starbucks, and when I get there, it's 20 cups up there. You know what I'm saying?
You gotta look to the right one.
And they in the back of the store at the driveway. They handle in the driveway or the drive-through. You know what I'm saying? They not even there's nobody at the cash register. They sat the motherfuckers right there for you to pick them up. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy.
Crazy. It's crazy.
And you got $8 cups. Every cup up there costs $8 or better at Starbucks, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I could, a nigga would be like, a nigga would swoop them up, get them back to the hood.
Go sell.
And be like, yo, $4, bro.
Yeah. The time to change. The mindset is changed, bro.
Right.
Hey, that's just crazy.
And who ain't gonna take a hot latte? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Because the old nigga, the old nigga me had to analyze that shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, what the fuck? Because I'm so used to it. I'm robotic with the shit. Then one day I'm like, yo, this shit is crazy. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about the line is full. And there's niggas waiting on food for like, I'm talking about upset because they gotta wait 20 minutes and there's food all around. And you know what I'm saying? They're not even concerned with shit. Nigga, like, that ain't my shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. That's the thing. It's not that they're like, yo, that ain't mine. You know what I'm saying? Like, that ain't the one I want. See, they got it's specific things. You know what I'm saying? Like, and like, just admit back in the, like, it's different in your household even. Because like my daughter be like, yo, I'm not eating that. You know what I'm saying? And my wife be like, okay, I'll make you something else.
Yeah.
Dude, listen, I would have got my ass whooped 4 times if I ever seen
right. Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying? What? You ain't eating what, motherfucker? Boy, I'm telling you, boy, I don't know what.
You ain't gotta eat it, but ain't nothing else gonna show up, nigga. You eat that, but that's the only thing to eat. So.
Nigga, the plate better be clean or your ass is grass in my household. I don't know about how y'all do it, but that motherfucker better be clean. Hungry or not, you better stuff that shit in you. I'm telling you.
Hungry or not.
I mean, because a meal was hard to come by. You know, I mean, groceries and, like they didn't make money as fast as we make money. My dad raised me.
Think about if your mama need to borrow $50. Man, that's an event. That was an event back in the day, nigga. You got to call a few family members over and piece that money together. You know what I'm saying? Like, shit, 50. You know what I'm saying? Let alone a nigga that get bail out of jail. Oh, my God. Nigga, that's a calamity.
Bail out of jail. I don't think you getting out, homie.
Yeah, that's a calamity right there. You finna set the whole structure backwards right there.
Right.
$300? Oh, my God.
You would set 3 families back. You know what I'm saying? Behind your bullshit.
And they gonna fall out. And they gonna fall out because you ain't paying them back the money. Man, look. You know, I mean, that's why I was telling my sister we was we vacation and shit on holidays and shit. And we was like, last time we was at the Disney resort. and I was like, I had my kids there. We all had our kids there. And I'm like, damn, I remember like I was like, yo, you got like we in Florida chilling on some family shit. Like this, think about we was kids. But I'm like, this is all our kids know. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, yo, so I'm thinking, so the idea is for them to take it to the next step. Like, you know what I mean? Be out the country with this shit. You know what I'm saying? Because they came up from stuff, you know what I mean? But yeah, man, it's like, I'm glad.
We, Black Americans, we got so much influence, right? But it's not the real Black Americans. You know what I'm saying? Like it's everybody. It's all the other Black Americans. It's not them 80 Black men that I talked about earlier out of 100. You know what I'm saying? It's them 15 or 10 motherfuckers that's influenced in the whole world. You know what I mean? Like it's the shit is crazy where we have somebody impersonating us. That's what the problem is. Right. I think we got to start taking our identity back. You know what I'm saying?
I think me and Chef, I think that conversation we was having about, we started talking about the women-man dynamic, and we started talking about the role of the drug dealer and how the drug dealer is he was talking about how, in the structure with because I can speak for myself personally, right? Like, at that time, I got my money, everybody in my family. You know what I'm saying? So if somebody's struggling and they need money, who they gonna call?
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? So when I show, you know what I mean, and I show up and and the kids and they see me doing for the family, who they gonna look up to? Mom and dad that's working hard, you know what I'm saying? Or the hustle that's coming through, making sure everything good with the, you know what I'm saying? And it's like it upsets the family structure dynamic.
Definitely.
You know what I'm saying? And that's some of the backlash that come with poverty and hustling is it's a crazy system we gotta eventually work ourselves out of. You know what I mean?
That's how it is in my family. Like you expect it, like the boys in my family, like it's not said or nothing, but most people in my family get money. So you expect it to be a dope dealer. I mean, it's almost inevitable because for me, like motherfuckers just start coming to me because of who my family was. You know what I'm saying? So that fuck up the whole. It do fuck up the structure, and it takes somebody like my grandfather. If it hadn't been like, because I would spend a lot of time with him. You know what I'm saying? Had I spent a lot of time with my uncles and them, you know what I mean, and with my aunts. See, the problem was my uncles and them spent a lot of time with my grandmother and all of that, right? My uncles, my dad, my cousins, all of that. You know what I'm saying? They all spend time with my aunties and shit. I was the only one spend time with my grandfather, and I hate to say it because it's a stigma in the Black community, but more, I think men should spend a lot of time with their grandfather, right? Because a lot of times my father was 17 when I was born, right? So like he growing up with me damn near, basically. You know what I'm saying? Like even though he 30, like, because I can remember when I was 30, right? I'm not the same person that I was when I was 30 years old. You know what I'm saying? So just imagine, and trying to raise a kid at that age, you know what I'm saying? So most people are young parents, you know what I'm saying, these days. So I think it'd be better that they spend a lot of time with that grandfather, you know what I'm saying, just to have because usually grandfathers is no nonsense, you know what I'm saying? They're going to keep it, they done lived a long enough time where, they're going to keep it 100 with you. They're going to give you a foundation of priorities, you know what I'm saying? And that's what, niggas don't got their priorities straight. I think that's a lot where when men is raised around a lot of women's priorities is different than men's priorities. You know what I mean? I think women, the first priority on a woman is for consistency and comfort. You know what I'm saying?
And security.
Security, yeah. So the first thing is the easiest thing to do, especially if you're me, is to sell some dope. You know what I mean? It's guaranteed money, and it's consistent and it's secure. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And I was looking at the psychological study, right? Talking about how fathers and their son and how that play is important, right? And when you had a boy, like you be laying on the couch, your son might come up when he's younger, just grab you on the throat and wrestle your ass. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. It's like as a boy, you need that. Like that shit is important in your psychological development, but you can't play like that with your mama. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. So like they were saying, like that psychological factor is very, very important. Like that, like boys need that rough and tumble play. They need that right time. You know what I'm saying? Because the father know, he's gonna play with his son, and you know what I mean. And that bonding, that play, that pay teaches him boundaries. You know what I mean? Like I'm stronger than you. I know I can hurt you. You know what I'm saying? But I put you down lightly. I let you act like you got me. You see what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah.
But I'm teaching you that psychological shit teaches you boundaries. And you know what I mean? So
it's subject taboo in our community. Don't you dare say this shit.
Yeah.
You be excommunicated.
Yeah, we went through that. We tried to have a conversation.
I heard Sheffrin having that. I wasn't on the panel. I think
I was on there.
Real Black Atheist. That was a good conversation. But go ahead,
and the thing is, like when you look at, like again, like this is when I say, when people get mad, I make the comparison between, because at one point I'm like, yeah, they say it's taught that 6% of white folks own slaves. That means 94% of everybody just went with the system, right? And we complain like, hey man, you watch this shit happen. Well, if you look at our society, right, our communities, we can't talk about our ills. It's taboo. Like you get shunned. So don't you think that's what happened with them when they point out white racism or some shit happened? They get shunned. Right. So if you look at single parents, right? We talking about women, mothers, and you talking about boys. I just don't believe that these women train their boys to be dependent. In my opinion, I'm sorry, independent. In my opinion, they are trained to be dependent. That's why they don't work. They don't really have any like real concrete goals, anything they want to do. And like you ask them what they want to do, they don't know. It's like they just be dependent as hell on just women the rest of their lives. Like for the bulk of them. I'm talking about single parent homes where women are the matriarchs and they're trying to raise the boy. I just don't see my friends and myself growing up. None of us was really raised to be independent. And that's why a lot of them have girlfriends. They live with their girlfriend. They just that's just what it is.
There's a book that I was about to get. I was looking at the lecture on it. This lady wrote. It's called A War on Boys. You know what I'm saying? And she was also talking about how even the school system, because girls are overall are outperforming men, right? She was relating it back to schooling and how the schools are set up and your education is set up. It's more geared for women than it is for boys. You know what I'm saying? Because they're treating both sexes like, kind of like it's the same. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
They're talking about, even though, you may not condone fighting, you have to be more tolerant of that with boys because it's a part of their mental makeup and their structure. You know what I mean? So it's like, but so a no nonsense, this type of no nonsense policy, this type of no bullying, you know what I'm saying? To a degree, it's not necessarily effective for men. You know what I'm saying? Because men got to know how to deal with conflict. You know what I'm saying? Because you hear comedians joke around like this, some of these niggas need bullies. Like, bullies kind of taught you some shit. Like, nigga, like, you know what I mean? Like, you gonna stand up for yourself? Yeah. Or you gonna let, so even though, there's some negative components to it, but it's also fundamental to your learning process in developing boys. But you can't, but that's different from girls. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, you can't run it the same way. It has to be in varying degrees of relationships and in schooling and even treatment in terms of boys and girls. So yeah, it's a lot of shit going on that's affecting men in general and Black men specifically. coming up.
Yeah. And I can see when you said the bully thing specifically, like I can see the psychological thing about that because, I can remember Jason McGee. Everybody knew one day Jason McGee was going to try to punk you out.
Yeah.
And when your day come, what you going to do?
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Right.
And, once you get past that, right? Either way it turns out, right? However you approach the situation, right? Once you get past it, now you have a different level of maturity.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? You have a different level of understanding and how you should approach things, especially conflict and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? You got a hands-on experience with that. And that's a good psychological, help, step to take, you know what I'm saying, in a child's development. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because I remember how you felt when you got past that stage. Once you got past, man, I felt like I bumped up a level.
Right.
Because I understood, like, you got to stand your ground. Like, you can't, you know what I mean? You got to, that's part of it. People be like, nigga, be a man. You'll say.
And Jason only going to try you once. He ain't going to, you know what I mean? Like, now, if you pussy all the way out, now he just going to, you know what I mean? Like, he just going to continue on. So, but he just going to try you once, you know what I mean?
Yeah. You ain't even got to win.
Yeah. You
just
ain't
show
got
him.
to win.
Just show him, bro. Like, I'll fight you.
Yeah, no doubt.
You ain't gotta win. Shit. You know what I'm saying? When you fight, he could be like, you know what? Hey, I'll fuck with you, little nigga. And he gonna move on.
And when you get older, see, by the time you make it to high school, like Jason McGee is like a level under you now. Yeah. Even though he may even be able to still whoop your ass still. you know what I'm saying? But the thing is, like, you know that bully shit ain't all that in high. By the time you get to high school, you know what I'm saying? Like it like I said, it prepares you, man. It all, I could remember football practice and shit, right? And my dad never came to football practice, right? He'd come to every game, right? Yeah. But niggas' mamas be at football practice. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And like, oh no, don't
my baby.
Yeah. It's like, man, my daddy ain't even out here. You know what I'm saying? Like, and y'all mamas is out here at football practice, bro. We can't, like, that can't go on. And the thing is, right, that happened in high school. Like in middle school, I had a football coach that didn't allow parents at the practice, right? Yeah. And that motherfucker was crazy. His name was Corey. We called him Coach Corey. Man, this little white motherfucker was crazy. Everybody on the team was scared of the nigga used to dress in pads with us. The nigga used to dress in pads with us and shit. Like, tear our asses up. We had this thing called the bull ring, right?
Yeah, circle.
And everybody stand in a circle and he call out two numbers. And you got to run out in the middle of the field and you got to hit each other. Mm-hmm. And you got to tackle each other in the middle of the field.
We call that, I think, nutcracker, something like that we call it. Something like that.
Yeah.
Nutcracker.
Yeah, and that's another thing. Like, niggas was scared of the bull ring. Like, that was something that was going around. It's like when you join a football team, you got to do the bull ring. You know what I'm saying? You got to prepare mentally if you want to be on the football team. You got to do the bull ring, nigga. You know what I'm saying?
That too. And like, think of it like this: like, it's both. Just say both parents are there, right? You got a girl and a boy. The girl falls down and the boy falls down, right? The mama might go to that boy. The father be you all right? Mm-hmm. Don't help. Hey, let them get up. You know what I'm saying? Because, right? But the mother gonna approach that. Now to the daughter, you're gonna be like, you're gonna pick the girl. Oh, that's come on, baby. You okay? You're gonna rub, you're gonna kiss the boo-boo, but you can't do that boy like that.
No.
You all right. Look, you know what I'm saying? Now what he get up, see, okay, right? You know what I'm saying? Like that type of psychological shit is very, very important.
Right. It is. I mean, you had to be able to play your part in society. Go ahead.
Yeah. know what I'm saying? You don't get, you know what I'm saying? Like you got to prepare you to be a man. Listen, don't look for somebody to help you up. Look, it's not as bad as you think. Yeah, it hurt, but go and get on up. You know what I'm saying? And the next time you fall down, he ain't gonna look for nobody. He gonna look at that boob. He look, Daddy, I got a cut.
But you know what? You know what? I'm gonna throw a wrench in there. I'm gonna throw a wrench in this conversation because I think this is the wrench that I'm gonna throw in. I think it kind of stops this conversation in the broader perspective, right? So I think how do the LGBT shit fit into that? You see what I'm saying? Like if you say something because
that's why Dave Chappelle was like he is. Yeah.
And one thing it is like I ain't no anti-gay or homophobic or I don't have a problem with that. I actually understand that. I actually understand the nature behind that, right?
Yeah.
And the necessity of it in nature, right? So I'm not ignorant about that, but I think that whole thing stops us from really like going, because now you looked at it as misogynistic, and then not just the LGBT, because I don't want to put it on just them, but like the feminine movement.
Yeah, the whole
you know what I'm saying? Yeah. That whole thing, it stops us from being honest about what it takes to raise our boys. Yeah. You know what I mean? So
because they say what they call forgot what they call it, some type of male toxicity. Yeah, some shit they got a phrase they use. You know what I mean? When you're trying to say it's, you know what I mean? We're trying to be like, we're making a man. Oh, it's toxic. That's toxic. Right, can't talk like that. You know what I'm saying? Like it's affecting how we can raise it.
And let me sneak this in, because we heard the sovereign citizen movement, that goofy shit. But what I say is this: in our communities, we used to have a community standard, right? So the community standard would be like the laws of the country. What we did was somehow we rebelled against that, and we became sovereign citizens to our own community laws, community standards. Sovereign citizens mean that we are the law. Like we're not obligated to follow any law that we don't set up ourselves. Like we are the kings and queens of all of our decisions, right? Mm-hmm. And every household has their own rules, how they want to raise their kids, how husband treat their wife treat the husband. You just name it, friendship, backstabbing, snitching. Like every household got their own laws, and you can't influence and tell them shit. Their shit is, their laws is supreme here. They don't care about no outside influence. So we became like sovereign citizens to our own community laws and standards, moral and ethical codes, all that shit. Like we rebelled against it, like kind of like what sovereign citizens do. They rebel against laws of the state of the country. They say, you got no jurisdiction over here. Like we set up our own jurisdiction,
Yeah. Like I said, we gotta. I don't even know how we do it. We gotta overcome the criminal mentality. We gotta be able to call the police, bro. Like I'm telling you, like I saw, I recently just heard of a dude. He tried to stop a couple from arguing, and the man put out a gun and killed them. You know what I'm saying? But it's like he should have seen what's happening and called the police.
Yeah.
And say, hey, hold on, brother. I'm on the phone with the police right now.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Like that's but we gotta be able to apply that method, man. Yeah. Like, without even hesitation. Because white folk immediately.
see, but that goes back to Stu P's using the word savage, because people you don't call the cops, people call that savage. That's savagery. Like, what you mean you don't call the law enforcement to handle shit the right way? You want to do street justice? Like they look at that as like, savagery, brute, everything Stu P was calling the Germans. That's that type of street justice, that vigilante bullshit. Like that's pretty much what that is.
Yeah, we got
outlaws.
You know what I'm saying? But I know we grew up on that shit. Cause like I remember, like like you can say, like I always make this example. You can say, nigga, I hang with robbers and killers.
Yeah.
And that's not a bad thing.
Right.
You know what I mean? But sitting around any other race, it could be like, oh my God, that's horrible.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? We got to get that whole, but we grew up off that whole that rap. We gotta, what I mean? We gotta
get your job. Like, I grew up with the killers.
Yeah, we got to get that whole. Yeah. Like, we grew up with them, but I don't hang with them. I know, you know what I'm saying? Like, we got to get to that point where it's there. You know what I mean? I don't know how it happens. I think hopefully it happens gradually over time, but I still see the no snitch shit, right? No telling, no call the police for nothing. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, Rob on you like that the other day. You know what I'm saying? Like, I said, bro, what if a child molester? He's like, he rob on like street justice. You know what I mean? I'm like, no.
Right, yeah, but then you go to prison. See, you execute street justice, but the law executes you by the law. They prosecute you by the law.
Yeah,
right.
So you don't want to exercise. You don't want the law to prosecute him, but definitely gonna prosecute your ass.
Yeah. We gotta move that. Yeah, but shit, I'm gonna take my ass to goddamn.
Wait, before you do that. Now I'm gonna play this also tomorrow. So give me because let me do this right here. Everybody can check out. I'm gonna give you like 1 minute of this right here because this goes into what we're saying. So a couple white people, were like Army vets, and they came home. Their community changed. Bunch of niggas in there. That's my white folks. They come up from the Army and they got some, and a bunch of niggas in there. All this Crip shit, and they come home to that. Like, what the fuck? So they call the cops. They do everything we're saying, and the Crips act like, oh really? We gonna target you? And look how that played out.
The December deployment in Panama to find the neighborhood worse than when he left. Along with other neighbors who were honest, hardworking people, he formed a neighborhood group that pressed police, demanding action. The neighbors started making signs, protesting, and taking pictures of the drug dealers. Even as the tension on Ash Street rose, Chief Fatelin made a decision he would later regret. Hamstrung by budget constraints and desperately short on the patrol side, he shifted 4 of 6 officers away from the Hilltop Crime Management Team to launch a community policing pilot project. The neighbors on Ash Street reacted with dismay. Under fire from citizens and the city council, a local Tribune covered the controversy, noting efforts by Ash Street neighbors to monitor the drug activity themselves.
So that's like some wire.
Stream 85 plus live channels with no hidden fees.
That's like
YouTube TV. Try it free.
You try to get police involved, you get some pushback because like that's like foreign. They like, nah, you do it yourself.
After the News Tribune piece, drug traffic on Ash Street slowed, but only so much. Staff Sergeant Folk was used to seeing more than 100 cars pass through his block on any given day, and after the story appeared, it was down to 20 cars. Folk decided to install a video camera in his upstairs window to record the traffic. He organized a neighborhood barbecue as a show of public unity, set for 3 p.m. Saturday, September 23rd. He invited neighbors, friends, ranger buddies, and thought nothing more of it. The day of the barbecue, a group of Hilltop Crip gangbangers acknowledged Folk outside of his residence and gave him the gun finger. It came from a car full of Crips. Driving by his house, the index finger pointed, thumb up, a little flip of the hand, and the mouth words, boom, boom.
All right, so I'm gonna go a little further to the point. We're gonna just be telling stories too. All right, so I'm gonna go over here.
Your history, bitch. And told him they were gonna burn his house down and light him up as soon as the sun goes down. Folk decided to walk away, and before he returned to his home, he overheard one of the Crips stating, I'm gonna shoot that army. Bring personal weapons and whatever else they had.
So he invited some rangers, you dig? Some other rangers. All right, that's how we gonna play? You dig? He said, here they go.
They came armed to the teeth with handguns, shotguns, and rifles. Folk was armed with a Browning 9mm and a Colt Python 357 Magnum. Fucking Magnum. Who's the gangster now, bitch? Over a couple beers, Folk pitched to his buddies a defensive operation of his home. Stake out locations and wait. No first moves. If police come, disarm immediately, cooperate, and assist. And all of his buddies joyfully agreed and were fucking alert and observant of any and all activity inside.
So they got position, right? So this is what they showing. They in position. some army shit.
And outside the perimeter of the house. A few hours had passed as the Rangers held their positions. One Ranger observed a vehicle approaching in the distance at a slow rate of speed, at which point the vehicle shut off its headlights. Folk, with his Magnum in hand, returned the favor and turned out the lights in his house and in the yard. At 9:20 p.m., as the vehicle approached, someone within the vehicle fired a shot into the air.
Uh-oh.
The house was now taking fire from the rear, where, according to police reports, small caliber automatic gunfire was heard. The Rangers opened a shit ton of fire, but so did the Hilltop Crips. One of the Rangers, William Edwards, was posted on the...
Anyway, you know, the point is that, you know, white folk weren't taking that shit, okay? You ain't about to oppress us. We ain't scared of you. We got guns. Let's get it. And the law's on our side. Because like you said, we're not going to be the first to shoot. And they had cameras to record the whole shit. And I'm apparently this is probably the state where you can carry and defend yourself, shit like that. And they had about 300 rounds going. But you see, like, they was trying to organize the community, crime watch. Like, they was doing their part, being civil, you know, trying to put a stop to the crime or neutralize or put a dent in it. And that's what civil people do. Like, you just don't sit back and watch your city just crumble without any efforts of trying to resolve or step in front of it.
Yeah, and see, and that's what some of those Black Power movements, if that's what, like, I would appreciate them more if that's what they was doing.
Right.
I mean, they're going to these neighborhoods where, you know, you got civilians who may not be in a position to defend themselves or are not comfortable with guns, and you go in there and you provide a neighborhood watch. You know what I mean? I'd be all for that shit. You know what I'm saying? And I donate like a motherfucker, bro.
Yeah.
I mean, you can sit there, you know, you not vote. It's all good. Don't vote, but at least we protect the community. Nah, I can respect that shit.
But they do the opposite though. They get organized to keep police out of it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, right.
They get organized. They get organized and stay inside the organization. They don't go nowhere. You know what I'm saying? They just hang with each other.
Right.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm gonna check y'all.
But tomorrow I'm gonna do the when should a K9, you know, because we see some videos where they like, can I search your car? No. Okay, K9 unit, they call it in right away. So I felt like that can't be legal. So I did some research, I dug it up, and we're gonna look at when can a K9 search your car and when they can't. All right. So that's part of
that's gonna be a good one.
Oh yeah. I mean, but listen, the results, I'm spoiler, you're gonna be upset. All right. That's all I'm gonna say.
For sure.
Yeah, we out here. Things are coming through, Corey.
For sure. Yeah. Peace, guys. Peace, Corey.
Check out anytime.
Peace.
I was always here listening. Later, everybody good night. Good show.